T2K to kind of pull through.
Welcome back
That's what they need to do
to another
now.
stream. Welcome
It's
back.
a good nade over the
We
top
are a
over
bit
towards
late,
Rex, which
but
gives them some
again,
breathing room to
technical
work with as
issue.
a heel likely has to
So
go through at
we're
this
trying
point
to
and wanting
sort out stuff
T2K
real
to
quick
move further
so we
up.
can.
Trying to kill, taking a little bit of damage on their approach. Got to worry about Akicyber as well across that ridgeline. Can't move too far north, otherwise you do open up that third-party potential. So it looks like Trying to Kill are going to have to take a little bit of a front-to-back
to
fight
another
here
stream.
against
Had a
the east
few
point of
issues,
Nepex's
so
hull. The benefit that they
had
have
to
is that
sort it
Nepex
out,
want to
and it
maintain
was
as much
taking
ground
some
as they
time.
can. That Molotov is beautiful over towards Igneous.
The game's
Burns
full
him
of
down.
action.
Rex is going to be happy with that one. An opener here on the
And we have
defense.
one
Trying to
representative
flow around
from
the edge
NA,
of the
which
rock.
is Dope
Can they
Esports.
find an opener
Dope
for
Esports
for rules in
got
response?
a kill
Until
early,
they can.
got
They're not
really,
giving
and
any
they stayed in
information.
bootcamp.
Sure,
They should have
lost their
just
mate,
dipped.
but they
Really,
still have two strong players on this east side.
like playing
Rex
in
on a
bootcamp,
sliver
as you
of
lose,
HP there. In
and
the
once you
meantime,
don't have
R8
circle, I
still
think you
going
should just
strong.
dip.
Action slowly losing players. Goat getting decimated. Is that upgrade just rocking up towards position? But Black Esports is not far behind. Instantly looking to capitalize on that third party. But yeah, for T2K, the biggest mistake here is as soon as you get that big amount of damage from that first nade over towards Rex, who is first point of call, you have to move further up here. You can't afford to mess around, especially the fact that they knew they had that initial knock to. Finally, they will take Rex out of the picture. Rules does need to get picked back up again. You hope someone gets over to him shortly.
It's difficult though, because you know that Mukesh is right there. There's the damage that might allow them. No, they're going to allow the flush to go through. They don't have time to negotiate with that one. They know that there's players too close by. They can't risk investing that time. Trying to Kill are just losing players. They are starting to be bled out now as Nepex have them in a chokehold.
Yeah, it's a messy fight. Again, I think that maybe there's a lack of confidence here because in my eyes, this needs to be just a hard crash in, right? You drop smokes, you take out the front line. Maybe they were worried about the watchtower, but I think it would have been unlikely for a player to be up in that position at that point in time because it's so easily nadeable. In the meantime, Circle moves down towards the south side and Black Esports. It feels, again, like teams have rolled out the red carpet for this team. Goat secured the position, Upgrade removed Goat, and then Upgrade offered the position through to Black Esports.
This is match 7 of 12.
You'll take it. You'll take it. Turkish team very happy about that one. Don goes down for Akicyber. R8 taking control of this northern side. Blank, they've been sweeping through this game, and as I said earlier, they've shifted into gear. They are in overdrive right now. They lose one. Finally, their first player falls, but they've got 13 points. They're up in 5th now.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result for RA. They have been doing some fantastic clearing, I would say, on this western side. A lot of teams, again, just didn't, there wasn't enough precedent, I would say, on position. So the fact that RA is able to do this is somewhat helped along by the fact that teams are out of position, and RA has had the easiest time coming in from that north side, specifically because Akicyber was already cut down to size, so there was no strong team on that northern edge alongside with RA. But yeah, for Black Esports, you know what I will say? I will say that their positioning, their movement, it has been very clean. And again, if teams are going to give them opportunities, Black Esports is reacting in the correct manner.
Definitely are. Right now, they're currently a little bit stalled on this headland. It's a difficult position to leave. You don't have any cover really out to your southwest side. R8 are going to start to put control on. They're going to have to fight Nepex. The idea here, hold them out, force Nepex to take unfavorable peaks towards them. We'll see if they are able to do it. Mukesh and Precious both dropping down. Immediately, Zeptimus goes for one, is good for it, and finds the second as well. That's exactly what you need to do for Black Esports, but now attention turns to the circle shift and R8.
Yeah, R8 gets a fantastic spot in the circle. Again, they were clearing. I'm not sure what they were clearing, though, considering I'm pretty sure they understood they took down most of the teams on that southern side anyway. I think likely that small building was the worry. Luckily, the circle moves over towards them anyway, and Maru will find Symphony, leaving it into a 3v1, which I think it should be fairly doable now for R8.
Zeptimus with the spray towards Marth, does connect for the first, but Marth sidesteps the rest. Zeptimus taking damage all the while through the smoke. The low ground rotate, and R8 close it down. The clear play style working out well, and today is a revitalized start for the R8.
Yeah, great game, honestly, from a lot of teams. And I would go as far to say that I think that talking about the feeder teams is probably quite important at this point in time, just because there is this case that teams are flowing towards the top side of the lobby, and other teams
So if you guys
are
don't know,
just
feeder,
feeling
they
that
normally
much
feeder
weaker
teams are the
inside
weak
of this
teams.
one. For both Black
So they
Esports
just
and
suck
RA,
up the
both
points
teams
off
that
them.
take first and second place respectively, there was little to no competition for them to deal with on their respective sides. It just felt like very easy decisions. I would say that there's probably much more interesting things that happened around the map. For instance, Nepex's ability to take that rich side, hold out T2K, GOAT's rotation, going through from Camp Alpha all the way around to the western compound on Quarry. It's an interesting one that the end of the game isn't actually as astounding than the mid game.
It is quite interesting there. I mean, this little instance there, I think, was one of my favorite parts of the closing moments. Black Esports knew what they were doing there. They forced those unfavorable peaks, and they do execute. That's the thing, and it's as you highlighted during the match, it is a team that does take opportunity well. They are given those opportunities more often, maybe over the last few matches, than some other teams, but they are capitalizing. R8, however, took destiny into their own hands, and we're going to take things over to the desk and put it in their safe hands.
Finally, RA is able to start bringing what we expected out of them: eliminations, good placement points, and Ida. I mean, Ida put a performance here.
He absolutely did. It's what we've been waiting to see from him for a while, for a hot minute now, and 6 elims is going to be about what we expected from him at last.
I think we're not hyping this up enough.
Let's go! Let's go!
Finally, this is what we expected from you. I mean, there you go, MVP up there. The man woke up today at 4 AM and put his head in a bowl of cold water and just like, I'm up, I'm ready, okay? We're ready for the daily routine. And really, they had a lot of learnings yesterday. I think a lot of unfortunate situations, and they today learned that we just got to bring out A game from the get-go. But actually, I was a little bit unsure how this game was going to go, Nitro, because of the hot chop. I was like, why are they doing it again? But it ended up working out just fine.
It absolutely did, and you made the point during the game as well, right? That one of the players did have that M16, so he just waited for his team. He got those initial knocks. It was like, actually, I can't do this on my own. Got ready for his team, waited for his team, and actually pushed forward.
Usually, we're against
Welcome to another stream.
Wait, yesterday, Mars, that's one of the top players here. Mars was able to get 4 eliminations. Yesterday, we got a chance to see RA eating dinner. We were like, good luck tomorrow, guys. Hopefully, you'll be able to make it to top 7. Mars was like, #1. So I'm a hold
we
you to
didn't
it,
watch
Mars.
the
Hopefully
first
you
of
will
the
end up
prelim
getting
because
the #1.
I had a
Because
video
if
shoot
not,
doing,
I'm
but
gonna
today is the
call you
final
out.
day
But what I wanted to get you guys' perspective on
qualify
as we do end
for
up
the
going
main
here
event.
towards the highlights is, usually we are against hot drops, especially in the position that R8 was. Do you think the way this happened, though, it kind of given the momentum possibly that they needed?
I could see that that would be the tactic, because you are looking at a team that needed to kickstart something, and if they are a naturally aggressive team, that's where they feel more comfortable in that fight, is exactly where you're,
Actually, you do see here, Marth, the moment he gets knocked, Prestige trying to come in as a backup, but he does have the M16 you were talking about there, Niptura. And actually, instead of just over-peeking and going for the push to hopefully keep Marth alive, he waits a little bit longer on the sidelines, waiting for his teammates to join up on him, and then they just swarm that final player to get the 1v3. So, like, again, those maybe 2-3 extra seconds of him waiting were just enough to overwhelm the opponent, would get the win on that fight, and then just take all of the loot off Paradise Resort.
Is indeed, it's looking good. And as we continue into these highlights here, you've seen a lot of fights, a lot of early wipes coming through there, right? Nepex really putting on the heat there. All right, of course, gonna be seeing them. Ooh, onto Action. I really want to see more from Action, but I just don't know if now at this point the other teams are gonna let them. That was a nice, really nice attempt there, but then Black Esports, and I do want to talk about Black Esports just very quickly, Max, because Black Esports, again, weaseling their way into those final zones and timing it really well. They actually third-partied Upgrade to clear them and took a large portion of that final zone for themselves.
I mean, R8 being able to close it out in Sandhawk with those 25 points. Black Esports, this is a team that you've been wanting to talk about too, Max. Them being able to put up those 12 points is massive for Black Esports.
Black Esports, again, as you said here, Nipter, able to weasel their way into the circle. But actually, they were playing 4D chess this game, it felt like, because, we're just going to push away Upgrade. Upgrade's not going to really be able to crash our compound, forcing then Upgrade into a secondary option, which is to crash GOAT. And then you talked about it, right? The third-party situation happens where, okay, that fight happened just as we planned. We not only get a great fight with a lot of eliminations, we also get a strong foothold in the circle at that point. Of course, then they don't have enough players to take the win, but that transition was just S-tier gameplay.
And am I seeing that right? Action in the top in the front
Wait,
page
what?
with 8 points total. That was nice to see.
Okay.
As we go here towards the second page, Ikerd not being able to follow up those performances that we saw yesterday. It seems like they ended up getting a win, and after that, we saw absolutely nothing.
Zero, zilch. So yeah, it would be nice to see some more coming in there. You know what else would be nice to see some more from? Those early birds that went to the lobby way too soon. K21 and T721. Where are they? We need them to come back and bring it to a better place.
This is what I've been wanting to see. Aki is, ooh, 67 points, okay. But oh my goodness, Max, look at the jump up that R8 was able to do. They started off the day in 11th place.
11th place to 4th place. I mean, this is just an amazing game, but I do want to bring up a question, right? Which is, if the hot drop did not go their way, it would still be down there, maybe even lower. So they put everything in like the basket of, we're going to have to win that hot drop. I have to wait for Erangel to be like, okay, this is the improvement we wanted. One Sanhok is great. Erangel, I need to see more still.
Well, luckily, it didn't happen, Neptura.
True.
Erangel, hopefully they don't do it.
Please no. Be nice. Please. Please no. But another point here, though. Fenerbahce now a 10-point gap between 5th and 6th. But Dope, Nepex, and T721 are all on a tie there. It's very, very close indeed. So this next game is definitely going to be one that we really want to watch to see how that leaderboard ends up shuffling.
Yeah, T721, though, they're kind of a double-edged sword. It's like sometimes the early fight works out, we get an absolute banger game, double digits, all like the entire shebang. Or a game like this happens where you have a hot drop at R8, it doesn't work out. And the thing is, they get pushed out now. We could see this situation happening in match 12 at the end of today. That could literally be the situation. We have an early game fight, T721 just not able to quite get that dub, and then you're just out of the main event entirely. So it's a risky playstyle, and maybe at the end we should see them play a little bit more passive to secure a top 7 spot.
It's risky. I want to see some of those teams towards the bottom take that risk.
Yeah.
Especially because they need to.
Like
right?
R8.
I feel like R8 definitely took that risk. Luckily for them, he ended up working out. But for Action, saw them being able to be on the leaderboard right there.
It was there.
Do you take even a bigger risk, or do you try to mimic a little bit more what you did on Sandhawk, even though obviously
I would try and mimic. I would try and mimic. I don't think I would go for a full hot drop just yet. I would let one Erangel go through before trying anything too crazy.
I just completely forget about the hot drop for like what happened here going into Erangel. I love the way they were playing edge mid-game, Niptura. We were talking about it a little bit. They were actually pincered between two teams, and the way they were playing is not, oh, we're going to fully push this team and create space. No, we have this allocated amount of space on the edge of the circle. If teams encroach on that space, we're just going to send it on that specific player to keep that space under our control. That alone kept them alive into the late game and made that transition possible, and then they just got eliminations. And we actually saw, even off the back of that, right, we had half the end circle train that had rocks, other half that had nothing, and those rocks we saw were pretty much the game-winning spot for R8.
Yeah, it really, really was. Very nicely done indeed.
The crazy part is that we had over 90,000 players sign up for PMGO. 150 were able to make it through. I mean, we're getting here to find out closer and closer to who is going to be the one, and I can't wait until we get to Sunday. But until then, I mean, we got to continue on with this matches here. We're starting to see some performances starting to improve out of these teams as we are going to be going into Erangel. There was some teams that did end up performing quite well yesterday in Erangel. Hopefully we end up seeing those performances too. I think one team that you want to look at is which one?
Oh, honestly, I'm looking at definitely GOAT coming in here. They did quite well on Erangel. I really want to see them to continue. We saw some good things in Sandhawk. We were discussing it. Some not so amazing things personally. So yeah, I would like to see more from them.
Looking at Akisaiba here, personally, 7, I have to look at them. They got Chicken Dinner with 8 eliminations, a second place with 12 eliminations, and they are now our first place team. They get that again. They're going to build a massive cushion. It's going to be so hard to come back at the second half of today.
And that's what this team needs. They need a little bit of a buffer there in between some of the other teams. But I do want to see what's going to happen in Erangel. So let's send it over to John Allen and Blank with the great mustache.
Absolutely. It's lovely to see it. You get it every single time at the start of the matches. It's a little something to look forward to.
It is.
A
you know
peek at the
what?
caterpillar.
I'm gonna get rid of it tonight.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's coming off tonight. Yeah.
We'll hold a ceremony to pay our respects.
Look, the thing was, I brought the mustache in just so I could like do an outfit change and a face change coming into the finals.
That's pretty cool.
It was actually a big ploy. It was a big ploy.
4D chess?
It was 5D chess, actually. I was playing checkers whilst they were playing Battleship.
I'm playing badminton. What the hell?
I know, dude. Crazy.
What's going on?
I would partake in some badminton.
We'll find a court.
Yeah, we can do. I hope so. You got me keen to play badminton now. You know, I was a prolific badminton player when I was a child.
Stop lying to me about your childhood.
I'm not.
Were you?
Genuinely.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I played badminton. I went for
Okay.
badminton lessons.
Name a badminton technique.
The backhanded
Compliment.
crane.
Oh, you nearly had me.
Yeah. You spread your wings.
Yeah.
Then the wings come in. Backhand.
Whoa, okay, that's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
It's post-match, though, with a glove.
Okay,
Across the face.
just to let them know that you won.
Yeah.
Be like, this is how you know I won. Whoosh, whoosh, bash.
Yeah,
Like that.
exactly.
Excellent. Fantastic. Well, hopefully, our players are familiar with the backhanded crane technique that they're going to
I'll
be
teach
deploying
them. I'll teach
over
them.
on Erangel. Little shot there of Dope, who have been, I would say, we're not terrible in that last set. They had a couple of moments to be able to pull things together. Unfortunately, taken down on that north side. Oh, hang on a minute. No, it was their late egress that they weren't able to find. They had good moments at the start of the game from their position in boot camp, but they were a little bit slow. So maybe looking to pick up the pace here for Dope.
Yeah, I think that Erangel, it's a great opportunity to talk about, actually, and I think the Desi actually touched on it a little bit, but it's the sluggish nature of our teams here in the prelims, because there is a lot of times where teams will get to around about stage 3, stage 4, and you know they've made the initial rotate, and we always talk about is that the initial rotate is very important, but not as important as the micro adjustments that come after that. Because you do have to make those micro rotations to get into a better position, slowly solidify your position inside the map. And I think a lot of our teams kind of forget about that portion of the match once we get to stage 3, stage 4. And it was very evident yesterday, especially on our Sosnovka finish, where no one played C-Block up until very much late in the game, where we got Aki Cyber as well as Nepex moving into position. So yeah, I would like to see less hesitation in that mid-game. And the ability just to move through, because we've had some weird matches so far where positions are so easily given up. I mean, Black Esports, like I was saying, had the easiest time there. I think Max was saying that it was a decent play to make for Upgrade, didn't really have too much option. But again, there was Quarry to play. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but you know as Upgrade, if you make that push, you are going to get sent on by Black Esports. You're gambling at that point. You're gambling that Black Esports is not going to make the right play. I think today they have. So it looks like we can have another Sosnovka finish. And this is a great time for those mistakes to be shored up.
Let's see what KZE do. I think that was the team you were most critical of
Upset
in
about, I would
that
say.
scenario. Yeah, I think rightly so. They over-invested in going for that bridge camp, right? And that maybe played into what you were talking about with the lack of team in C block. You know, KZE by rights had, you know, priority on that location.
Yeah.
They opted to go somewhere else instead, and maybe other teams didn't realize that there was a bit of a vacuum there until they crashed. So we'll see how heavily KZE invest in that west bridge hold. A little bit of a scrap potentially over towards Novo as well, with iCurd having an outpost of Fenerbahce right on their doorstep.
Yeah, I mean, for Fenerbahce, they have someone over there already, which was a smart choice from Fenerbahce. They will have to immediately get across. They have vehicles, and I think now's the time to go. You can quite easily loot up on that north side of Nepex. Is going to make that same play as the swim. It's slow. It's slow compared to Fenerbahce's play down towards this south side. So it seems like they've done their homework. I like that. Preparing for all avenues of success. This time, the 721 aggressors also make the right play, which is to instantly send across as a group. Thank you, guys. That feels like someone's listened to me, which is nice.
Sorry, what was that?
Well, I was going to say that I was listening to you as well, because I think you brought up a great point about priority. And in this instance, this is a good example of it, is prio on the bridge. Realistically, KZE should have it, and this is how you defend against that as the 721 aggressors, is you have to immediately move, because there is that brief window where that priority is not available for KZE. So yeah, wonderful plays from 721 aggressors to shore up that crack in the building. I really do like that. Love it a lot.
Absolutely. It's going to slow down everybody over towards that Primorsk, Quarry, Gatka sort of area as well, because they're going to start to hear these gunshots coming on through, and they're going to be slower over the bridge. That gives the 721 aggressors, again, a little bit more time. They're playing a tempo-based game. Unfortunately, they haven't quite managed to get towards KZE before the res comes through. However, I'm not certain that they're going to have any meds available to try and get Devon back up. He's just going to be lying in wait. This could be actually quite a decent play. He's moved the vehicle away. He's drawn the attention. Maybe they just expect both of the players to have been in that vehicle. Could find aggressor if he's sleeping.
It's one situation where you've got to be very on the ball there because it was a buggy that was used. So if you saw a guy in the back of the buggy, you know that they have left together. If there was no guy in the back of the buggy, you know that someone stayed. But I think right now for the 721 aggressors, there is a clear idea in mind, which is to get their player back on their feet, which is Yonik. They don't have to force the issue here. They can play West Coast. Try and hold out other teams that might make their way through in that location and just part their ways, because KZE at this point in time should be heading back over towards the hilltop that sits on the western side of Sosnovka. It's nice watching these teams because there is a lot to go over, there's a lot to analyze, because a lot of mistakes have been made in the past from these squads, but they're quickly learning, and you will do that at an international stage.
Absolutely. I think that a key difference, though, for this circle as to yesterday's Sosnovka military base circle is this is very much confirmed over the military base. It's much more certain than we were yesterday, where it was maybe, you know, 10% chance that you could go back to the mainland, maybe 15, 20, that sort of ballpark is what we're talking.
Yeah.
So teams are a little bit more hesitant, right? Now you can fully just say, okay, we need to figure out a plan. How do we get to military base instantly? And that's what the 721 aggressors did. It's what KZE were maybe not quite ready for just yet, but you don't expect them to be, like you highlighted. And Nepex can make that rotation fast, as can everybody else.
Yeah, I think I actually don't like this from both Nepex and Exotics, honestly. I think Fenerbahce, they had a fantastic...
You see when you're playing us
the northern coast of Sosnovka and actually take a lot of eliminations. We did, though, get an interview on the stage with one of the coaches.
Your whole team sees them coming in here,
Welcome back
dead.
to the front of stage.
Sure.
I've got the coach from Fenerbahce Esports, Tyler, here with me. We're going to have a very quick chat. Tyler, I've been hearing a lot of chatter from the casters, from the analysts, saying that Fenerbahce Esports, you guys are playing, you know, quite slow. You're not really taking any risks, but also you're on cruise control. How are the team feeling about their performance so far?
Duyduklarıma göre analizcilerden şu ana kadar Fenerbahçe çok temiz, çok kontrollü, çok risksiz bir oyun oynuyor şu ana kadar. Oyuncular ve sen bununla ilgili ne düşünüyorsunuz? Nasıl hissediyorsunuz?
Yani biraz daha biz bu zamana kadar gelene kadar çok fazla çalıştık ve oyuncularıma belirli verdiğim taktiklerde 4 kalmamız gerektiği hakkında konuşuyordum hep. Ve bunu hep yerine getirdiler. Şu an birkaç sıkıntı yaşıyoruz ama onun dışında stabil bir puan çekebiliyoruz. Biraz daha yani tecrübeye yaklaşabiliyoruz buradaki. O yüzden oyuncularımdan da şu an çok memnunum. Hiçbir sıkıntı yaşamıyoruz ve daha dikkatli bir şekilde oynamaya devam edeceğiz.
Our main thing is staying as 4 at the end of the game. So we are playing like this. That's why we are playing safe. So we studied so hard. We did everything to manage everything. Now we have some issues, but we believe that we can fix them. So we are here and we are on the way. It's okay.
Well, you guys are looking really impressive so far anyway. You're kind of still in that top 7 right now. Obviously, the day as it progresses, we'll see if you guys are still there. But we wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. And for now, let's get back into the action.
Thank you very much, Barney. An enlightening interview there with the coach of Fenerbahce.
Actually, very enlightening interview, and it kind of answers the question, right, of why they didn't make that play in the first place, because I think there was a fantastic opportunity for them to take that northern side, but if they're prioritizing having 4 players at the end of the game, which is a very, very good idea, and I do like the teams that do this because they're typically a team that plays for wins, which they haven't really got yet, to be honest with you, but if they get there, they should have it in the bag. But if they do that, they don't, they're quite risk-averse, then they're not likely to go for that one up towards Nepex, and Exotics likely going to make their way across as well. But if we're shooting fish in a barrel, John,
Come on, Dope Esports, we need you guys to win this game.
on a very slow rotate.
It's the only
To me,
representative we have from
eliminations.
any
There could have been
in this
6 to
tournament,
7
I think.
eliminations onto Exotics as well as Nepex if they were lucky. If they weren't lucky, it's at least 3. Right, so
And they're doing
I think
fairly
for Fenerbahce,
decent.
they missed a
Not
beat
the
there.
best,
They
but
kinda
not
locked
the
themselves
worst
down
at the same
towards,
time.
the southern coast. So
They're
this
top
is where if
6,
I was talking to Tyler right
which
there,
is
I would
not
be
bad.
saying, I think that's okay, but your team is fairly competent. I think you can take a couple of risks here and there.
Ooh, nobody. He's on X Games mode there. We'll be able to dodge the bullets on the mountain bike, and immediate
Yikes.
response from
I
a
think,
teammate
yep,
as well.
they're gonna
And now
crash
they can
that.
actually sidle on forwards. They all brought the bikes, Blank. They are pedal power to the max for Exotics.
Bro,
They are
imagine
running
pulling up
down
to a building
into
on
their opponent's
bicycle.
faces here. They are bringing
That's
those bikes
crazy.
because they went across the water. That allows them to have a little bit more vehicular
That's
mobility
tough.
when they get to land, and it's working wonders for them.
It's really
Come
tough.
back to this in a second, but yeah, Exotics versus Nepex right now. Mukesh, currently goes down. Only one player left remaining. It is Domain inside of the hovercraft. That thing's taking a beating because it is currently smoking right now. But yeah, quite an annoying turn of events.
They pull up on the compound with a bicycle. That's insane.
Fenerbahce should have had an
Imagine getting the knock and crashing the compound on a bicycle. They should have gotten punished for that.
The fact they had the outpost so early, there really is so many options. Now they're going up against Aki Cyber, which is a little bit more of a difficult task, but it starts well for them.
Certainly does have a good start to proceedings. Aki Cyber still in first place right now, but losing a player like this, they're behind the curve when it comes to getting to land. They were late on the rotate out the west side past that Primorsk Peninsula, and they are at the back of the queue as it stands. Fenerbahce looking to find some fish in this barrel. Fenerbahce have them on full surround. You can see they've got the top of the cranes. You've got Merciless putting pressure on the ground. And eight up on high, they spot Zvezda. And they've got control of so much of this terrain. I don't want Merciless to be pushed too close here because he doesn't have the backup for a refrag. If Aki Cyber smell blood in the water, they are so happy to descend on it.
Yeah, and it looks like currently their teammate admin does bleed out there to Simple
in the water.
So very unfortunate stuff. I mean, Aki Cyber do make their way in, but like you say, they're fully surrounded. Circle shift on that northern side. Again, we talked about it before. I'm not going to bang on too much about Fenerbahce making a little bit of a mishap there by not moving far enough over towards that western side instead of trying to take up the southern side of the map. There's K21 going down to Ikurd. This is always going to happen eventually. K21 didn't really have too many other options moving down that way. And a lot of times they do try and pick up the outside edge. Zvezda finding one onto Sam.
That's a really good man.
Instantly picked up.
And they thirsted.
Give them an open side, and they are going to slam straight on into it. Zvezda sideswipes onto Simple, and now he can push in. The reses have come through in the meantime, and they're playing as three. Fenerbahce had this on full surround. It was on lockdown, but now the key inserted, and they are turning, twisting the knife into Fenerbahce. Two players remain in their way. Zone 2, blank the blue zone, will tick, but not super hard just yet.
Zvezda's been on point today. I mean, admin been a little less impactful, but Zvezda's certainly picked up the slack, which is what you want to see on a team like this, right? You don't want to have just one hyper carry. You need to have a couple more. Circle, in the meantime, did shift over towards that northwest side, and KZD did go for that high ground on the western side. Don goes for something a little bit dangerous, gets forced out of situation, though, but no meds is not great.
Zvezda launching a nade forwards, trying to keep his teammates safe for this res. Stage 3 is resable. Don needs to be careful, though. I think he might not have enough time to get the heal off before the blue zone takes him away. We'll have to wait and see. Force is still down. Don did get that first aid, so prioritizing his own health over the down player. I mean, it's the right play to make. Difficult sometimes to go for it, though. Nobody with just the bandages ticking up. And Force now, again, looking for that res, and a little bit more damage over towards Nobody.
I think he's late on that, you know?
He might be.
Oh, he's got the bandies.
It's stage 3.
Yep.
Just one nade could do the trick.
Knock.
It's just tickle damage.
That's a knock.
That looks decent, but not quite on the money.
It's far back.
Leading the charge now. A jump shot around the edge, but immediately a gut shot with the SK-12 and a second as well. Both players going down. It's Force in a 1v1 against Merciless. Around the edge, has to go for the weapon swap. And Merciless is there, looking for this res. They'll be able to find it, but they are going to be so thin on the ground when it comes to time, when it comes to meds, when it comes to
if we had an AR or an
SMG
in Free Fire, you would have won that easy. I think if he continued with that push, maybe it was a different using a shotgun is good, but sometimes in some situation, if you had Free Fire recorded, just like what you guys see just now,
last time I'll say it,
that would have been an easy knock because he would have stepped out in his Free Fire.
In favor of more of a safe play, and
but
it is just a mistake. It is just a mistake.
You love shotgun.
KZD, though,
it can get you killed sometime in certain situations.
They allow 721 aggressors in. They realize, okay, we're probably getting enough.
Because they were both one shots. So.
We made life hard for the 721 aggressors. We forced them the western side. Now let's go pick up a nice compound that's going to sit us safe.
That's why I don't use shotgun for that specific situation.
aggressors throughout this game.
A 1 HP situation where you just need need to pre-fire to win that.
They really heavily invested in going all the way down south to try and slow teams who were going for that south side rotate. Obviously, they'd seen a lot of teams looking for that south side rotate, and yesterday's Sosnovka, they were trying to pick up points there, and they have managed to put a lot of pressure. Not so many points, but now they've moved back up. They've seen action. They've got Black Esports, who actually have come from the east side of the island, now actually pulling up and into the midst of it.
Okay, I'll give them this. I will give them this. The fact that they're taking down Divergent, they've got 3 players. I think they've extracted enough value out of this game. I think they could have got a lot more, but you've got to respect the fact that they picked up 3 eliminations on Divergent as they passed through. So, marvelous job from Fenerbahce, despite everything. And now I'm going to try and just get at least 1 player into the circle here in Nobody, who I think was the player last time on Sosnovka to hide things out.
He was.
But yeah, for 721 aggressors, I couldn't agree more. You know, I think that their change was lovely. Coming through over towards that western side, they made the full 4-man push instead of sending a scout, which was inadvisable. And this time they just send over to the western coast. Like you said, they're just holding our team. So really, really well done to the 721 aggressors. Couldn't be happier with them.
Great result. We'll see if they can capitalize on those rotations as we get the replay.
This is the push I'm talking about.
Of the warehouse madness.
Merciless was on the heel. I think if he just kept pushing around the corner, it might have been a very different story.
Maybe. Maybe, but fortunately, we will never know. All right, I mean, right now, there's not really a team strong holding against this bridge push, and R8 have been waiting on the far side of it for a long time. Train to kill. They are late on this rotate, and actually R8 will be able to clip their wings a little bit on that and potentially get an advantage for it. R8 going to be moving into basically no resistance. All the while, Black Esports, they're just slithering through these circles, and nobody is stopping them. Finally, Aggressor draws Lord Cedric short. I don't think that's going to be resable. In the meantime, in C block, don't have Ko Liang facing off against Ikerd. With 3 players on the inside, they're looking for that shot, and there it is, the nade over the top, and that will be another point added to the tally for Ikerd.
Yeah, I mean, for Black Esports, the reality that the matter is that they're a team that way too much relies on third parties, right? I think there is a lot of third parties going on, and as long as they can kind of sit on the edge, they're likely to find something at some point. But now it's getting to that area in the game where I would say a lot of our teams still inside this game are pretty damn strong. And it wasn't like the 721 aggressors were just going to let Black Esports wander through. R8 in the meantime, though, taking an engagement with Go Quality, and R8 do look like they woke up today and chose violence.
Absolutely. They've got 3 elims and 3 players. Action are going to be on the sidelines. You've also got Train to Kill, who are not out of it yet. A wide sweep for Prestige there. And not going to go down. Efia's uncharacteristically not going to be able to tag that spray, but Ego's there, and that's the flush that they were looking for. 3 players alive now for Goat team. Actually, Goat Quality, sorry, as they are going to be able to get that heal onto Varanek. And nade over the top towards SK-Turn, pushes them off the corner, but doesn't get the knock. May be able to heal here, but now R8 are flagging. They only have 2 players, and they are heavily split from one another.
Come on, you have to like, get that name.
Just take a heavy hit there. In the meantime, Ego looking for SK-Ton, did get their initial hit. There's a shot over towards the back line. Now just SK-Ton alive and will get sat down with the help of Action.
Both going down.
Through late into that fight. Exotics are going to fall in the face of Upgrade here. 3 players alive, but 2 of them are on the floor. Black Esports are there. They're right alongside Symphony, looking to try and find an angle onto this third party. You said they rely on it. Now is a perfect time to execute on one of their favorite things to do. They are lining up for this one. They know that there's a team in here. They know that they're wounded. The question is, how long will it take to patch them up? And will they be able to fight out of the cover?
Yeah, it would add insult to injury for Upgrade getting third-partied by the same team 2 games in a row.
True.
But looks like Black Esports are a little bit hesitant this time around. I mean, they don't have as many players. I believe the 721 aggressors were able to take a couple of them down.
To the stream for all here chilling.
To be honest with you, this is where Kay's issues
subscribe. We're just chilling and watching the
think that they should have been
PUBG Mobile Global Open
721 aggressors for position on the eastern side, on that hilltop, but it's far too comfortable inside that western compound. You've got to take risks at that point in time, because it does give you good oversight over towards this northwest side. A lot of action taking place around the map at the moment. Goat Quality up to 5 eliminations after their scuffle with R8 earlier on.
And that puts them back on top of the leaderboard as well, with Akisaiba down 69 points. I mean, second place is nice, but first place, all the sweeter. And GOAT Quality will be able to take that mantle back, and we'll see how much further into the lead they can go. If you want to keep track of the tables of all the stats coming on in, you can. There are plenty of ways that you can do that. We have both the map feed and the vertical stream that will have information flashing up over the course of these games. The map feed, you can put that up on a second monitor. It has those tables on the side, but that vertical feed as well is available to you on both TikTok and YouTube for the vertical stream, on YouTube for the map feed.
GOAT Quality up towards 5 eliminations. Really good stuff. Really, really good stuff for them. Like you said, taking back that first place spot, as Akisaiba has been, I wouldn't say lackluster, because I think both games they have shown their strength, but just not getting over towards that end game. Here's that upgrade for that replay for upgrade. Ruzen boss, very aggressive. Nice play, honestly, from Ruzen. Really, really well done. And again, that's what I'm talking about.
Did he just 1v4?
That clutch factor. Sometimes you have to commit to those plays. If that means jumping out the window and making the roundabout play there, it has to be done.
It's a 1v3.
Upgrade though moves forward. And Black Esports looks to move over towards GOAT. Again, this is typical Black Esports, just trying to look for somewhere to get in. And they are not having a good time for it, because no one is opening up that pathway.
And there we go, finally shut down. Black Esports will fall, 67 points on their tally. Now, moving our attention to the rest of this circle, it's looking good for, I would say, the 721 Aggressors and for Upgrade. Both home ground teams gonna have a decent shot at taking this one home. KZE finally leaving their compound, but they've got GOAT Quality to worry about. Veranek looking for the spray, and it will be good for a little bit of damage. Nade in, though, from RayGod. Pushes Veranek off the angle. Evius is low and healing up in the backline all the while, and GOAT Quality not able to get an opener on this defense.
Little tag over towards Veranek, but a general idea of where they're playing. Right in the vehicle, good maneuver from RayGods to get out the way. Gets an air burst on that one. Veranek with the massive flank here.
I think it's been spotted. RayGod's lining it up and immediately putting ordnance his way. He knows what's up, immediately getting that knock. Ego on the vehicle has been spotted, but it's the 721 Aggressors. The third-party angle is here to play. Jonik, Butcher, Spidey, all ready to surge over this hilltop. You can see the players down at the back line here for KZE. That bobbling nade is going to be good. RayGod's now the last to stand for KZE.
That's tough.
He has done it in the past, but he will not do it here. GOAT Quality able to move through, and the 721 Aggressors keep things on lock with 9 elims now.
Talk about high rollers coming through from the 721 Aggressors, but in that case it was a
they should just kill GOAT.
Down towards
full press.
KZE. Beautiful stuff. KZE is the mistake I brought up at the beginning of the game, which is the fact that from stage 1 to stage 3, rotations initially are good, but they stagnate towards that mid-game. KZE should have been thinking way, way earlier in advance about picking up this high ground the 721 Aggressors have right now. Remember, KZE were the ones to push 721 Aggressors out towards the western coast. They should have never had this position in the first place, so a little bit disappointing for me.
The right decision at the wrong time is the wrong decision, and they were not able to keep the tempo on KZE's side. Fortunate for them.
It's the same mistake two days running.
It is. You're right.
It is frustrating. And I mean, massive, I'll put it this way, massive applaud for the 721 Aggressors. I am so pleased with the way they've played this game. I think they should be very proud of themselves by the end of this match, because everything that went wrong yesterday for them has been patched up in this one game.
But not only that, Blank in 6th place, they are starting to extend that bubble, right? Dope currently sits on it with, I think they got some placement points in there, which is so 7th and 8th looks a bit funky, but that bubble is starting to open up, right? You got 55 points in 5th place. There is starting for the first time over the course of this tournament, this prelim situation, we are starting to see that get a little bit more distant, a little bit further into the future. And 6th place may step up to join Fenerbahce in that sort of a point gap. However, they have just taken 2 knocks on the hilltop, and GOAT Quality have Ego. Butcher needs to keep it all together, stop the team from splitting. And Ego with the challenge. Spidey has been spotted, but not going to connect. Not quite there soon enough. Butcher has been seen, though, from across the way. There's a third party. Flush confirmed here. Butcher has to step up, but he's low HP. This UMP only has 8 rounds, though. He's going to have to swap to the M4.
Oh man, that's sad. That is very, very sad. I think when that happens though, the 721 aggressors, they have to at least attempt to fight this.
Oh!
Butcher remains alive, but Upgrade on a bit of a tear on the north side of the map. Should not have gone down like this for the 721 aggressors. Again, I'm still proud of them. I'm still proud, and I'll stick by that. I think that they made some very good maneuvers this game. But it is GOAT who, despite everything, despite all the tribulations they went through on the north side of the map, still get themselves to a 6th place with 10 eliminations. But it feels like this might just be game over here for Butcher.
The 3-man roll up here for Upgrade onto Butcher. No chance. Buzz has his number. I gave him the buzz cut. A little bit too close for comfort. Will take down the 721 aggressors after a string of solid plays. They end 5th with a decent count on eliminations.
Yeah, there should really be absolutely no way that Upgrade loses this game because they have full control of the fielded area. They have all the best hard cover. Now at this point, I would probably be getting Ruse and moving over towards our eastern side with Ramses as well as their teammate just moving further over towards these crates. You know what? They could even just play the loot crates in front of this position. That would not be a bad idea whatsoever.
Domain with the nade over towards Love, not going to actually loose it this time around. Knows where Igneous is, waiting for the lineup. The spray from Domain, tags on. Oh, I thought it was going to miss there, but does manage to get it done in the end. That is position unveiled. However, there's one player closer to getting a 2nd place for Netpex.
I find it hilarious that for Netpex and T2K, they are consistently battling off against one another.
There it is.
And a 1-2 punch to finish the game for Upgrade. And this was a game that was necessary for them, and I'll give them a grade for that match. It was S tier. Beautiful stuff from the Uzbekistan team. Here, hailing from inside the stadium.
Beautiful stuff. The crowd absolutely loves it. And rightly so. Upgrade finding a chicken dinner here, able to keep things under control. It wasn't just, they weren't the only Uzbekistan team that did well this match though. We've sung the praises of the 721 aggressors so much during the course of that, and I think rightly so. So both of those two teams coming in from the region, from the previous qualifier that we saw but 2 days ago, they've had that strength to move on forward. So I'm happy to see them carry that forwards. Upgrade, though, lead the charge in that 1st place.
Yeah, again, I think that was a game where multiple things went wrong, and specifically for teams that have made those same mistakes before. The 721 aggressors, though, I think they did a fantastic job of readjusting to that scenario. But you can see here that 721 aggressors were the ones to take down KZE. There was an absolute opportunity for the 721 aggressors to push down towards GOAT and finish them off. The fact that they let them wander up over towards them is a bit of a misplay in my mind. But I think the 721 aggressors were a little bit too preoccupied with trying to hold that western hilltop. But by that point in the game, it's a little late to be worrying about a high ground position. You're thinking that most teams in Airstrip are pretty weakened at that point. I think you can afford to give up the high ground in that instance.
And most importantly, some solid hand claps at the end of that match as well. We've seen a couple of fumbles from the players so far, but Upgrade, they keep it cool, calm, collected. Palm to palm every single time. These guys are lockstep. Certainly were in that last match. Very happy to see that one. We're going to be heading back over to the desk to break down the game and tell us just how fantastic Upgrade are.
Upgrade making the home crowd roar. This is what they've been expecting out of this team. Them being able to get a good amount of eliminations now. Back-to-back 4 or more eliminations and closing it out with the win.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. Again, we might understate it just a little bit like we did with R8. This is huge for Upgrade. This is a massive, massive upgrade for them. You can tell just by the crowd, the way that they are cheering, they know what's at stake here, and they know how big of a win that really was for them.
We already had some massive games from Akacyber, from the 721 aggressor. We were missing the Upgrade wins, and we finally get it in this game. Now, can they hold on to a spot in the top 7 after this? We'll have to wait and see. But the MVP is going to be Ruse and Boss, and actually might be able to join the ranks of heavy top-tier players of his region like Butcher, Admin, or Zvezda. That would be massive to see him up on that top fraggers list at the end of today.
It absolutely would be, and honestly, I just feel like this is the first step today for this team. You don't come out of a win this big and this controlling and then do nothing the rest of the day. I feel like this is the first stepping stone for that momentum that we were wanting to see.
It is, and I mean, you can see right
wow.
here. The 7, even though Upgrade won,
wow.
the 7-1 is the ones that dominate the top players.
Sure do indeed. I mean, 4 out of 5 in our top 5 here are going to be from either T721 or Upgrade, which is a huge, huge thing for both of those teams.
I mean, I can tell you one thing. All the 721 fans hate Ego. They don't like him. He ruined everything.
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry,
realistically,
man.
when you look at how 721 played that game, not like the early push, which I think was great, but 721 were clearly in their minds thinking about what's the next step before thinking about clearing their backside, because then you got knocks. There was one straggler missing, and then one straggler cost possibly their first chicken dinner of the day.
A good bounce back, though, for that team, considering how their day started. They ended up losing that hot drop between themselves and R8 in Paradise and Sandhawk. Guess what? They're able to bounce back, showing the aggression that we expect out of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's exactly what they needed as well after such an early finish in Sandhawk, right? Going out first just like that. And yeah, it is a really, really nice thing that they were able to do, showing really good teamwork, really good confidence as well. It's good to see that that Sandhawk hasn't stopped them from doing well.
Bro, those moves from
This is
Rusenboss
insane.
are mad. Like, even leaped through the window. He got in the full animation, but because there was the buggy, I don't know if it was lucky or he planned it, but that actually soaked up some of the initial bullets, and he was able to just buck and weave all around the place and actually get the squad wipe onto Exotics. And actually, they also were able to avoid going down to black 2 games in a row, so that's very, very lucky from them. They just move forward into the highlights. This fight was actually very important, but GYRO, I would have to say, sure, maybe not able to quite win the game, but a lot of very smart moves in the mid stage of this match.
Yeah, I'm really, really starting to like their strategy, how they're playing, how they're moving. It's very classic them. They come in, sweep the outside, gain a whole section of the zone for themselves, and then just wait, and it's really, really nice. The one thing I had wanted to see if they made it to main stage was more confidence, and in this game, I'm definitely seeing it. Before, they would hesitate just a little bit when taking fights. There was none of that in this game.
I mean, look at this. 21 points for Upgrade. This is what this team needs, especially for the teams that are currently towards the mid of the table. They need to be able to get those points. GOAT as well, continuing to create a bit of a buffer there with the 12 points that they were able to collect. And ICURD, surprisingly, even though it's not a win, Max, they end up getting 9 points.
They get non-win placement points, which is massive.
Yes.
Realistically, for ICURD, I'm really happy with how they played this game. We're not really getting too involved, playing it pretty silent, pretty slow, but which is fine. Being a silent team is okay, especially because they were in C block. There was no real exit point for them. Just let's try and get as many placement points as possible, even though we know we can't get that chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Another thing I want to bring up is NetBex were in there with 7 points on that board for that game. Remember, they were in contender for that top 7 spot. So this game is, while not really a placement point material, is enough to just keep them going.
Actually, I want to echo your point with another team, which is DRG. That's two bad games. I was going to say good games. 2 bad games. They just got back to back, and they went 7th place at the start of the day, so they're going to be slipping pretty damn low.
And you can see that because they're nowhere to be seen right now within the first page. Look at the buffer. I mean, currently first place, 2nd place, and 3rd place are creating with all the other teams.
All Uzbekistan teams are in the top 7 currently. They're all up there. They might be joining Helion Esports actually for the next stage. This is actually quite... Oh, actually, am I missing one?
You're missing one. You're missing DRG.
You are missing
DRG. Because they just had 2 bad games. I just talked about it. Yes, you are going to be then having T721, Upgrade, and Ake Cyber. Really good stuff. But GYRO, you talked about their confidence here already, Neptura. They were almost maybe overconfident from time to time because like they were just pushing everyone, especially Varenik, who was like, I'm pushing solo, and it did not quite work out.
Yes, yes.
Sorry,
what was that whole for?
13 plays DRG after they started the day off in top 7?
Yeah. That just goes to show you how close the leaderboard still is, right, those 7? I mean, for 2 bad games that aren't even all that bad, and they're still dropping so low because these other teams are starting to step up. This is where DRG really cannot afford any more mistakes.
I feel bad for one team. I mean, I feel bad, like, for how they are on the rankings, which is Exotics. I feel like whenever we see them in a fight currently, they're just getting bullied. Like, we need to see the fragging power step up significantly because right now we're not seeing much from them.
Well, we want to do a bit of a comparison here because we want to see how Upgrade performed yesterday to today, and you can see it's massive. It's a massive upgrade for this team. Day 1 is going to be on your left-hand side. Day 2 today is going to be on your right-hand side. Illims are up.
They absolutely are, and by quite a bit. I mean, you're now averaging 4 more. I mean, yeah, it's only 2 other games, right? It's 2 versus 6, but still, it's quite a big difference. And even in the average survival, they're just surviving a little bit more as well, which means they're trying to keep both consistent.
Exactly, for the placement points. They only had 5 placement points throughout all of their 6 matches of yesterday, and now the survival time, because it increases, they're getting so much more placement points, and of course, like, we knew they could get the elims, but when you get placement points on top of elims, you're going to be getting so much damn high in the leaderboards. Again, they're in top 7, so can they maintain it by the end of this second day of the prelims?
That's the main thing, right? They've been able to do it twice. Can they actually continue on with that consistency that we expect out of them? By the way, don't forget, BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models or flexible financing options at the booth during the event, or visit bydauto.com. Sadly, we didn't get a chance to ride on one today, but I'm still hoping that we'll get a chance to ride on another one.
It's actually interesting, Seven. We left the venue yesterday, we were in the parking, there was a BYD car right there, and
Yes.
Seven was like, "Is that a BYD?"
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh,
That was so cool!
wow, there he goes, yeah.
I mean, they are really
pretty
nice.
It really
cool,
stood out. It was like,
actually,
actually, wait, oh, it is BYD.
Yeah.
Any other teams that you guys are looking to see a little bit more consistency out of?
I really want to see just more from R8. Honestly, we saw so much coming in, just a little bit more.
KZ Underage. I feel like they had a good opportunity this game. They got too passive. We need to see them being more confident in this game.
Yeah. Okay. I got to throw one in there. Why not? Okay. I feel like I want to see a little bit more out of them today. But you know what? We'll find out what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day after we come back from this break.
maxed out gear, tactics, wealth. I've got it all. I'm always so glorious in battle. Not even a speck of dust gets on me. A small boss is nothing. Want to ambush me? Impossible. No one is a match for me. This game is simple. Follow me, I'll make you rich.
Starting to get hot and hotter here, as in the heat of the battle, only the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20 Pro delivers
I need to get my
speed,
hands on that
precision,
Infinix
and smooth
GT20
gameplay,
Pro.
giving the ultimate edge to players around
PUBG,
the
if
world.
you're
This
here
is
and
the
you're watching,
official gaming
I'm not
phone
gonna
built
stop
to
saying
outplay
it.
the
You know what
rest.
to do.
And what are these two doing over here? Oh, that's right. They're currently looking at nothing else but the vertical stream.
Sorry.
If you-
So sorry.
If you guys haven't checked it out, make
This
sure you
is so
check it
good.
out. It's on TikTok and it's also on YouTube under PUBG Mobile Esports. I've checked it out. And while you're at it, remember, if you want to be a little bit more analytical, if you want to be able to see those rotations before we call them out during our segments, check out the map stream as well, because that one definitely comes in handy. All right, guys, I know you like looking at what happened.
10 more minutes, please.
Give me this back. You just want to look at yourself again, Max.
How did you know? It's hard to miss this beautiful forehead of mine.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule, because this is going to be the final day for prelims. We're going to be finding out which teams are going to be moving on towards main event. The last two Erangel so far. I remember asking you before we went into the first Erangel, which team do you guys want to see perform well today? One that performed well yesterday was GOAT. Is there any other that come to mind?
T2K.
Oh,
So, like, we had two teams that we wanted to see step up significantly already today with R8 and the now upgrade Chicken Dinner. We need T2K, and I'd be pretty happy with a lot of our teams that we currently have in the top 7. So T2K, it is your time to shine.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if T2K is going to perform, or if Max is going to be cursing them, as we're going to be jumping into the second Erangel with John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much, guys. We are, of course, going into our next Erangel. It is all to play for, and it is going to be wonderful to watch. And I'll tell you what else is wonderful, Blank. It's our world of wonders that you guys can take part in. Of course, you could be making your own maps, or you can be visiting the PMGO venue. So even if you didn't have a ticket this time around, you can get here in-game, take a look around the venue, and experience the highs and lows the PMGO has to offer. So you can use that code that you saw on the screen. It flashed up, flash, it's gone. And you can make your own maps as well on World of Wonders, so make sure you're being as creative as you can.
The secret's in the name, guys.
Oh,
It is a world of wonders out there. So make sure you check that one out, because we know we have some very creative and amazing community members
Absolutely.
in PUBG Mobile. In the meantime, we'll be getting into our third match today, the second to the last Erangel of the prelims. Like, we are getting towards the end of it here. Already 8 matches down into the 9th now, and the play path is coming through from the north side down towards the south around Novorobnoye, so from Severny. Overall, should be a good one I think that there are teams that definitely stand up. You got 2 more angles left. They're your bread and butter maps, right? These are the ones that count the most, where you get the most amount of fair points coming through. So you got to make the most of them. We already had a Sosnovka finish, which did throw things into a little bit of the mix, right? You know, shook things up a little bit. But teams that we expected to do well did, and teams that maybe didn't do so well yesterday that we thought could make some adjustments, that happened too, which was nice to see.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can carry that forwards going into this next match. You can see teams out early, trained to kill, who Max didn't even talk about once. Don't even say he did it, because he didn't. Over in Savannah, they're out early. They can get on the road nice and quickly and head on into wherever the circle decides to go. We'll be looking out for hot drops along the way as well. I'm gonna have to wait and see.
T2K starting up towards Saverny right now. And at the moment, we're going to be having most teams getting spread across the map quite easily. This time around, that's quite easy to get over towards Lipovka. I think the majority of our playing paths have been over towards that western side. So this time around, you know, K21 can get themselves nice and set up early. Fenerbahce over towards Milta. This is a team that sent fairly early over towards Sosnovka. I think you can be fairly certain it's probably not going to be in Sosnovka again as we head up towards that northeast side of the map, which gives Upgrade a likely advantage starting over in Yasnaya. But already it's Black Esports coming up against GOAT Quality, which isn't great news for one of our top placing squads.
For 2 of our top placing squads, in fact, both of them towards the top of the tables. And right now, Black Esports do have a small advantage here. No meds for Zeptimus, but he has got the backup coming through in the wings. Unfortunately, there's a drop shot. Fortunately, he's got it handled. Ego goes down and steps inside, unfortunately. Greeted with a hailstorm of bullets, and Ephius again keeps it together. However, there are 2 more players now from Black Esports clambering on into the garage. Lord Cedric and Ozzy moving on forwards, and he's lining them up. He steps out, and what on earth have they allowed him to do there? Stays on the ground floor, and Ephius absolutely runs them through.
Very, very well set up play there, coming through from Ego, of all people, who's on the floor, sets himself up right behind the door so he can give immediate callback over towards Ephius of when those players are running towards him. So as soon as that door opens, he is ready to go. Even so, the aim was crystal clear and on point there. So very, very nice stuff. And Black Esports will only have Symphony left behind over towards Box Compound to deal with things going forward. So very, very well done to GOAT to get themselves into a much better position.
That is going to reduce
the moment I stepped away
amount by
and
which
come back, Black is already down to
or down the
3.
tables. And if you want to be looking up or
already
down,
down 3
streams,
players.
right, you can,
That's
because
insane.
we have our vertical stream
And that's like
available,
what,
new
3 minutes into the game?
spanking new over on the TikTok and YouTube channels that you can see there on your screens. PUBG Mobile Esports, make sure you're checking it out, because you get the map feeds, you get all of the stats, the player cameras as well are available to you there, so make sure you're checking it out, as the guys over on the desk were doing earlier, as well as checking out the dedicated map feed, which is now officially live on our PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel. You can stay ahead of every single team's rotations with the help of the map feed.
That's right. Why'd you look at me like that? I don't know. I felt your gaze upon me 8 times during that segment. Scaring me. Up towards the north side, T2K currently holding up towards Stalber. There is a massive turnout for Upgrade, which is really nice, especially the fact that they're doing a little bit better now as well. That definitely helps their prospects in terms of the fans who were seeming a little bit gloomy yesterday, to be honest, with the way that Upgrade had performed them. But in 7th place now, which is great to see, with them actually being within the 7 teams that would go through tomorrow.
You always have a team is either in a boat, in a hovercraft,
internationally,
sailing on the waters.
This is a little look at the opener. Yeah, Septimus just got down to the ground early, able to take that first knock. That's good. But then, and then we saw him get this excellent shot down onto Ego. It was unfortunate. I think that Ephius was just a little bit too quick there and got some really strong weaponry almost immediately on that drop as well. I'm unsure about the decision to go for that push out the door with a Molotov in hand when you know there's a player ready with a rifle. But you know what? You take that. You take that when it happens.
Again, it's a play that's
you get the open knock.
Giving him essentially that alarm
You get a
system. That's
second
what
knock.
you want
Turns
in that location, because
and
I think
hold.
if you're
Wait
Black
for your
Esports, you're
teammate.
expecting
They're
that
already
solo player to
2
be
down.
inside
I
the
don't see
building
the
and
sense
not
why you
prepped and
push
waiting for you
and
there,
get killed.
as
That makes
he
no
was
sense.
in that situation. So yeah, for Black Esports though, I think it's not a massive mistake on their part, because for Septimus, that is a trash drop essentially for him, where the rest of the team goes around box compound. So they were very, very quick to try and support him there. And unfortunately for them, it is a case where I think for Go, that's an alteration in terms of their play. They see the singular player on that building and they're like, we're just going to drop on top of you. Unluckily, Septimus gets some nasty shots mid-air, but despite that, Goat does come out on top. So I like that from Goat. They took advantage of that situation they could see from the air, just from the parachutes. Good scouting.
Yeah, I mean, it was very nearly a 1v4 for Septimus, so Goat quality able to keep things going. Simple. Give him the run around. The Matador in the water. Unfortunately, he is bleeding out all the while. The only thing read about him is his health bar at this stage. We'll have to try and survive. I don't think it's going to be too profitable, though. iCode will have to play on as 3 alive. Now, across the rest of the map, teams have coalesced around the east side of Yasnaya. Obviously, being on the east side gives you a lot more mobility if you need to swing around towards Stalba in these later circles. So you're seeing teams try and put their position in to that east side.
I think there are teams that are currently a little bit slow here over towards that southwest side, trying to make the way through. But we did catch up with some of the players over on the stage with Barney. So let's check out what they have to say.
Welcome back to the front of stage. I've got Falcon joining me here from Helion Gaming. And you know what, Helion, you guys are actually waiting to compete this weekend. Is that making you feel a little bit more nervous?
I think yes, because these 2 days give us a more comfortable atmosphere, and just take a relax and just these 2 days for our analyze the maps and our opponents.
Okay. Are you making any adjustments based on what you're seeing on here? Because you're sitting around, obviously you're watching the prelims, you're seeing all the gameplay. Are you changing what you're going to do or how you're going to play the game when you go into the main event?
No, we didn't do any change. We just do our game and just... Our plan is just game our game. Like.
Play your game.
Yeah.
Play your game. That's what I like to hear. Falcon, we can't wait to see you guys in the main event. You guys were so impressive during the Open qualifiers and the Open finals for the Uzbekistan region. And we can't wait to see you guys, and we can't wait to see you on stage. Best of luck for now. Let's get back in the action.
That was from Team Helion, who qualified in first place from the Uzbek finals straight to tomorrow's matches. But we've got plenty more action here in the prelims, because Aki Cyber trying to push in across the river by Georgia Pole, trying to go over the top of Everest near Goat quality, and with RA off in the distance as well. A 3-way engagement.
Yeah, again, a weird one. Very, very weird one in terms of positioning. Fact of the matter is, why is there 3 teams here? If you were going to hold, you'd want to hold in box compound. I don't know why there's so many squads on the north side of Everest.
Know, right?
You'd expect teams to be already moving over Severny towards Stalber at this point in time. It's kind of a moot point for quite a few of these teams on the western side who have pretty much doomed themselves a little bit, because they're constantly going to be coming into conflict here as they move forward. So I'm slightly unimpressed with this. And again, it's stagnation. I think that's always been.
You shouldn't be doing that as
so
especially as the first place team.
There's a lot of teams that
probably
are
his
just
teammate is on his way to zone, and then you have to camp it out, which is going to be hard as a solo.
Inside the circle, over towards that eastern side of the map, you have K21 who moved up from Lipovka. We said they had a very easy start to their match. They're sitting pretty over towards this location, and Upgrade, they can slowly coalesce over towards that western side.
I mean, we saw there on our screens, RA actually hunting down the remnants of Goat quality. They do not want to let this one go. And they've actually allowed Aki Cyber to cross the river further up on that western edge. So still more convoluted rotations going on that western edge. We'll see just how they unfold. Divergent Gaming. Now, this is the only team from Uzbekistan who has gotten to this stage who has not got into the top 7 as it stands right now, Black. They are currently, however, fairly central on this circle. They're in a very strong compound here to defend, getting out of it a little bit harder. But we'll see how far they can go into this one as action roll up onto Ego. First player in with the buggy.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, goodness.
Like a mosquito. Annoying, but not deadly.
I'm going to get you, I'm going to... Oh, I'm under a buggy now.
Flatten the poor man. Oh, dear.
Oh, they call that the front axle ego check.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate moment. But these things happen. For Go, again, like I am a little bit concerned with the way R8 reacted to that. They had the opportunity to move over that northern side. I don't think they had to chase down Go at all. I think in that moment, in their heads, the important part is getting into the circle and not trying to look for Go. And like you said, it did allow Akicyber to push over the top of them. So they are first to face inside the circle, at least.
This was Divergent on a replay, fending that one off for their central compound position. We'll see if they can maintain that. Dope Esports here on the south side of it. Currently, as the circle sits just out to the west of Lipovka, around that sort of mansion area, playing on the compound here. With that high ground oversight onto the surrounding fields, going to be a good time for them. We'll see where the next circle pops. It does keep them in, but we are staying on this east side of Yasnaya.
What is Admin doing here?
He heard that, you know, there was some paperwork needed doing. He's the guy for the admin. Unfortunately, it was a bait. R8 tricked him. Those forms were already filled in.
Yeah. I mean, praising Akicyber for moving forward, but then leaving a player in gas station. Somewhat wonky's happened there. Not entirely sure what. But now R8 does have a significant advantage over a team that's already passed them. It should be on the outer edge of the circle. This one does pass back a little bit over back to that western edge, which is good to see for a lot of our teams. More position to play on as we zero in a little bit. Nepex down towards our southeast side, Dope chilling. A lot of field over towards the western edge. There is still a portion of Yasnaya in, so there is an ability to take residence in some of these buildings, which should give you a little bit of cover. In the meantime, Don taken down by T2K.
Gold is out and dusted.
Trying to kill.
They're leading the lobby by what, 11 points? They should have tried and extract more points from this, but that's unfortunate.
I think it's safe to say, Blaine. They haven't had a good start into today. Fortunately, they did have that buffer from
Come on,
yesterday's
Dope, we
game,
need this win.
It's not as strong as we would like from them right now. They're on 69 points.
I'm rooting for any regardless. If they're doing good or not, I mean, team's root not in the lobby, so any all the way.
But it's definitely not fully safe.
There's a lot of folds, I'd say, from Akicyber today. I mean, clearly one of them is just admin sitting inside gas station getting taken out. That one was very weird. Black Esports similarly down to one player now, R8 with the 4. I mean, they have made some wild maneuvers over on the western side of the map, yet they get in as a 4-man, so it's looking pretty decent. Upgrade, very much central right now, looking really good going forward. Very strong position they're holding as well. Be beneficial for them throughout the entirety of the game. I'm glad that Fenerbahce does take this 2-2 split though. This indicates a little bit more of a risk take from them, which I like to see. They started in Milta, so they've had to push far up here. And again, you want them to be taking these central positions. If you can, and it's located near you, there's no reason not to go for something like this.
Zvezda tries to descend from the Stalber Hill where he was sequestered for a while, but he's been through hell and he will not come back from that one. SK-Ton with the pickup and the flush there. And that's another point added to R8's tally. They're now not alone on the north side of the Yasnaya fields, because there's Upgrade chiming in from across the way, but that should be Reservoir.
Again, very weird game for Akicyber. Like I said, it just does feel like a series of folds from this team. Like, they had an excellent opportunity, an excellent chance to make something happen. Yet here, it all goes wrong fairly quickly. T2K moving across over towards R8. You can see that on your screens right now, looking to get a bit of a high ground positioning against them. The circle moving further towards the west, does throw a massive bone over towards R8.
Ooh, okay. A chance here to take control of the north side of this one, but they have to fend off Train to Kill. With the top 3 teams going fairly low on this game as well, Blank, this is a big opportunity for R8 to actually pick up a lot of placements here. They are currently 19 points behind the first place team, and that is doable with a commanding position over the Yasnaya fields, right? You can pick up that sort of a scoreline, unless you get taken down here and now by Train to Kill.
Force taking a shot over towards ID7, and he will bleed out.
Oh dear.
Taken down, good stuff. 721 aggressors is over towards our eastern side. Nepex sat on the other side of this ridge. 721 aggressors realizing they're going to need to move in fairly quickly. Fenerbahce might want to think about regrouping down towards that south side, or even moving a little bit further off towards that west and sequester themselves within those fields.
Oh dear. That was the slowest roll-up I think I've ever seen in terms of the time he had to respond to it. Just nothing he could do about it. A threatening imposition by the 721 aggressors. They're trying to refrag and they get the first. Yonik next for the challenge and happens on the shots needed to shut down the aggression. Will move in to look for the res. Hits the deck after the flush is confirmed, but 2 players are now down. Unfortunately though for the Train to Kill squad, they have been swept aside and eliminated in 14th place. Well handled by the 721 aggressors, but they're diminished in numbers and there are so many teams surrounding them.
Yeah, 721 aggressors kind of struggling a little bit there. T2K, again, very lackluster play in my opinion. Very, very lackluster. They had the advantage on this one, and again, it's just a series of roll-ups, a series of 1v1s. It is not up to snuff, I would say, here at the prelims. 720 aggressors though getting torn to pieces by R8, who have just come through and they've found the weakened team. R8's been having what I would consider quite an easy game, to be honest.
Spidey still
Dope with a kill, nice, nice.
And the 721 aggressors looking for the res. R8 stumble a little bit, and now Ikerd can join the fight from this eastern side. That makes R8's life a lot harder. The 721 aggressors can try and just keep their head down and stay alive in this scenario.
R8. Prestige has to drop the smokes, gets into the buggy. Need to start moving quickly back over towards his friends, down towards that south side near Escaton. Here's Nepex coming with Fenerbahce. They did regroup as requested. Nade around the back, big damage over towards Savian, and Simple's already fairly low. Nobody's going for one hell of an approach onto them. Not sure what he was thinking.
And Domain's lighting it up from the sideline. Savian, the savior here for Simple. And Domain just about avoiding with that central stanchion. The pump action not good for it. And the rest of the team running on in. He was so committed to getting that flush, but Blank, 7 or 8 pixels got in his way. What could you do?
Yeah, were they just going to let him keep shooting? Was that the plan there? Very odd, to say the least. Dope currently 2 players down. Action on one side, Exotics looking to pincer from the other. Action moves up, Nyx. That entire team just got pulled apart on top of Dope as well. That is a lot of players going down in quick succession. KZE having a big impact there.
On the middle of the circle as well. They'll have that oversight, that chance to just spike out from their current position. KZE, 4 players, dead center on the circle. Blank. Now, we're back on the southeast side with Exotics as playing as 2 versus Nepex playing as 4. There's the knock from Upgrade. Again, in the center of that circle. You've got to look at Divergent as well on this southeast side. Another roadblock for these teams on the south.
All right, still looking down. You got Rex here on your screens looking over towards Exotics. Nepex, sorry. Taking a couple of shots themselves. They try and move through. R8 trying to get ahead of the curve here, but 721 aggressors will make that instantaneous push. They don't have information on Force though, and this could go poorly. Luckily, Spidey does hear that player just in time.
He's got that 6th sense, does our Spidey. Has an inkling Has a tingle that there's a player on the inside and we'll be able to find it. Unfortunately for Aggressor though, not so lucky. R8 playing on as 3 now from the northern side. Have to put more pressure on here. The blue zone is crunching them in. Spidey still on the inside now, jumping off on the off angle, quite far
That's what
away.
they should
Not
do.
really going to be able to help too much until they go for that roll up. In the meantime, southeast side, it's Nepex on the crash towards Divergent. Divergent needing a good gain here and now. Domain goes down first. A good start to the hold. Noisy and Lonely on the face. Will find a second onto Rex, and now it's just Mukesh for Nepex. The rest of the team surging on in, and Divergent clamped down on the compound. No casualties to be seen.
Upgrade has been really good.
Hold them out for Prelims. Good stuff. Divergent, this is the resurgence that they need in these matches, but it's Upgrade. Their fellow Uzbeks up towards that north side who could put it all to
Divergent, I think they
bed.
won the first 2 match of
Dynamo spray down towards Buzz, but not going to
Uzbekistan
connect there. Too low profile on the lay down in the smoke. Yonek has been spotted. R8 did fall in the meantime. Blank, that was Spidey.
So yeah,
Yonek taking that challenge.
final,
An
which is
open
one
ground
day with
crossing,
all the
really difficult to
Uzbekistan
make,
team.
and R8
And
cannot
now
do it.
it's the
No
second day of the
opportunity to jump up
prelims
for that first place this time around, and we're looking at the teams lower down the table this time around in their chase, in their pursuit for that
the
7th
global
place
teams
position.
mixed with the teams that qualify from the Uzbekistan final, and then you have the main event coming up.
A very strong spot for a long time. Pretty upset with themselves in the last game, I imagine. Not taking the high ground this time around. They were quick, you know, down from the south side of the map on Sosnovka, moving up here to a strong position. Upgrade need to get a move on though, and I think at this point in time it's where I would expect teams to start rotating around. Get rid of Spidey, play in the fields. That would not be a bad thing to go for, but Divergent with a lovely nade over towards Buzz puts a massive nail in the plan here for Upgrade. Again, I am not sure how you play this one out here. I think maybe with a Divergent sending down towards that south side, you pick up Buzz. But again, I'm thinking teams need to start getting a move on over towards those fields on that north side.
Divergent going for a full crash. Exotic's going to be pushed in by the blue zone, but not just yet. They make it to a waypoint though. They get a little bit of cover, however they lose a vehicle in the process. And you can see the KZE are ready for this fight. However, I think Divergent might be in the circle. They're looking for Roy. He is going to be backed off, and there comes the crash. The last player, Dynamo, for Divergent Gaming, going to be regrouping here. KZE try and harry him on the way in, but not successfully. KZE also angles towards Exotics, and this time is burning down for them. Exotics had a chance to stop Divergent, but they have not been able to take it. In the meantime, Upgrade crash across the open field. Molotoy is low. It's all up to Spidey. Finds a second, and now Ramses, the last player to go, has a 1v1 and takes it back into control. And this is a huge position for Upgrade to pick up.
Incredibly dangerous though, dude.
And then no one's close, so that's a really good one.
That is the right play to play on that north side to swing round. Unfortunately, Buzz goes down. I think honestly he's out of position there. The team needed to move. I don't think he needed to play outpost on that south side. It's very unlikely.
Upgrade can get back up as a free man.
Meantime though, smokes galore down, but KZE, they have got a fantastic position to play from. Upgrade on the other hand, they're waiting for the next shift. They wanted to move away from KZE so they could take the fight to them inside the fields where they're already posted up, inside a nice bit of cover.
Exotics getting through this as well is quite surprising to me. Divergent should have had broadside on this rotate, but they capitalize on the chaos and get through to an oversight command position on this DRG spot. KZE has been seen, and that's Upgrade. Taking down Ray Gods. That leaves them as 2 on the inside. Devon on the out. They have 3 players now to stand. DRG bearing down upon them. A huge threat.
That's a really nice pickoff coming through from Upgrade. Over towards Ray Gods as well, who arguably
I'll
is
give
the
it to
best player
Divergent
there on
Gaming
KZE.
for Upgrade to
Exotic
take
just
this
slipping
one
by,
home.
like you say, purely because Divergent massively locked down this location. They've got no sightlines to work with. Kings attempt to take shots over towards Upgrade, who could just rain the next in now. There's no reason for them to peek out too much, considering they've already got that initial knock. They just need to wait for KZE to have to move their way. I agree the circle could move down towards the south though, which puts Upgrade in a slightly difficult position.
I mean, look at this though. Is this difficult? I don't think so. This is the high ground. This is the rooftop scout. Oversight. All the control you could want over all the maneuvers in the game. You might be able to thread the needle to Roy. I don't think he's been able to spot it there just behind the angle. They don't need to leave yet either. The circle keeps them in.
Upgrade moving on, and it's kind of 50-50 here. The compound just held in by the circle for KZE on that north side. Divergent, though, looking for something. They still have vehicles, which is a miracle, to be honest. It's a very crashable compound, too. Posting up on that east side, you can see they have a player there specifically for that scenario because it's the one area of the building where there aren't really the windows available to get the shots out. But Devon playing here is very important, and he has to play here for that reason.
The need to stop anyone pushing too close by. That was Pretam bleeding out. That goes over to Upgrade again. KZE now with Divergent bearing down upon them. This is the go signal. Nade not quite.
Upgrade's gonna turn point on this.
The second is there, and David, devastation over towards Divergent. And they only now have one player to go. It's Dynamo, and he's lighting them up on the inside. One knock found onto Shadow. Devon is low, gets the heal off. Kings is there.
Upgrade needs to move on this.
For these heals, and over the field, and far away, it's Upgrade to come and ruin their day. They play close, and it's Ramses to lead the charge. Ram straight on into the compound. KZE last to go, and it's Upgrade all the way for a second chicken dinner. The second one in a row. Upgrade.
They had the best spot, looking down on everything. So as soon as knocks were going off on both teams, that's an easy crash. Target angles and just close it off. Good win. That's a good win.
Several fantastic rotations to awesome aim to that end game. Beautiful stuff from Upgrade.
What a shutdown on that game. They took dynamic options in that late game situation. Blank, whilst that fight on the south side was happening, they routed the north side hold. They had oversight on everything they needed to, and that crash across the field, perfectly timed.
Honestly, Ruzen was cruising that game all the way through. Very, very well done to that squad. You love to see it as well here in Uzbekistan. The Uzbek team just having an absolute blinder of a day today, a much needed day. And this could mean that by the end of it, we have 4 Uzbekistan teams going through to the main event out of 4.
A 100% qualification rate. Let's take a look at this lineup. Devan, absolute domination on that sideline. What a spray down. This pick from Dynamo, though, or maybe it came through from Upgrade, I'm not entirely sure, was able to get that opener. And this is when Upgrade knew they had this fight. They were able to make it work. It was fantastic, phenomenal crossing. And Ruzen was cruising to the bruising of everyone in the way.
Let's go!
Great! Back to back. You could have seen, there's a reason why they didn't have this flag with them, because they let us borrow it. So congratulations, Upgrade. That is back-to-back chicken dinners for this team, a team that definitely... Oh, you can give it back.
Dang.
Damn it. But okay, seriously, last year, year of Japan, year of South Korea, stepping up big time after really never doing anything in global events. Is this the start of the year of Uzbekistan? Chances are that it's definitely happening today, and that might be able to start and continue for the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look at the stats here from this team. Really good stats.
Yeah,
5 eliminations, 3 elims, 4 elims. Buzz was there in spirit, but it doesn't matter at the end because the timing of that final third-party inhibitor was absolutely perfect.
Oh, I got so hyped for that one. I loved it so much because 7 was like, okay, you need to push it, and then they got in those vehicles and they started their roll, and it was like, yes, here we go. This is the PUBG Mobile we want to be seeing here.
It was one of those moments where sometimes those teams tend to hesitate a little bit, and you can be the downfall for them. For that team to see that, that's exactly what you want to see, Max.
You have a circle finish near Yasnaya Polyana. Keep in mind, Upgrade drop in Yasnaya Polyana. If there's any game we're like confident they need to get at least a top 3 finish, it is going to be a circle finish like this. The timing was on point. They were getting involved in very, very impactful fights to gain space in these circles, especially that northern fight in the field. They win from that position, and off the back of that, get roof control, get a lot of information, see the fight happening thanks to that information, and go for the big game-winning third party.
At the beginning of the day, the only Uzbekistan team that wasn't in the top 7, that yesterday had a bit of a slump, today they're showing why they are such a Well, like, everybody just follows him, but look at the top players right here. I mean,
what is going on, man? Uzbekistan, like, genuinely, what the hell is happening?
Literally,
I mean,
what?
I mean, if you're Helion genuinely in that right now, they're like, maybe this training of the prelims is gonna come and bite us where I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. I mean, not only do we have already one pretty darn good team going to that main event, now we have so many more. Possibly, maybe. We're not done yet. We still have a few more games, but still, it is getting more and more obvious that these teams are not going to go away quietly.
There's a lot to unpack in this game, to be completely honest. But yeah, Yasnai very early on. Actually, this one, I'm really happy about the replay. Black Esports versus Go and FEs. What an absolute legend in this one. Not only getting the first, the second, the third elimination while he's on fire from that Molotov, by the way, he just starts hitting the sprint uphill, okay? And he's able to get to his two teammates to almost bled out, gets the double res back to a full-man squad. Like, that is what you call MVP potential.
Absolutely. These legends, but ultimately it didn't end up working out for them. They did end up getting eliminated.
I know, so sad. But you know what? You win some, you lose some, that's for sure. Dope as well, somebody that I really want to see step up a little bit more. They ended yesterday in 6th place, and as you see here, didn't go all that well. They've been a little bit slow for my liking in the first 3 games here. We're approaching that halfway point now. I would love to see them do a little bit more.
Yeah, T71 actually, they got 9 eliminations in this game, and they were just blasting, but unfortunately they encountered RA at some point that just kind of slowed down the entire pace of their very own approach of this late game match. Very unfortunate, but look at this play. It's not even a bad play from DRG, because if you're going to crash anywhere, this entry point is actually good because you've got some good hiding spots. But Devon, with the spray on the UMP and then the nade follow-up, is just gets the 3 eliminations pretty much instantly.
Absolutely. I was going to say, can we hear some claps in the chat for Devon there, because he got a triple whammy with that nade. I mean, it was pretty awesome. And unfortunately for him, right, that just opened the gates for Upgrade to come swarming through, but it was a fantastic play nonetheless. He really knew exactly where to put it and how to time it.
Upgrade being able to secure those 22 points. KCE as well, underage, Max. 15 points for this team.
Yeah, KZ underage. I mean, I think that they were a little bit sad after that previous game over on Orangle. Like, okay, we need to start being willing to hold down our strong foothold positions in the circle, which here, Devon, I mean, okay, I have to talk about Devon again. I'm sorry, guys. We're talking about Devon a lot. But he had the perfect angle because, actually, looking back, I think that Devon knew exactly what was the weak point of their compound. If they're going to crash anywhere, it's going to be here. I hear the car coming, pre-cook the nade, chuck it on over in the corner, and then UMP into a nade knock, into another UMP knock. The timing of that from Devon alone was just so impactful in that fight.
It absolutely was. It was, but also Go and Ake here getting 3 and 2 points total for this game gives it a huge opportunity for other teams to catch up, and exactly this. Upgrade going into 2nd place only by 1 point, but that is all you need. It's just such a great return.
That's what can happen
in seconds. Okay.
That's insane.
Yeah, generally, after yesterday, I was like, there's no way we're going to see one of the other Uzbekistan teams take over Ake Cyber after what they did yesterday. And we were proven wrong by some of these squads, especially Upgrade. After the Uzbekistan finals, I was like, oh, they're one of the top teams alongside Helion. Yeah. And they had a little bit of a slow start yesterday, but it happens to the best of us. They came back swinging today, back-to-back wins on clearly here Niptura, the most important battleground of them all, because you have 3 per day on that map. And yeah, so far this is definitely the day of comebacks we've been witnessing.
It absolutely is.
I was going to say, I want to see a little bit more there out of Ake, but one team that you were wondering what was going to happen with them, it was going to be NepX.
Yes.
I mean, that push that they did 1 by 1.
I know. I was really disappointed with that because NepX, they have been getting a really good trajectory. Unfortunately, here you see them in 9th place. They have dropped down. They were in, oh no, actually they've gone up. They were in 10th place there, but with 30 points. So I really like what we've seen from them so far. They've done a little bit by little bit, right? In the first 2 games, they had 15 points compared to 30 in the first 6 games of yesterday. So they're outperforming themselves, but that 1 by 1 kind of negates all that, because I'm like, what are you doing?
We love the first fight versus Fenerbahce. They played it extremely well. Actually, Fenerbahce wasting so many shots in that, like one metal beam in the building is quite unfortunate. But then they send it. The push itself was good. Makes a lot of sense. You're not in circle. They have a spot in circle. You commit to the crash. As a full team, the kind of lead up to that is a 10 out of 10. And then when they start going upstairs, which you know is the weakness of a full squad, because you're just asking to get shotgun to the face. And the 1 by 1 you talked about here, Niptura, just make the entire game plan crumble.
Max, you really wanted to see was this defense right here from DRG.
Yeah, DRG, as they do approach then this little ridge position to the east of Yasnaya, which is a very solid spot to hold on to, they are instantly weakened because a lot of teams are aware that that spot is going to be strong, taking shots. Can even see the off angle of Devon, actually, of KZ underage over to the northeastern side of currently your screen. Northeast side of your screen, yeah, like top
Whatever,
left,
sure.
top right of your screen. And a lot of utility instantly comes out from DRG to keep himself alive, go for the revive on their knocked teammate, and then you're just able to get back to a kind of calm state and then start putting your focus on getting information and thinking what our next move in this match might just be.
I'll have to say, though, I got to go back to the winners, the back-to-back winners here on Erangel. Upgrade, the decision-making that we saw there in Neptura, I feel like we definitely got to give them a little bit more props because teams tend to hesitate with that.
So much.
In that split second where we're like, please start pushing now. They actually got into their vehicles. It's like they were listening to us. Obviously, they weren't, but it's like they were listening to us. They went for it.
They absolutely went for it, and they started that control really, really early as well, Seven, right? They came right in onto that north side. They tried to control as much of that area as possible. They're sending one, they're sending two players out just bit by bit, incrementally, third-partying where they need to, crashing where they need to, eventually getting that entire north side to themselves. And then again, that perfect timing coming through. At that point, it's almost easy because you've already got that momentum of a great game. Now it's just that final push, and it's so, so nice to see them do that. Right timing, exactly when they needed to, and they had that gun skill to back it up.
Yeah, can we agree we do call this the day of comebacks because it feels like that's kind of the big storyline we've been witnessing. Still waiting for T2K. Okay, I know the fans of T2K don't like it when I say their name in chat, so a few angry people in the chat. Sorry, I have to talk about them. It is my job after all. But that's the only team I'm really looking at currently. But so many step-ups, not only in just them getting points, the way they get points. The rotations are quicker, they're way snappier, they're willing to be more aggressive. I think you were talking about GOAT, you want to see them being willing to take fights. They've been doing that so far. Upgrade, going for these like splits that are very interesting that you mentioned also earlier. So far, the step up in gameplay is massive, which, Seven, is very important as you head into the main event. This training is going to give them a chance to compete against the best teams in the world of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Whoa. Let's bring it down a notch here, okay? We still have 3 more matches left. Anything can happen here. We just saw what a team was able to do in 3 matches, and with 3 matches left, I don't know what's going to happen. I honestly don't. By the way, for everybody currently watching, make sure you guys check out the Player Worldwide are truly checking in with the World of Wonder maps and enter the map ID 12123503. Immerse yourself in full panoramic experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan offline tournament without leaving your home. Stay your virtual venue tour now. I want to start it, actually. Have you been able to do it yet, Max?
There was one for PMWC, which I did go into, and I was like, I went there. That's so cool. I was there. I was in that exact spot. That was my chair. But you can actually go check it out right now if you weren't able to make it to the venue. You can be in the venue in spirit, in game.
Nice.
Pretty nice.
There's also, I mean, besides that, there's also so much more cool stuff as well.
Some of these World of Wonder maps,
there's a lot of stuff,
it
but
blows my
let's bring it
mind
back
how
here a little bit towards this team.
someone can sit and edit and do stuff with that much detail. I mean, for PUBG doing it, you know, they probably have more power, the stuff they can move around and do it probably much more easier, but like on a player perspective, it's also impressive and insane. Some of these maps, I don't know how they do it. That takes a lot of work and time.
To pick up some more points for yourself going into the 2 Miramars, which will cap it all off. Who will make it into the top 7? That is a question on everybody's minds, and will it be 4 teams coming through from Uzbekistan?
Come in, let's go, though.
Make that feat work. I think they'd be happy for it. The crowd would be very happy for it.
Into top 7.
We're starting again. Pretty much a very similar playing path to what we had last time from Severny. That was Novodemoya.
And make the finals. That would be so good for our region.
Upgrade did a fantastic job. I think always starting from the S9 does give you a very nice little, basically landing point at the start of the game to kick off from. But they played that end game really well. I think KZE had some missteps. I think when you look at it, Ray Gods as well as Devon, I don't think they were taking those angles. It was inevitable that at some point, Divergent was going to crash onto you with the amount of smokes that they were unleashing. You weren't likely to get too many shots. I think Devon's off angle was probably the only one that I really agreed with because it was covered off from that north side. But yeah, as soon as they lose Ray Gods, it's a big misstep. Because crashing that compound on that side with Devon holding that angle, very, very difficult. But the fact that they lose Ray Gods is just a big kick in the teeth, honestly, when Upgrade comes rolling down, because it was much harder than it needed to be up against Divergent. Looking at this game, though, we will put the past in the past as we head back up towards the north side of the map with T2K actually having a fairly good starting point.
So looking at Divergent getting carried on the drop here. Action running low on that micro Uzi, so can't really do too much. They're just grabbing those vehicles. It's a little bit of a vehicle hot drop here, so don't expect too much more to pop off from this one. A similar sort of plane to circle situation on this, but you're right, it's shifted further over to that west side. I'll be interested to see how the dynamic on the west edge goes, right? Because that's what we saw with GOAT Quality, with Akicyber, with R8 in that last game. Kind of getting embroiled with one another, right? And getting stuck in the mud of this fight. R8, in fact, doing something a little bit wonky, a little bit wacky. Did pan out for them in the end, but moving down to try and find the remnants of GOAT Quality, maybe not the best idea, but again, it did kind of work out towards the end.
I mean, Akicyber just fumbles the push into the circle. I mean, if they'd stuck with it, they would have held that fielded area, possibly even won the game from that location if they hadn't left admin behind, if they hadn't had a case where the players going into the circle all just split off. I think it was a case where you just needed to find somewhere and sit in it. I think that north side of the field would have been the place that I would have chosen personally. Instead, they drop off into a 3-man split, which I just don't think was ideal. On the other side of the map, there is a change coming through from Black Esports. Instead of trying to loot above box compound, they realized that GOAT is looking for solo players now. So instead, they're just going to head over towards North George, and GOAT sends down towards the south side, just picks up Gatka, seeing no opportunity there. So good adjustment coming through from Black Esports.
Yeah, they are looking to try and keep up the pace. They're in 4th place right now, Blank. They're not too far ahead of the bubble, but they do have a, what is that, an 11-point buffer right now over Fenerbahce, who is 56 points in 7th place. It's not completely safe, but we're starting to get to the point where teams like GOAT Quality are going to be a lot safer, right? They're starting to get into the realms of almost confirmed, not quite just yet. And if you guys want to keep track of all of these teams and their stats, everything that you could possibly want, all of that information is available to you on our new official vertical stream, available on PUBG Mobile Esports on both YouTube and TikTok. It has the player tables, sorry, the score tables for the teams. It has the player cams. It has a bit of a map feed as well, and that main stream in the middle. So you get all of that information in one easy vertical format. You can also take a look at our dedicated map feed, the official map feed available on PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube, where you can stay ahead of every single rotation these players are making. You can watch as they take their steps, potentially, towards the finals tomorrow.
Diverging over towards that northeast side at the moment. This is a team that I want to keep an eye on because they are falling out from that top 7 at the moment, currently in 10th place with 45 points. Not impossible to get back up there. It is an 11-point gap, though. But Divergent has been making it fairly consistently towards his end games, just not picking up a huge amount of points because we are, with the new point system, a little bit more focused towards eliminations and getting those chicken dinners in the first place. So we'll see how this does pan out for Divergent going forward. They are on the northeast side, so there is a good potential they have strong positionings going forward.
GOAT Quality going step by step over towards that northern side and making sure that they're taking a methodical approach to this rotation. Not going to get embroiled this time with Akicyber and with R8. The circle being further to the west does aid in that. The teams aren't going to stagnate too long, and they'll have a little bit more opportunity to play late into this one. So a change up on that western side as GOAT Quality break that deadlock that happened in the last game early.
K21, northern side, pushing through. But GOAT with a much more central position this time around. They were able to escape quickly. And I think that, again, it is one of those things where last game, because they went for that slightly awkward play, I think that's what trips Black Esports up, as well as R8 on that awkward beginning of the game. So GOAT this time around making a much more swift rotation towards the center, realizing that it's not optimal sending away from our original position. It messes with our initial rotate anyway, through teams that we know roughly where they're playing. This time around, they skip all the preamble at the start and will just go straight for playing in a strong spot. And that's what really has put them on the top of the tables. Yes, they're in first place at the moment, but it's not something you want to move away from, especially in preparation for main event, because it's almost certain that this team is going to be going through.
Certainly. is seeming more and more likely. With 3 matches left to play, the bubble, you could expect it to maybe move 6 points or so every single match. So in theory, you're looking at that bubble increasing by maybe up to 18 points over these next few matches. So if you add 18 to 56, what does that get you, Blaine? Of course, it gets you
84.
to 76.
84, guys.
More than 84.
84.
I couldn't do that math on the fly. I did all of it before, but you actually nailed the last bit there. I was completely floundering.
Oh.
But GOAT quality, not quite at that metric, so maybe looking to put a few more points on the board, but only needing to get 4. That's quite likely.
You're so confident as well.
I was so confident. Hey, you know what? It happens to the best of us.
It does, it does.
And I am the best of us.
Let this mark the day that I was better at maths than John.
Wow.
Doesn't happen often.
It's really warm.
That's fair enough. It is very hot. Upgrade, 72 points though in 2nd place. You wouldn't believe it at the start of the day, but here they are. Really, really well done to them. I think the crowd should be extremely happy with their boys, and there is a big turnout for Upgrade actually here in the crowd. Teams coalescing. I think this is the first time in a while that I have actually seen so many squads actually trying to set themselves up for a late game this time around, which is nice to see. KZE a little bit slow on the uptick here, down towards Sosnovka, still haven't left the island just yet. And KZE is an important team to be looking at. Currently in 8th place, 55 points, just 1 away from 7th place on Fenerbahce, who's currently on 56. Fenerbahce was doing quite well at the beginning of the day here. They likewise have dropped down. And I think for Fenerbahce, that's purely because risks aren't being taken, and we're getting into that final sprint now where teams, you know, they're throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks. Nexo comes through, and GOAT does benefit.
What's going on Sosnovka?
This is what I'm saying. I think,
what are they doing?
I'm not sure what both teams are doing here. Again, for ICURD, I think this is a mistake, personally. It's like you hold the western side, you should really be taking the western bridge. But again, if I'm looking even deeper into this, I'm thinking like 8 steps in front.
Okay.
For ICURD, likely taking the eastern bridge because they're assuming that KZE should have already left anyway, so it should be a free crossing. So,
oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear, Ali spotted. And now ICURD are aware of this presence behind them. For KZE, they still have to move in behind them.
I would hold them out.
Yeah, that might be wise. Unless KZE go for the west bridge.
Wish they may.
It looks like that's what they're doing.
Oh, it's a bad...
That's crazy. That's like 7 head plays right there. AKE Cyber though. Oh no, they've come up against action. And they are starting to slip time and time again. They are just being found. Unforced errors for Maki Cyber.
Was there an argument between the team last night? Like, gone from one of the most disciplined, synergistic teams in the lobby to floundering at this point in time. It's something that even on the stage we praised them for earlier on. It's a wild turn of events, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I really cannot, because something has happened between yesterday and today. And again, it may just be pressure. It might be nerves.
I've figured it out, Black. 56 plus 18 is 74.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 74.
It's 74.
You said 76, though.
I said something completely wrong.
Yeah.
And you...
I was so confident.
Yeah, we both got that completely wrong. But it is, in fact, 74, where I'm sort of expecting this bubble to end up.
We were like in the middle.
Yeah, we would average us out. We're still dead wrong. But we
were close.
We figured it out now, and that's what's important. So I'm thinking that that's where we may see the bubble.
74.
Could be a little bit lower if you expect the bubble to raise by 5 points a match. So between 70 and 75 is where this bubble, I think, is going to end up.
70 to 80.
70 to 75. That is my official guess.
70 to 80 roundabouts.
Official guaranteed guess from John Allen right there.
Could be like 65 to
Dope have to win or make a move now, or it's gonna be hard and more pressure as
77.
the match goes by.
I'm calling 76 though.
Okay, you think it's going to be 76 on the bubble? You think there's going to be 20 points earned by Fenerbahce in the next 3 matches?
Doesn't necessarily have to be Fenerbahce.
That is true, but a Fenerbahce-like team needs to earn that many.
Yeah, exactly. Upgrade on the prowl. They already have Molodoi across, but yeah, this is not an enjoyable circle. I mean, it's less bad than if it was head further over towards that western side and on that middle island, which would have been very awkward to play around. All right, they'll love their position in Rozhok on that northern side, playing on the bank. It does give you a lot of cover as well from those southern teams and gives you that opportunity to move across later on, should you need to. Black Esports make their way over towards the edge side on the northwest, as you can see on your screens. But we have crammed a lot in here in terms of squads, and I really do like that. It's taken, what's that, 9 games to figure out, but we're here now.
Absolutely. A lot of these teams are on the south side, though, Blank. It is so much more dangerous there right now. We've got 4 or 5 teams on the north side. You've got Upgrade, you've got GOAT Quality, Train to Kill. You've also got Divergent as well up there, as well as Black Esports. These teams are in fairly secure locations. You imagine Train to Kill, they're going to be fairly easily pushing down south. In the meantime, everybody on this south side is going to be fighting. And in the Rozhok Hills, Fenerbahce hold an outpost. However, in the main town itself, Akisaiba, with 2 players remaining, have one of them knocked.
Akisaiba, again, it's just, I don't know, man. Someone's off with this team. I'll put my finger on it, that's all. All right, lose a player, or at least he's knocked for the moment. Action and the 721 aggressors currently in Sunken, with KZE making their way up just now. Taking a while to get here, but finally made it in. Fenerbahce on a split between School and overseeing Rozhok. Divergent though, and Upgrade. Ooh, a little bit of action against 2 of the teams. One team desperately wanting to stay in that top 7, the other trying to breach in.
Upgrade already in that bubble bracket. Divergent not so lucky. Noisy is down, but you can't really step out to go for this res just yet. You need a little bit more assurance, a little bit more security. Upgrade have got another player coming on through as well. You can see Ruzen's regrouping from that northeast side. Going to be moving towards the rest of the team rather than holding an off angle though, because Train to Kill are waiting in the wings just beyond that blank on the north edge. Buzz is a backstop for Upgrade towards the river, and they're not pulling the trigger on going for this crash just yet.
Not just yet at all. Action. And the 721 aggressors running up against one another. Good molly from Yonik. Will find the flush, so Action in a rough position now. Luckily, they are on the northern side, so the 721 aggressors will have to push through from them if they want to head north. Next circle in 8 seconds.
We'll see where it falls, north or south of the river. We're a dead split even, and that's what we get. Rozhok and Rozhok Hill remain in, as well as those positions on the northern bank. This is a really nasty circle. It's a situation where you've just got to choose one and fight for a position on the north or the south.
Yeah, I think
the bridges as well.
I think playing the bank here is not a bad idea for RA. You know, it's a nice spot to play. GOAT is very happy about this, and I'm very pleased with the way their rotation has panned out. I think that it's a nice adjustment from their last game where they got too caught up in the action on the western side this time around. They decided, you know what, let's skip all of that. Let's just head to the center circle nice and early. Upgrade, making their way in, over towards gas station. We've got one player on the front, it's Molodoi. Nade doesn't do anything, which means he can get further into the building. That will cramp them.
Molotov into the door frame, allows him around the edge now. And Divergent Gaming, they're all in the same position. Another player on in, and the nades at their feet start to chip away at their health bars. A spray down into the corner, and looking for the flush, not going to find it. And now Ruza with a nade onto the inside, but he gets caught in the crossfire. Is traded off, however, and Molodoi on a low HP position. Can't really continue this one just yet. Maybe Divergent can find something. The answer, is it sending more in? No, I don't think it is. Blank, they're starting to fall. It's all up to Buzz, and he's low, he's going down, and he's fallen. Divergent hold the gas station.
Good stuff from Divergent, immediately dropping the smoke cover. Very necessary there. Honestly, Upgrade's assault onto that building was really nice. Using the Molotov to cramp him into a corner. Just unfortunate that Molodoi only had the one nade in the pocket. I think if he had a second one, it was a different story. Ruzen attempted to go in with the nade in hand, maybe looking to give his life, but take many more.
But you got to leave now fast from this location. Divergent don't have time to be dilly-dallying here. K21 are going to make it hard for them, as well as the off angle from Go Quality, who branch out, look for a peek at a third-party angle. Noisy down again. You just got to send away, but even that is going to be nigh on impossible. They will be taken down. They hold out upgrade, but they fall in turn.
Goats currently sitting on that north side. Divergent out, unfortunately. 3 eliminations found, but that's about it. T2K taking down Black Esports, who have kind of struggled this game, I would say. Again, it's been a similar situation where teams are just not allowing squads to third party as much. They're realizing they were giving far too much away, and now Black Esports is suffering because of it.
Train to kill now, Daniel to dispatch. Finding the shutdown. His teammate Pretam is far off on the south side. Not going to have an impact on this fight. And now Love has the third story high ground. Lord Cedric trying to find an answer through the window there, but not going to be able to find anything, unfortunately. Igneous with a rock of his own lobs it in through the window, but they've descended to the low ground of the garage.
First time in a while we see T2K at a 4-man. Might change very quickly though, I'm not going to lie, maybe I cursed them in that moment. So one player goes down on T2K on 3. Black Esports doing not a terrible job holding them off. They do have a 3-story though, which is going to be good in terms of being able to rotate and providing cover, as well as information to the players underneath. Circle will close very shortly. Shots around the side.
Oh, no.
Loved. Again, you're peaking as a soul, though. It's just a 1v2. You have other players there. You need to communicate that stuff.
And Zeptimus even gets the heal off. Rules nade goes way long there, and Lord Cedric has got that auto shot. He's lining it up. Oh, beautiful ping through the smoke. Able to get the shutdown and stay alive, stay up and kicking. Lord Cedric has the backup now, and there's no nades left up on the high ground. Sure, you've got the third party, but now, sorry, the third story, but it's just going to be isolatory right now. Not going to have any teammates to play around.
I mean, AJ, technically, I would say, even with all the big names on this team have been called out, I think he's been playing the best on the squad. Pretty pleased with him. Now, Go has moved across. They've heard the commotion happening over towards that western side, and Effie sets himself up. This guy loves playing flanks. He's a fiend for it, honestly.
I think they're aware. Oh, look at that. A send out in the vehicle coming through from the last player from Trained to Kill, and actually in hot pursuit of Pretam, the last player for Exotics. This north side has fairly resolved itself, and Black Esports as a duo may have GOAT quality to contend with on this north side, but potentially could share it. The circle still splits this river, splits the difference as it forces the teams on the south side even closer to one another. We haven't really been tuned into this because everybody has just been slowly compressing themselves inside of Rozhok. Now is when that pressure is fit to burst.
Yeah, I think if you're GOAT though, you definitely want to clear out all the teams on this northern side. It gives you so much advantageous positioning if you can get rid of everyone, be the sole controller of the north side, especially if this shifts over towards the north as well. You're looking extremely good for yourself, which is why Black Esports is giving so much room to go at the moment. They realize that they are the landlord and they are just the tenants on this north side. R8 taking shots outwards, keeping teams at bay. Again, I said I love this position earlier on. It's always strong to work with. Nepex takes the high ground, but R8 much more comfortable with a position that allows them to rotate more evenly and have a stronger presence over the circle.
Right now, Blank, I think that a team that is maybe in a sleeper very strong position is Dope. They have the option to go to that bank on the east side and maybe contest for the bridge position, which I think is going to be one of the most prolific positions in these final circles. A lot of cover afforded to you. It seems a little bit difficult at some points, but I think Dope with 4 players, if they get control of that bridge, could do a lot in this match.
Yeah, it's one of those positions you kind of want to go to if it's your last resort, right? It can help you live things out. I don't think it's the position that gives you the winning play, though. But it certainly could be an option for Dope in the future. Yeah, I think the team that I'm most surprised about is KZE on this south side. I mean, I think that they...
Dope 1, 2, okay. I see you.
Getting this far in is nice.
With the challenge over towards Ego, but not going to be able to do anything. Lord Cedric already fallen. And GOAT quality dispatch.
Bro.
The remnants of
they
Black
qualified.
Esports. They sit now
There's
69.
no way.
with 2
They
matches
don't
of theirs left
qualify.
to play. They will be able to push
They
a
have
little bit up
cemented
and over. You
themselves.
hope that they can beat the bubble, but we'll have to wait and see, because it is not done and dusted just yet. Circle keeps a little bit of the north side in, but those hills start to slope away and become a broadside to the teams on the south.
Let me check the map
now,
feed
the
real
life gets a
quick
little bit harder.
and
But
see where
I think the
Dope
big thing
is.
for Go at the moment is just the fact that they get to live this game out for quite some time, and it's more
Oh,
than likely going to be
there
this
they
team
are.
stuck down towards the southeast side, crossing through apartments, who are going to struggle the most going forward. Nepex have a fairly decent position, albeit the fact that they're all in one spot right now, but this will at least allow them to play out this game. Again, I think for R8, they haven't had to move all that much at all, but I think they chose their location very well, very early on into the game. And it's, again, about that priority. They had prior position here, so they're happy to pick it up, and it's going to be an extreme boom for them going forward. The 721 aggressors, they're over towards that western side. They can actually get up all the way towards this little ridge that sits just to the west of R8 and somewhat coexist, but that requires teams on the north not to shoot at them.
Which is not a safe bet, let's put it that way. It is very unlikely that a team sees you not going to shoot you with this scenario. KZ making the break forwards. They did manage to tag onto Nepex. That was res, but that reduces the sight lines. KZ into the water. They're going to play in the drink, try and survive on the swim.
720 Butchers, we going for that one. Yeah, this is an odd play from KZE.
First of all, goes down to R8.
I think if you've got vehicles, I think you just
They're
play
just-
underneath Nepex.
Yeah,
Try
being
and
in the
take
water
shots
so
over
much
towards
teams,
721
like
aggressors.
looking at you, you're just
It's like
sitting
a
ducks,
premature
done and
end
dusted
to
at that
KZE's
point.
game.
Either way,
Dope is in a
one
really
less team in the
good
lobby for
spot.
the rest of our contenders.
Even wrapped over towards 721. Just
I mean, it's not the best, but
alas,
Oh,
it's
Go moving
good.
across. Good
Okay.
timing from them.
are they going for R8?
No, they won't go for R8 yet.
Well-
They can play on this bank side. They're
Oh,
gonna
they're on the low ground. I thought they were at the warehouse
Backlines by K21 under
where the
ridge.
shop
I
is
mean,
at.
fair enough. It's very good.
It's gonna be hard for them
there
to put.
with 0 casualties. I think that they consider that a win, getting up with 3. Now R8
Dope
does
should
have to be
wait till
pretty
R8
quick
and
with this one,
go
or at least get another knock
get
going
fully
through, because it's
engaged,
only SK Tom
like
inside
up
the
close and
warehouse.
personal, and then they should just push the hill
Twix
from the
both
right
now
side.
playing
Zero
off
right.
one another. DBS
From
and
a zero
SK12 onto
perspective would
SK
be
Tone, who reverses quickly, slamming that US into the back pedal and immediately regroups. Smart and very well timed there. Does go down, but that may be resable, and Domain falls in response. Playing the high ground well, R8 trade it off, but will go use that time to move forwards and put pressure onto R8.
It's got to be one of the funniest plays I've seen today from SK Tom. Having the nade out in hand, there's 2 smokes out the front, perfect opportunity to throw that thing. And I'm pretty sure in that situation, SK Tom is just like, I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. He has to wander back and pays the price for it. I think you got to hold your ground there, man. You got to hold your ground. It does give GOAT a position. Fantastic rotate from GOAT to get towards this warehouse. And now R8 is really stuck in position there. I think realistically, if you are R8, you sort of want to pull off the 2-2 split. You don't want to play off a 3-1.
It's difficult, isn't it? But I think arguably moving SK Tone
Dope
back
should play the
actually
hill.
gives them more security.
They
because
should
they
push
allow
the
GOAT
right
in.
and play the hill.
They're holding that warehouse
And
almost for them.
need the
They're
warehouse
creating that
level.
buffer zone,
Yes.
and you're getting R8
That's
into
the move
late
that
game.
Dope
Right?
should
You're
make.
confirming basically a top 2 or 3 by doing that, by allowing another team there. Sure, you have close, dangerous neighbors,
They all should
but
smoke
you can
and
deal with
wrap
them
around
later.
on their right
Get a
side.
top 2 position, secure
Fight
some of those points
GOAT
on the
that's in
placement,
the
get
warehouse
across that
because
bubble,
GOAT's gonna
and
be
just play it a
pressured
little bit
from
safer. Maybe not a game-winning
R8.
play, but a points-earning one potentially.
Yeah. The only problem with it is you just don't have any off angles when a crash comes through. It's like as soon if they're on the building,
Yep,
you
see
have
that start to
grenades to
move.
bobble out the window. That's about it.
Don't give
see
away
what
the
happens.
now.
I do agree with you though. I think it's one of those plays where it's like, look, definitely not the game-winning play, or at least the game-securing play, but this will get us towards a nice, solid position in terms of placements. Dope here, starting to move towards that northwest side, which is sort of expected from them. Trying to swing through any buildings they can. K21 did move off from that bridge. Yeah, definitely an impressive maneuver coming through from GOAT there. And again, I think that they were counting their lucky stars. They only lost one player in that situation.
Didn't expect the backstab from the Bridge Trolls, K21, but now they've started to resurge. K21 playing on the hillside. I feel like Marco is going to bite off more than he can chew if he stays there for too long and actually backs off of it because Dope are moving in. They're 4 players, and this is where GOAT are going to get tested, right? With K21 controlling potentially some of those off angles. You can't really run out the back of this warehouse straight into R8. It's going to be a full face fight against Dope with K21 as an off angle. It's really hard for Dope to make this crossing.
I mean, these have been some bad trades coming through from R8. Like, you shouldn't be losing players off that. It's a good time coming from GOAT. They notice that a player has gone down, so they try and confirm it with a nade. Respect to that. I mean, I think for GOAT, importantly, they realize that they've got to put the pressure on over towards R8 here, because if they get pinched from the eastern side, then R8 is going to be happy to start tossing nades into the warehouse.
Butcher trying to stay down in the dirt for now against this bombardment from R8. You can see, actually, for Ida, no armor on the body and very damaged helmet as well. They've been through the thick of it in these scraps. Nepex putting pressure onto Dope. They wanted a third party to roll up and instead go for the full face fight. Baby Tang is low, but gets that heal off. The first aid is there. Mukesh is off in the high ground, but that's not going to matter on the inside fights here. Rex and Precious now into the building on the ground floor. Baby Tang goes upstairs, but Guliang stays down on the low ground. Payne and Mambe for Dope, trying to suppress this door frame, suppress this crossing, and they go for the full face. But both players on both teams fall on the inside. Dope in a closer position to go for these reses, but Mukesh is trying to pick up the points.
I think if you're GOAT here, you have to get involved, like a little bit, because you know that if they hit the eastern side of this warehouse, life's going to get very difficult. So GOAT needs to have some kind of an impact on this fight, which it looks like that they're trying to set themselves up for, even if it's just a quick peek at the start here. I mean, Nepex as well as Dope are effectively taking each other out. Second, they will get some points for that one. Not a second place, but 721 Aggressors not too unhappy. It was a pretty difficult position to play, but they will find a decent result from that one. GOAT get the centralized position in the circle. You wouldn't have expected it, but that's how things break down. And we're heading into the final circle, in which case GOAT is very, very happy.
I think the center of the circle may just be outside of the warehouse though, Blank. I think it's just out to the north edge of it.
K2 can push up on the ridge.
Everyone else has to.
It's true, but if they can just keep GOAT inside the warehouse.
I mean, that's bad.
I mean, that stops any off angle from K21. They want to move up to the edge here, but...
Yeah, you want the warehouse, basically.
Yeah, that's true. It seems that way for these teams anyway. Prestige down first to a spray. That's K21. I mean, that smoke wall's not going to keep you safe there, unfortunately, and they are going to start to run out. Look at Mambe as well for Dope. Playing around the edge, looking for a third party. Marth up to the wall, but Ephius, he's going to get spotted by Mambe as soon as that smoke clears. It's dissipated. Oh, he was on the inside. Okay, yes. I thought he was on the outside there, and Marth does go down to Ephius. Another player falls for R8. They cannot make this crossing. Prestige is up, and he's down on his belly. Falls first, and now Dope trying to move on through. K21 can spoil it all, though, and Paya moving on in. Dope falls next. Around the edge, can they control it? Low health bars here. Marco waiting for the nade. The shotgun's on the outside, and it closes outside the warehouse, Blank. They have to turn the corner.
Coming down the hill there, realistically, their biggest advantage is having 3 players, and it
30.
should be a split decision.
That's a
here.
good game for Dope.
Good molly to move out front side. Marco loses the cover of the smoke. I think Meds
Bro,
are
if you
absolutely
had
limited
one
here
need,
for GOAT.
he have a need. You should have
But this
placed
is the
that right
smart
in the
play. He's
front.
allowing the circle to push Paya out of position, drop the smokes outside, and then push
Need,
wide.
don't get, bro. Need.
What is Marco doing?
On the ridgeline, he had a nade. I don't know what he's doing. Is he there?
Oh,
Marco,
it's
hello?
connected!
Marco, no! Oh, what a... I mean, it's a chicken dinner. But it was no resistance to it. GOAT Quality played well, very well, up to that point, and they may have had a chance to get it au naturel, but in the end, they get it anyway. Marco on the ridgeline. drops his phone. I don't know.
Marco's just staring off into space. I mean, GOAT's happy to eject him from this spaceship, but okay.
I felt like they had it as well with a nade in the right place. 2 players from GOAT go down.
I mean, for K21, I don't think they had anything. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Utility-wise, I don't think K21 had anything. They were sat underneath the bridge.
No,
for
he did have a
long
nade.
time.
He had 1 nade left. He was waiting to pull it.
Okay. But still, pushing wide like that, I think it's right. Honestly, for GOAT, they play a masterclass of a game. I think that they took the risks that were necessary, especially crossing the bridge. I'm pretty sure they understood there was probably a team underneath the bridge there. If they lose a player, fair enough, but we just need to get up towards that bank. R8 giving up the warehouse like that just felt off to me. But overall, at least giving it up with no resistance. The fact that SK-Ton just wanders back after pulling the nade out, they could have been big there. And it just screams a lack of confidence coming through from R8. Even here, it's just sad because this play had to come through an awful lot earlier whilst Dope and Nepex were fighting. That's when you have to go for that maneuver. And here is the sad finish of the game. Ego's like, what's happened there?
He'll take it though. They'll take a chicken dinner and go all but confirmed to be going through to the finals here. As we take a look at the stats, a fairly even split, nice damage chunks across the board. Even the player who went down as they went for that early rotate. It planned out well for them, but we are going to be heading over to the stage for a little interview with Ida and Barney. We'll see you guys over on the stage.
Welcome to the main stage. I've got Ida here from R8 Esports, and of course, another familiar face to my left is, of course, Sandstorm as well, to translate for us. Now, Ida, I've got to talk to you about the first game of today, Sandhawk. It was very different to the Sandhawk we had yesterday. You chose to hot drop with the 7-2-1 aggressor again. What was the decision behind that? Because obviously it paid off this time.
ايضا احكي لنا على الهوت دروب النزله مره ثانيه في خريطه سان هوك مع فريق 721 ايش كانت الفكره؟ هل كانت الفكره الانتقام ولا بدكم تثبتوا شغله في المباراه؟ ايش كانت الخطه؟
That's a really good game for Dope. I'm rooting for Dope. My boy is on that team.
The thing is, this has been our drop spot for 3 years. We're not going to give it up that easily, regardless.
Fair enough. High risk, high reward. Now, finally, before I let you go, I just want to talk to you about kind of the standard of play. Yesterday, you
play in a few Ultimate Royale matches with us when we were pushing.
Come out swinging. What changed between yesterday and today? What have you changed, maybe tactically?
تقدر تحكينا على الاختلاف بين الاداء لانه عندكم اليوم الاول كان صعب شوي، اليوم الثاني اجيتوا بدايه تشيكن دينر واداء قوي جدا مقارنه باليوم الاول، فايش اللي اختلف من ناحيه التكتيك للفريق؟
تقريبا اغلب التيمات ما لعبنا معهم كثير، وتقريبا اول مره نلعب معهم، اغلب الفرق كانت اوزبكيه فما كنا نلعب معهم كثير. امس كانت بس دراسه واليوم الحلول تكون.
So it's because we didn't really get the chance to play against a lot of the teams that are participating, specifically the Uzbekistani teams, and they have come out very, very strong at this stage as well. It's just the lack of opportunities to practice with them. They were participating yesterday, and for us, it was a lot of watching them, studying them, seeing their play styles, and the impact itself speaks on this stage.
Well, your adaptation has been absolutely brilliant on the fly. Thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. Thank you so much for joining us as well, Sandstorm. And for now, we're going to head back over to the analysts to keep breaking things down before we continue.
I agree with Barney, because Barney, their adaptation has been spectacular. And I mean, the Uzbekistan teams have just been performing so well in front of the home crowd. But we got to talk about GOAT quality. We'll be able to get a chance and talk about a little bit more of some of the stuff that they were able to do throughout that match. But my goodness, this team is starting to show me that they are going to be ready for that main event.
I want to echo what Nipchiro was talking about earlier today, right? Waiting to see GOAT quality be more aggressive. And have they kind of reached those expectations you initially had for them now?
Yes, 100%. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them. They're continuing and continuing. There's no hesitation now. They see the timing and they take it. And that's what I really wanted to see. We knew they had the skill. We knew they had the strategy. I just wanted to see that timing come through for them.
I really have the impression that you have two teams that have incredibly good map knowledge and terrain knowledge. That is GOAT quality and the side of Black Esports.
Yes.
I think that those are two teams that, for me, macro is absolutely on point. They can compete in the main event if they do make it the entire way, but looking at some of the top players, IDAM Prestige, when you're looking at R8 Esports, those are the two names to just keep coming back in and out of the conversation. And this time, I truly believe day 2, they're living up to those expectations, Niptura, and main event, hopefully Emma have a little bit more hope that they can do well there.
Absolutely. Also Dope, I want to mention them real quick because we do see Mumbai. They're at #1, and that's something I wanted to see from them as well. I didn't get a chance to say it before the start of the game, but I was looking forward to Dope in this game, and they sort of delivered. I will say they fell a little bit short. I didn't quite like some of the things they did, but I will say one of the things I did really like from them is how they entered Rozhok, right? They moved in from Garden, they came across into that western area. Gate kept the south side, but not too much. They didn't push, they didn't go too aggressive. They sat and they waited, and then they used Mumbai to scout up to the north when the timing was right, and that is what I really liked about it.
And for this team, I mean, they're continuing to at least get some points to maintain themselves there within at least the top 7.
They're staying in the conversation, right, which is important. Top 7 is definitely achievable for a lot of our squads, even some that maybe struggled heavily yesterday, even technically that struggled even at the start of today. There's still that one opportunity to pull off a pretty big comeback. But as we go through some of the replays, Upgrade, unfortunately, the home crowd a little bit unhappy, but they were taken down by another local team. So it's like, it's a lose-win situation. We get it up at the end of the day. We will take it, though. R8, they were in the hot seat for pretty much the entirety of this match, Niptura. They were just playing that warehouse and building to the west of warehouse pretty much since phase 1, and then they relinquish it over to Goat with an amazing push that we will analyze a bit more later on.
That the retreat, though, from the warehouse was actually really, really funny, but it was a nice play from them. I do like the regroup, but I just don't think they did enough, honestly. These smokes were fantastic. They blocked both sight lines coming in there, but they didn't use them. They were hesitant. They did the thing that both Goat and Dope have done. They didn't time it right.
At step 1, you smoke. Step 2, we sleep. we do nothing with it.
Step 2, don't actually use the smoke to try to push up. They were outside of the smoke, too. That was painful to see.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see a big push happening from that, but because of that, K21 kind of had an opportunity to push up, and because of that, do get a second place, but then we had some players just disconnected mentally, just like me a little bit earlier in the green room. But go with the 21 points. And me and Seven were talking about it a bit during this game, because of some of the top squads constantly being on the top of these match rankings, we've got already a few teams that I'm going to say are 100% sure to make it into the main event, so the number of spots remaining for that stage are dwindling very, very quickly.
They absolutely are. I also want to say, again, not to talk about them too much, but NepX, 10 points. They're stepping it up. Not in a massive way that we've seen from some of these other teams, like Upgrade, for instance, but they're being very, very consistent. It's 7, it's 10 points every single game so far. So I do want to see how those Miramars go for them, because it could actually give them a run for their money.
Upgrade not being able to follow up those back-to-back wins there out of them. And to be fair, I don't think we were going to end up getting that turkey that you've been wanting to see, Niptura. The back-to-back. 3 wins in a row there for Upgrade. This crowd would have went absolutely nuts.
Oh yeah, I would have loved to see that, honestly. Because I missed recording it this time, the last time. I would have loved if they got another win to actually be ready to record that, because they are awesome in those stands. It's so much fun to listen to.
It's really funny. Every time the R8 fans are like start the chant, they're just like, we can chant, but louder.
We can
than
chant
you.
louder. They've actually started sitting up behind the R8 fans to drown them out completely. It's very funny.
I like it. I like the banter. You know what? As long as they keep it friendly, I'm all for it. One thing that we really want to point out, and you guys were talking about this during the match, is just Goat showing that map knowledge. I kind of hinted at it earlier. We can actually show it to you now, because the rotations were so good.
Yeah, I mean, so many good options here, but they go for, in my eyes, the best option. So we're going to be paying attention here to the side of Goat quality with my little laser. Ding, 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 look over here. And they are going to be then onto the northern side. They already cleared so many teams at this point of the match, which means their back is clear.
Yep.
What is the next transition point for them? When you can already see them pull off that rotation on your map feed, they just send it over the bridge entirely into this spot. And this spot is great for one single reason, is that this entire area is pretty much a ridge, meaning that teams such as R8, the side of NepX, Dope, even to some extent T721, cannot visually see you over that ridge. So that means you can transition over the bridge, hold that position temporarily, and then looking to push into the warehouse, which they didn't even stay there for too long, right, Niptura? They just start sending it into the warehouse instantly, and then escaped on into the car, reverse mode, and gives away the warehouse for free. So that transition is literally a 10 out of 10 on
warehouse.
Yeah. Very, very nice indeed. We really liked that. And also, it was preceded by some really nice timing to clear those teams that you mentioned before, right? The teams on their backside as well. So very nice overall macro coming in from Goat.
Goat being able to be the first team to cross 100 points, and we'll see if it's going to be the only team to cross 100 points. But RA as well, making a massive push there to top 2. Something that we need to focus, though, is how close that middle of the pack is going to be. You can see 7th place right there with 61
What's
points.
up, Queen?
And KCE just 5 points away.
Absolutely, and also I want to point out Black and T721, they're not out of the woods yet either. Just over 10 points between them and 8th place, and if we go over to that 9th place or the second half of the leaderboard, you will see it fairly close once again. So it is, yeah, 56-56, it's a tie on 9th and 10th, so still all to play for here for these teams, for the majority of these teams for sure. We are looking like it's going to be a very spicy Miramar.
You know what? There's one player I have not seen enough of this tournament so far.
I need any in this final. Let's go Dope. I'm rooting for Dope.
I've been having high expectations for him and his team, and as of right now, they're just not aggressive. A lot of times when we see them involved in a fight, they're the team getting breached, not the team breaching actively, which means that they're in good positions. That's a great thing to see.
I need my boy Ping to make the finals, represent NA.
They just crumble so quickly.
How's your morning, Queen? What's up?
Last-ditch effort in these matches to actually get in top 7.
Something to keep an eye on is between 7th place and 14th place, the difference is just 23 points. One match can change that all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And we do have 2 matches left. If for some reason one of these teams towards the middle of the pack, if they end up getting a win here, they could set themselves up to possibly secure that top 7.
They absolutely could. It is all to play for. I mean, it's going to be even as easy as somebody having a little bit of a rougher game and, you know, the team right behind them ready to get that full win in.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen here. A win, just even some good points, and maybe possibly a win at the end. Who knows what's going to happen? But just remember, the BYD is the #1 NAV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models or flexible financing options at the booth during the event, or visit bydauto.com. Because I love that car. But you know what? Sorry, BYD. I need to move on to this one because it's just so close between these teams, man. Like the fact that just one team could end up getting a win and just set themselves up to maybe have a much more relaxed end of the day here and secure themselves a spot to main event, that would be massive.
I mean, one game could just change the entire dynamic of this leaderboard. You could have even 2 teams push up in the top 7 in the last game. So we're now going to be heading into Miramar too, right? So the whole background is going to be, that we just had on their angle, is going to be completely shifted onto that new map. So we had some teams do really well. Black Esport in particular, are they going to maintain their spot on Miramar? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see if they're going to be performing. Miramar is coming. We'll find out after this break. Stay tuned.
Long nights and early morning. Long night, early morning. Not much sleep. Yikes. You're probably a bit tired. I hardly sleep. I mean, if I get like 4 hours sleep, I'm good. That's probably good enough for me.
Tactics, well,
which is not good, but yeah.
I've got it all. I'm always so glorious in battle. Not even a speck of dust gets on me. The small boss is nothing. Want to ambush me? Impossible. No one is a match for me. This game is simple. Follow me, I'll make you rich.
It's about to get a lot more intense as we're going to be going into the last 2 matches. In the heat of the battle, though, the Infinix GT20 Pro is able to provide pro-level speed, precision, and ultimately the seamless gameplay. Being able to give the ultimate edge to players. This is the official gaming phone built to outplay the... Wait a second.
Hang on.
You guys don't have the
We don't have it. No.
Wait. Huh.
Hey.
Okay.
All right.
Seems like they want to take the device.
Give those back right away.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. And don't forget the vertical stream.
John,
give me that one.
I'm
just
watching the vertical stream.
Yeah. Let me have it.
Respect that, though.
Yeah, that's
you guys
my
can
thing.
have it back. Yeah, don't forget to check out the vertical stream on TikTok and on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Thanks. I can't believe
You
you
got
guys
a
were trying
longer
to
reach
steal
now,
the...
expected for a man of your stature.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I never thought you'd get it back from me.
I really hard to like, stretch out there. I even did the little step too.
Just hold it up here.
But
Can't get it.
luckily for you guys, it's not time yet. All right.
I know.
We do have to go.
I know.
Towards the schedule because there is 2 matches left. Miramar and Miramar, and you guys were saying there is one team that was able to perform really well yesterday.
Which one?
Black.
It was none other
okay,
than
Black. There you go. I was like, where are we going from that one? I was still on Infinix for a second. No, Black Esport clearly showing that when it comes to map knowledge, I talked about them and how they're able to always find himself a good entry point. Miramar in particular, they give himself especially that final chicken dinner, which a lot of people would say, oh, it's just Black playing extremely well. I would also say there's a lot of teams also kind of having a few mistakes here and there. I think Black had a conversation earlier, and it's a bit of both, realistically, looking at it. But when you compare their stats of yesterday to today, we are expecting them to at least get a lot of good points on that map.
Absolutely, yeah. They have been always there, but never there. You know what I mean?
Dope
so far, they've always been in that kind of top 6, top 7 position. They're always in that those final couple of zones, but they don't quite get far enough to get some serious points, and that's what we're waiting for when it comes to these Miramars, because as you said yesterday, it was pretty darn strong for them as a map.
I mean, we were able to mention the difference, right, between 7th place and I think it's 14th place. The difference is just 23 points. If you're one of those teams, Neptura, here with 2 matches left, do you kind of go for
really
broke here on the
close.
first match?
I mean, GOAT already qualified to the finals. There's no way.
Honestly, depending on the team, I think it depends on the team, but honestly, yes.
Leave.
I would go for it because you've got those 2. The last thing you want to do is hold back because you've got those two maps, rather, and you kind of go, oh, well, we've only got 2 left. No, you've got 2 left. You got to do something now, or it's not going to work. So, depending on the team, you can absolutely do that.
I'm going to summon my inner hot jukes right now.
Yes.
It's time to hot drop.
Wait, really?
No,
you want the hot drop?
No, I said I summoned hot drinks. That's not my opinion. It's hot drinks.
Please check his temperature real quick. I know it's a big forehead, but
50 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. I know he's in there.
I was about to say, very nice.
50,
You're dead, my boy.
Hey, 50. I'm burnt to a crisp, bro. It's not a good time. But realistically, hot drops could be happening. I wouldn't recommend it this game, personally. I think it's something that could be like a big focus in the 6th and final game of today. But you actually, because you've been a coach analyst at PMGC, has hot drops been always a thing you have on your mind going in the final matches of these kind of stages?
I mean, it's always something that my team didn't really want to do. There was some discussion. I was always like, I always was wanting to let them go for it if they wanted to, if they had that confidence and were like, this is how we want to get our momentum going. Then I was like, you know what, go for it.
Momentum is the last game.
Yes, for the next 2 games.
To go home.
Yes, that's true. That is true. Maybe for the, hang on. I've been annihilated. I have been absolutely annihilated.
You did that to yourself. You said momentum on game 12.
One thing though that we need to keep a close eye on is gonna be those teams that are towards the bottom that are gonna be going home like action. This team, I mean, even if they, it will be insane. Okay, nothing's impossible, but it will be insane. But for that team, the other teams that are trying to get those points, they need to be careful because we always talk about that spoiler role that some of those teams are able to play that already secure on the plane ticket home, not on the plane ticket to the main event. They need to watch out for those. And not necessarily for the teams that are towards the middle of the pack, Neptura.
Yes.
I don't necessarily want to see some hot drops. It could be some just more proactive aggressiveness out of those teams.
Absolutely. You know, if one of those teams in the middle of the pack was my team, I would absolutely be saying, don't do anything differently, because the big thing is that when there's that added little bit of pressure, you automatically want to go, okay, we got to change something. We got to be more aggressive. We got to get all the points. No, just stay still, do your thing, play the exact same game as you did in day one. Stop mocking me, both of you. Just keep it chill.
We're on camera, we don't exist.
Yeah,
but I can see you. Peripheral is a thing.
No.
Slow down, slow down.
Go hot drop.
No hot dropping. Stop yourself. Where is he? Where is he? Huh?
How about you, Max? I know what you kind of said while you were channeling your inner hot juice, you were talking about those hot drops. But one thing that we sometimes mention is teams maybe trying to set up a trap for another team, right? Yes. Catching them on their rotation.
Yeah, actually, if you know where teams drop and you know where phase one is going to be, which you know pretty much instantly, you can just put yourself in between their drop and the edge of the circle if you know where they're going to come. Even just getting rid of cars is something that can be oddly satisfying and impactful, so that's something to be a little bit careful about.
Well, we're going to give them a little bit more time before we jump into this Miramar. So we're going to jump into a break, and when we come back, we'll be going to Miramar.
Dope started the day, I think, like in top 6, and then they had a fall off, finished third last game with like 8 eliminations, so that pushed them up. And they're really close. They can make top 7 if they have 2 good match. They don't necessarily have to win, but they need like probably over 10 plus points. So if they can get the elims, they should be good. Chad, I'm here eating, by the way, that's why I ain't saying much. Just waiting on this timer to count down and finish.
And welcome back to
And
the
it's
first
done.
Miramar
Let's go.
of today and the second to last match of the prelims here at the PMGO, live from Tashkent in Uzbekistan. We are all too happy to be heading over to the desert once more as our teams are down to the wire for their last opportunity to secure one of 7 spots into those finals, Blank.
1 of 7, not a lot, but many teams have made it to the top here, and I would say probably deserving teams from the scores that we have accrued over the past 2 days here in Uzbekistan. Obviously, so far, we've had some very, very fantastic teams. We've had some awesome rotates, some awesome plays. We went last game with GOAT being able to take the warehouse away from RA, and RA not being able to secure that late game. Very, very interesting how they broke down. Maxman did a lovely illustration, actually showing us how that all worked out in the end. And the sidelines available.
The loveliest illustration.
But the second to last Miramar now. Match 11 from Partona up towards El Azhar. This really does cut out a large chunk of the map up towards the northwest. And I'm sort of expecting a northwest circle. If the playing path's going to be this cruel, it tends to match up with how the circle's feeling.
Guaranteed 100% Partona circle. Every time, all the time.
It's a feeling.
No other options available.
It's a feeling from John Allen.
That's a certified John Allen feeling, unless I'm wrong, in which case, didn't even say it. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
You're trying to gaslight me on your circle positions.
I'm pre-gaslighting.
That's crazy.
Absolutely. It looks like KZE think that Partona is going to be pretty helpful for them as Divan moves on out all the way to the coast. Maybe looking for a vehicle there. Just getting some of that loot on board, and the rest of the team on that south coast as well. Not really too much problem for them to be able to loot through there. Potentially even have a head start moving out further east should they need to go for that road. If Divan can get across there nice and quickly over to the east side.
So Western Circle, Rats. Up around Ladriera and Montenuevo, we saw a similar circle yesterday. Black Esports were able to tear through that kind of circle as well, which was heavily surprising. This time around, though, they don't have priority over towards the western side because this playing path has been so far off towards the east and quite southern too. So yeah, very awkward for a lot of teams to get towards their original drop position. So this does require backup drops. This requires readjustments in the lobby, make their way through. So far, some very, very good teams, like I said earlier on. We've had GOAT, who has shown up time and time again. Upgrade, who has had a fantastic showing today.
And usually it's not good
what was a bit of a
landing at the backup drop spot, because sometimes other teams have the same idea. If you get a rough plane play, but you can probably go for a vehicle play.
I'm looking at the teams, and
that's what everyone's going to do, really. Try and get a vehicle and push center. But Black is kind of center-ish. They have the most control, so they're in a decent spot.
They're going to get looted fast. They're going to have some
mountain away from.
They could potentially be the first to it.
That's where we would go on a plane part like this.
We would have liked to today. Aki Cyber, right? This is a team that could also get there nice and quickly if they look to leave Chumasada fast.
Yeah, I think Aki Cyber is definitely the outlier in terms of teams upgrading from yesterday, I'd say.
Breaking!
Most teams who did well yesterday.
This is literally 4 free kill if someone have a gun.
Aki Cyber, who have really suffered, and it has been big fumbles from them throughout today. A lot of really disorganized rotations, disorganized engagements overall. So yeah, been a bit disappointing. I really, again, it does feel like a different team's playing today, because the team I saw yesterday I had massive hopes for.
And you're right to highlight what you did earlier with that drop-off coming, I would say, the majority from admin, as you would also say. And it hasn't been as strong, as powerful as we would expect. But they do still have a little bit of leg room, a little bit of rope to play with. See if they have to let it out early or not. Currently, if you're looking at the live location on the right-hand side of your screen, ICURD are, in fact, up in Campo Militar on the northeast side.
We didn't add that one in yet. Campo Militar is not a place.
It doesn't exist.
You can see that GO is our first team to break triple digits.
That's right.
In the prelims, 101 points. Very nice. And realistically, they can chill out. Like, I don't
there's no way they don't qualify.
I don't see them losing first place either. So a good chunk of change, because got to remember, there is money also on the line, as well as that qualification spot to the main event.
Looking at that 7th place right now, which is where the bubble sits for that qualification spot. Nepex currently with 61 points. If 7th place increases by about 5 points a match, which you would expect 5 to 6, you're still looking at about 71 points to about 75 points, depending on what you're thinking to expect in these next 2 Miramars for that increase. And in general, that is going to be where the bubble sits. So teams like RA are just a bit out of reach of dropping down now. Teams like Upgrade and Aki Cyber not quite fully out of the woods on it. And Black Esports, the Aggressor 71 and Nepex all needing to keep up pace in order to stop themselves from dropping out of these top 7.
And some significant points required, because it is really volatile. I mean, you've got 8th, 9th, and 10th, 56. Kind of wild, honestly. And Nepex, historically, throughout these 2 days, have been a bit up and down, let's be honest. Some games, they look pretty bad. Other games, it feels, you know, they're doing just enough to chug along. I think most Nepali fans would be very happy for them to make it in. But honestly, for me, there needs to be a bit more on from their side. Because again, for the 721, Black Esports, Aki Cyber, Upgrade, R8, as well as GO, there's all been those moments of, yeah, wow, that is a good moment for them. That was a great game. That was a great rotation, an awesome engagement. Every single one of those teams have had that, barring Nepex. So it is just this 7th place that is sort of a juggle.
We're on board with Imran from Aki Cyber. Who? I'm debating whether it's I'm Ron, which I like, or Imran.
Ah, okay. I like I'm Ron.
Me too. That's my favorite one. I'm Ron. Who are you? I'm Ron.
I'm Ron.
I'm Ron.
It could be Imran.
Could very well be.
Easily. But I've committed to I'm Ron.
Yeah, me too. At this point.
And if I'm wrong, who cares? Probably the player.
Could be the player. Could be the move. Dope Esports on board with them right now. Again, 10th place right now, and they are not out of the realms of possibility of jumping up to that 7th place spot. They are 5 points behind. You can see that 3-way tiebreaker right now from 8th place down to 10th. So they do have a hope of keeping NA's dreams alive.
Yeah, for Dope, I've actually been fairly impressed with them. There has been some good maneuvers, some slightly worse maneuvers, but overall, like, they have some good fraggers on board. I think Manbei's definitely been impressive. Baby Tang's been getting some insane long shots in game. I think that their decision-making and planning needs work. I think that's where they're struggling the most, is that the macro play is not great. Mechanically, I think that, you know, they're competent. They are competent, definitely. But macro-wise, I wish the planning was slightly better.
Yeah, it's been great to learn about some of these players as well. I mean, we learned about Baby Tang earlier. If you guys were watching the interview with him, he's a full-time police officer in Canada, and has to balance that with attempting to become a professional PUBG Mobile player. And you can see, you know, this is the sort of opportunity that is brought by the PUBG Mobile Global Open, and why I think it's so valuable when you see these stories of people who aren't full-time committed to it, because, you know, at a certain point, you know, you can't quite be, not until you reach that sort of massive big time. It's really cool to hear that sort of story, right? To be able to balance that sort of lifestyle and maybe bring a bit of experience from the police force in Canada over to PUBG Mobile. I wonder if there's some transferable skills there.
Yeah, discipline, I'd imagine, for one. But over towards that western side of the map, we did get our circle shift. Pretty rough circle, honestly, to the south side Montenuevo, and we have seen this one before as well. Goat made a nice rotate over the north side of the map. I think they were fairly certain the western side should be clear there, and it is in this instance. So they'll get a lot of value out of this position, getting themselves all the way up towards the western ridge side with little to no other teams really challenging them. Right now it's R8 who will be moving down towards that location, and R8, I think that they've done fairly good today, but they would like to confirm this. 76 points, I mean, not out of the woods yet, but very likely to stay in that top 7.
Have you got a feeling about who's going to win this game, Blake? Are you feeling anyone right now?
No,
Stage 2, very early.
No, not yet.
No inclinations, okay.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, that's fair.
Like I said, pretty early.
It is.
Early
Stage 2. We'll revisit the inclination talk at about Stage 5, I reckon. Talking about winning potential, but for now it is just a case of getting into a viable position for these next few circles. It looks like, as you said before, R8 down that western side. Go Quality taking high ground over Montenuevo.
Yeah, it gives themselves more room to move, right? And I think that's what you want a lot of times. You want a little bit more space to work with. And Goat certainly has that. R8 did have to move down towards that south side. Give some ground. Exotics taking shots over toward Dope. That is a knock that went through. But yeah, this middle of the table is so awkward. And Dope will get that res through. I think looking down towards Divergent, though, that's a little bit further out of the way. I think Divergent would need 2 really good games in a row.
Yeah.
To secure themselves.
It's kind of nasty, right? If you're expecting around a 70 to 75 bubble, they have got a lot of work to put in, right? They're 22 points behind, so it's not impossible, but you need to go over 10 points at least in this match to give yourself a chance, really, in the next match. And even then, that might not be enough. It's possible to get that in one game, right? If you get that chicken dinner, but given where they are on the map as well, I don't think that they've got too many winning opportunities here. And maybe they will be the only Uzbek team not to make it to those finals.
Nepex making their way through. Shots were taken towards them, but pretty damn far distance to be taking shots at. It's from Upgrade, who are down towards that south side. The 721 aggressors are in front of Nepex at the moment, and Fenerbahce just a little further than that, as the circle does shift over towards the east. A little less Montenuevo in than yesterday. But Black Esports, they play this spot quite well. We know they do. And they have set themselves up pretty centrally here. They'll be fairly happy with this one. For Goat, with that high ground, they've got to make the most of it right now, though. Cause casualties to the teams around them, because they want to soften up the competition, especially if you want to remove yourself from this dastardly location. They've already sent some outposts forward.
K21 actually caught in the 2 up, 2 down situation from Goat Quality. So maybe coming a cropper there. Have to wait and see, but nobody's died just yet. There are yet to be any knocks. And actually, Black are chiming in over towards Goat Quality. Ego, the first to fall. Twix, who came in for the last game as a substitute. They obviously did very well there. Worked out for them that time, but in this scenario, it's the only option for Ego to get back to his feet.
Yeah, this is a horrendous spot to be in, by the way. It's a really difficult spot to work with because it's so open. Yes, there's cover in here, but it's not ideal. And Twix knows that he's really the only one who's getting Ego back up on his feet. And he's on a clock now, as he has to make his way across. And that might mean expending smokes. Twix does get tagged.
Ooh, Upgrade have spotted a player and will be able to draw first blood on the match. First point goes to Upgrade, and that is 1 point closer to jumping above that bubble. 74, they are on the upper limit of it now, where we're expecting it to fall. That's a great result for them already. Upgrade. The team of the moment here in Tashkent. That is far more than 4 players.
Queen, which team are you rooting for?
Similar color, different team, certainly.
Anyone in chat, which team are you rooting for? Who is your team?
I've seen that, and they're in 8th place right now. Definitely in with a chance of jumping up. Trying to get rebuffed, and now we're seeing Divergent trying to move on through. They lost one already. Merciless is there. Onto Lonely with a big nade. A nice arm from the back lines as well from Nobody to follow it up to a second. Simple Domak in the vehicle. And they're going to face off against the last player, and Divergent may just have had their day ruined.
Yep.
With one more match to play, they sit destitute
That's
far
tough.
behind the bubble.
That's
Yeah,
tough.
but Divergent's probably over now. So really unfortunate, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
cutting
I
back
think it's
30
a great
plus
push
points,
coming
that's
from
like
Fenerbahce,
20.
catching them unawares. And
In order for them to get, what,
it will have
70
to be a
points?
25-plus game, and it's just not something you can request from your players with a snap of a finger, especially on the last match. So I do think for Divergent, that likely is it. But to be honest, I don't think Uzbekistan can be too unhappy. Getting 3 out of the 4 into the top 7 with the 721 aggressors, with a very good chance of remaining in that top 7. I think that, you know, you can walk away from this being very pleased.
Definitely. I think it's a great result, sort of no matter what, really. Even if you're only getting 2 in, right? Like, even if you have someone drop down. So, yeah, absolutely a great showing from the home crowd teams here in Tashkent. R8, all the while, 2nd place right now, ahead of the charge when it comes to the bubble bursters. 2nd only to GOAT quality. And with this west side position, Eskit and that outpost, you know how he likes to back out of these positions sometimes, but he's got back up now, and Marth is in for the fight. High ground from Iker, though, potentially looking for some shots, but K21 going to secure that off angle for
Dope slowly
R8.
creeping up.
Yeah, Iker just gets
Dope
sat down off on that
6
high ground
points
there.
off top 7.
And Black Esports set themselves up for success, watching down towards a lot of these engagements on the south side. The 721 aggressors can sit pretty for now, but that compound's going to become a lot less valuable, pretty sharpish. GOAT, though, with that initial rotate, they're in lovely high ground position. You can be pretty happy with that one right now. R8 will have to push through KZE at some point to pick up that compound, which will provide them safety. And Fenerbahce on the eastern side, very chilled out. I would say they're very, very chilled out around Longhouse. Yes, they will likely have to get rid of Dope in the future, but a lot of space to work with. Most teams are situated over towards the west and the south side.
South edge has got quite a crunch on it. The west side, though, home to 4 teams right now. Nepex trying to reduce the count on the south edge. It's either them or the 721 aggressors going to be falling here. The question is who. Precious goes down, a Domain on the outside with Butcher and Yonik right around the corner. Mukesh is out, and I don't think Domain's got it in the back pocket here. Nepex fall, and the 721 aggressors rack up 3 points blank. It's again just that slow, interminable march for these Uzbekistan teams to that top 7 spot.
Yeah, for 721 aggressors, they were the only team that was really in a little bit of danger, right, from Uzbek. And I think from those eliminations and what they should be able to do next, get themselves pretty safe into this one. Nepex going out, though, does leave them pretty precarious. With Fenerbahce over towards the eastern side, they're chasing them currently at 58 points right now to the 63.
Over the top we go with the 721 aggressors onto upgrade. One spray down, roll out. Butcher is traded off as Buzz is there. Oh my goodness! With the backup from the sidelines there. Molodoy holds down the pin, and Buzz rattles off a few too. Upgrade still alive, and they want more than 7th.
Dope armor player down.
By their brethren, although they did let them kind of just rock up towards them. They look pretty damn clean from there onwards. Now upgrade up against another team from Uzbekistan. It's Aki Cyber. GYRO over towards their northwest. Circle moves north. Plenty of high ground towards the center there. Fenerbahce actually moving down towards the south side.
Dope is back up as a full man. I know, right? What was that fight?
Where do you go from here? It feels like you need to clean out this fight before sweeping through, because Black Esports have the high ground overview. They have the inside track. You're not in the circle. Potentially just crash down to the compound to your north. That may be their best option if they've scouted that information.
Yeah, straight through to Ladriera would not be a bad idea, honestly. Taking up that position would be nice. I think Aki Cyber, though, wants more points. Weren't happy that upgrade overtook them earlier today. Action actually finding a lot of value over towards Fenerbahce.
They should back off.
Finding Merciless now, so that's 2 down on the front line from Fenerbahce. I think nobody, as well as Simple, might just back up now.
And Nepex are pretty happy that Fenerbahce are being cut down to size. With only 2 players alive, that's one less team chasing. The other team with a hope here is Dope. On the east side, trying to push in. They are currently out of the circle, but they have got 4 players in. They are not too far behind this bubble, still remaining. I think that's, what is that, 6 points behind. Now see if they can get more. In the meantime, the roll-up, upgrade, disengage from Akisaiba, who do go to La Guerra, and then round
because
and enveloped
Black
Esports find themselves up against 3rd place team, Upgrade.
If Dope win this game, they'll be at top 6 for sure.
2 over towards the
Rare
2
goes
story.
down.
Aussie does rotate across. Not a bad maneuver from Aussie, actually, because they already cleared that building, or are in the process of clearing it.
A second one goes down. Pain is fully flushed. At third.
It's clear. Guys, it's clear.
That's tough. One
Upgrade yet to pull the trigger, but action here to play as well. This is nasty for Upgrade's tempo. Molodoy, though, holding his nerve time and time again for this roster, and they've got to be happy to have him on side. The dropout wise just a little bit too bold, though, as Gigante does have a little bit more gas left in the tank. The roll down for Roosers to keep Molodoy safe. They want to stay as 4. Buzz is on a mission of his own, as he's going to careen on in towards Zephyros and make it work too. An opening towards Black Esports. A fight on 2 fronts, and Buzz keeps it rolling.
Getting it done right now. Buzz moves through. We'll confirm that one. Leaving Black Esports as a 3. 8 eliminations already. Upgrade has gone crazy today.
That's terrible.
Unfortunately, Buzz goes down. He's already done the job. He's the chisel that has opened the way now for Upgrade to start to move in.
No.
And they would like to start molding themselves into a better position within this map.
With 3 players on either side, they're both in a corner of this compound. It's fairly evenly fought, and with K21 having the outside angle, it's a little bit of disadvantage towards Upgrade. That means that Black Esports can wait for this to come to them. However, the circle is going to push this fight out in just a moment. You're going to see in 13 seconds where we're going to go. Symphony doesn't want to wait for that, however. As he is forwards, drops the Molotov, slows the approach to the broken concrete.
Dope needed points this game, but they weren't able to capitalize on the sand.
Ramesses moving in as well. Symphony on the deck, up to the top floor now.
It's not over for them though, but it just depends on how the other teams play.
But 30 seconds.
Molodoy on a mission of his own, but Ramses goes down. Smoke dissipates. Do they see him, though? Has to step up. Knows his time is limited. Gets a couple of tags through. Now Molodoy runs out into the nade from Ruzen. A double. 1 left remaining. They know the building he's in.
They know he's on the top floor, too. Down the stairs he goes. Pump action into the smoke. For Runsen's there. An Upgrade hold the line again. Ramses will get res, but they have to move now. With 8 seconds before the circle shrinks, Upgrade need to move further. 11 elims blank. We thought Goat may have secured 1st place, but that's looking shakier by the second.
I mean, Upgrade have been fantastic. Ruzen stepping up today, not only early with a clutch on her angle, but now here with an awesome grenade. Ikerd up against Goat, Twix and Ephius. Ephius with the M249. Clinging onto life here, but not for long.
Just Twix to stand, and he doesn't know where to go. 1 player down for Ikerd. Alako low on the high ground, but with Ali on that sort of HP count, drops the smoke and forces them to turn the corner on him. With the DBS, that's kind of his only option. There is an off angle there, by the way, from R8, which is why that fight didn't immediately conclude, but it does finally draw to a close. And 101 is where Goat will remain at the end of this match, going into the last.
Yeah, Twix gets snapped in half. Now Ikerd with 3. AZ, a little bit dangerous to pick up, because like you say, there is that off angle coming through from R8. So significant teams still left in the lobby. It's Fenerbahce with 3 elims, but only 2 players. T2K with 3 of their own, looking to get further into this match. Akisaiba do find Molodoy. First time we've seen Akisaiba with 4 players alive past stage 5.
Akisaiba with just the 1 elimination, still yet to push out of that bubble area, that bubble zone, where they will feel the danger. Still only that 1 point, and a knock over towards Force. R8 with 80 points now after their 4 elims, starting to look safer. Upgrade as well. That's 3 teams now where it feels like they're going to have a lot more safety moving in towards that bubble, because remember, NepX went out with 63, only pushing that bubble by 2 points so far.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there really wasn't a lot of movement around that middle side of the lobby, so it all does come down to the final match. Just mostly teams who are already doing well, solidifying themselves further towards the top of the lobby. Ramses knocked. Upgrade having a worse and worse time, though can't really count them out just yet because Ruzen still up and kicking.
But that's the second point for Akicyber. They're now up to 74. And with 11 elims on the match as well for Upgrade, even if they go down now, it is definitely not the end of the world and maybe their access to the Global Open Finals.
Yeah, one thing when you look at it, really, it does feel like it was end of support for the old OS of Upgrade from yesterday, and we had a update coming through into today. They look so much better overall. And again, that's what happens in these types of games. Either molds you into a winner on day 2, or you're left crumbling and crushed under the pressure of getting into that towards that top 7, because top 7 is a really nasty qualification bracket in my opinion. Top 3 takes the pressure off because you're close to it, but you keep pushing and you get there eventually. But top 7, it's like, it should be doable for you. It should be doable for you. And then you get in your own head on day 2 that you just cannot make it past that 8th place mark. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. Now, Fenerbahce have a big test ahead of them now. As 2 players, they need to extract a lot of value out of this game. Not just placement points, because you don't get a whole lot out of them anyway. You need to get more than that. You need to get a whole bunch of eliminations. They're going to have to be very opportunistic here in the next coming minutes.
Go around with another nade. They did a lot of damage to the down players, and that is going to be what they were looking for. Admin falls on the res. A flush completed. Force gets the heal off, and K21 swell over the approach from Akicyber. They will get a placement in this, but it's not going to be much. It's only a sliver, and they might be able to cling on to a spot, but today has not been illustrious for them. And this rundown just continues. Force can't hold that peak. And K21 next to no damage. R8 though, they want a third party here. They might not expect to run into such a formidable situation of a team. Marth immediately rebuffed.
Yeah, you're too late. Again though, R8 should have known this. If you're watching the elimination feed, you know that 4 players went down in quick succession. This is not a back and forth. SK's on, very low HP, Prestige in the back there. Now just looking for the turn. SK's through the crack.
Has Prestige at his back. Marco goes down. It is traded and the door frame under control. 2 players low on that inside track. A nade up to the top window there. Knows that he's going to scuttle on away. No, it drops in down to the ground floor. He wants to keep that pressure on. Shroud taken low yet again. Last player to stand now for R8. 6 teams remaining. Keeps this bombardment going, however, he is now out of supplies here. Could potentially get Marth back up. 20 seconds until the zone closes.
It's a pretty cruel nade that went through there. They didn't even cook that thing, just left it on the floor.
Oh, K21 down. Upgrade swinging from the sidelines.
The one player, Ruzen. This is what I'm saying. You can't count Ruzen out until the end. Here's Ikerd versus T2K, who need to get a move on. But we should train them to eliminate at this point. That's not happening.
First goes to Ikerd. Rules on the face, can't find it, and Love just topples almost immediately after. Fenerbahce now with 4 elims. They're right in 8th place. They are 3 points behind Blank. I think they may have already done it just with the placements. They're guaranteed at this stage.
Yeah, right now, not bad.
Okay.
Fenerbahce. Ruzen finishes off R8, 9 eliminations on the match. Ruzen boss, this guy is the emperor right now. At the top of the food chain. An Upgrade must be so pleased that this guy woke up and ate the right breakfast today. He's killing it.
So much work for the team. This is
He's
stage
actually
9.
peaking right now. So
And he gets
dumb.
it. Ali goes down.
So dumb.
Might be able to double digit on the solo elimination count here for Upgrade. Fenerbahce, remember, are on the chase. They should have pushed into 7th based on the placements they get.
The funny thing is about this, the fact that he's picking up Ali, who's on a wide off angle, now gives the possibility of a Fenerbahce chicken dinner. Unless he takes him apart! There's no way! In the heat of the moment, he delivers time and time again, looking for the chicken dinner now. A 2v1 before people might have not thought it was possible. Steps on, it's almost won, but Ruzin, the raid boss, finally put down. And everyone breathes a sigh of relief as the danger, he's gone.
11 eliminations just on his own. Blank, incredible scenes here from Upgrade. What a close down to that match. ICUT do get the chicken dinner, and Blank, that might change things around on the tables. But Ruzin stole the show.
What a disgusting game that was from Ruzin. I mean, Upgrade's got to be so pleased about that. And Go is not safe anymore, by the way. They are not safe whatsoever from losing that first place spot. Upgrade goes from a pitiful position yesterday to suddenly challenging for first place.
Goodness me. This is the excitement that you get from these short form tournaments, Blank. These 2-day sprints, 12 matches only, and in the 11th hour, Upgrade rise to the challenge that Go Quality laid down yesterday.
Unreal. Actually unreal. I need to see that double spray down again. That was Fenerbahce's lifeline as well, and with a pair of scissors, it was cut in two by Ruzin. This is the most hilarious bit. He drops a smoke and starts bloody peeking.
That is crazy. Over to Ali. This is the big spray down here. 11 elims. The point onto Ali did get taken away by Fenerbahce. And again, it is crucial points that are getting taken left and right here. So maybe that'll add up to something. ICUT, again, that 10-point chicken dinner, a fairly low elimination count, only racking up 6, but still can change everything. A 16-point gain is massive in the middle of the tables. Let's head back over to the desk.
ICUT, congratulations on that win. I want to see what you guys are going to be able to do, but we got to talk about Upgrade.
The real winner.
My goodness, Ruzin Boss being able to collect that many eliminations.
That's crazy. I don't understand what we just witnessed, and the crowd doesn't either. I mean, it was looking like we were going to be seeing him win. He was about to clutch that up. He got Fenerbahce very easily. Could have been just as easy for ICUT, but it was just too open, etc., etc. But my goodness me, what a performance. 11 eliminations, 1,367
That's
damage.
insane.
What a play.
A little bit of added
11
context, by the way.
elims.
Yeah. When his teammates got eliminated, he
On
had
a
4
LAN
eliminations.
tournament,
That's
doesn't matter the
7
color of
eliminations
team,
as a
that's good.
solo at this stage in PMGO is mad. This guy is crazy.
I'm sorry, Mag. Say that again for me. What?
He had 4 eliminations when his teammates got eliminated.
Got
he
it.
got 7 elims, solo 7.
Bruh.
And the thing is, usually what we end up seeing, the reason why I wanted you to say that again, we usually see these players be passive,
right up,
especially
not,
when the team is pretty much set and
holding
done.
on
But
his
this
head.
man continue on with that confidence too. I'm really intrigued to see if we can maybe end up getting an interview with him of how much the crowd just pumped him up, because everybody kept screaming over and over again here in the arena every single time he had an elimination.
Absolutely.
11 eliminations for Ruzin.
3 for Molotov.
3. That is crazy. But we see it so often now, these Uzbekistan players just be on the top 5 fraggers.
Yeah,
it's
constantly.
Has it been like every game, actually? I feel like
Kind
it
of.
has been
I feel
all
like
day,
it kind of
just
has.
Uzbekistan
We had one
throughout.
game where it was Mumbai from Dope, who was top 1. After that, I think it's basically just been all Uzbekistan today.
Yeah, because we
It's
had
crazy.
those 2 upgrade wins too a little bit early on our angle, right? So at this point, it's just been Uzbekistan, more specifically, it has been upgrade all day, every day. There's been the one team that, in my opinion, was missing from the Uzbekistan lineup day 1. They came back swinging big time today.
We were surprised, especially how they were able to perform after that first day of the prelims. One thing that you guys weren't mentioning, though, was so Upgrade was able to defend just the aggressive push from the 7-2-1. I felt like that was the kickstart
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, 7-2-1 had a great rundown of NetX, as you see right here. So they already had the ball going, right? So they were like, yeah, we can go in, we can push. Nah, says Molody and crew, because Upgrade just wipe him so clean. I loved this push onto action as well, because they actually deviated from their push onto black there to go, actually, there's a team. Hold that thought, just pause. Let's go get this guy, and then we can come back.
Well, actually, before they fully engage onto black, they're fighting 2 squads at once. They're fighting action at black at the same time.
Exactly.
And when they actually clear action, then they just fully send their forces onto black and go for, I think it was a 4v3 at that point in time.
I don't remember the name, but there was one player fighting by himself against Black Esports while the rest of his teammates were going up against action. That's just like confidence out of this team that we're seeing out of them today.
I think it was Molodoy, but it's just crazy push
Crazy.
at that point.
And it's not only the confidence, it's the teamwork as well. Like, to have that communication of, yeah, that's cool, I'll hold off black while you finish these guys off. Oh, we've got a knock over there, no problem, I got this, you go do that. It's so incredible.
I just love because Bruce and Boss is looking at that fight between R8 and the other squad at that point that we had was going to be K21.
Yep.
And he's just looking at that. I'm about to make a name for myself over here. He really does make it work out in that engagement because he just waits in the wings and he knows this one grenade, that's going to be the big surprise factor. They're not going to be ready to respond if I do instantly get the knock into a flush. And the timing of that was absolutely perfect.
You can see that performance right there. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, the amount of eliminations, 17 eliminations, puts them in the first place in regards to total points for today. Iker there with the 16. All right, I mean, for some of these teams that were at the top, in a way, they give themselves such a buffer that they might be feeling secure going into this last match.
Absolutely. I feel like now Upgrade
Don't
have
have to
no
play out of
worries
their
for the
mind.
next match. I don't think they're
qualify.
going to be tryharding. They might try hard because they're on a high right now and they're just going to go and use that momentum, just wipe and have fun. Or they can go, you know what, you guys have fun because you ain't going to catch us.
I also want to say I'm really happy with K21 because they had a massive push onto Ake Cyber that I know you've been quite fond of their edge play. And finally we see K21 not just be passive, complacent. They take their fate in their very own hands, leave their comfort position to claim the southern western side of the circle. Sure, they do get third party, but it was so quick. They still have 4 players alive to fight R8. Unfortunately, it doesn't go the entire way, but it shows a spark of hope for me looking at K21.
100%. You see here, as the overalls go over here, 101 points for GOAT, so the early elimination does not affect them really all that much, but it is Upgrade going into that second place, dethroning R8 by 10 points now.
Yeah, but I do want to bring up a little bit of a lower team here. I could get himself the chicken dinner. We still do not see them on this first page. And we said it yesterday, sure, you get yourself a win, but we see nothing outside of that win. Just one flash in a pan every day is not going to cut it to be in top 7 to go to main event. 7, we need more from iCurd. They need to wrap it up in style.
Max, in my eyes, and you guys can disagree with me here or agree, whatever you want to do, the top 5, I feel like they might be secure and end up going to main event. For 6th place and 7th place, as we're going to be seeing the rest of the teams here, keep an eye on that 7th place. They're going to end up with 66 points. But as we're going to go to the second page of the overall, everything is going to be so close. If, for example, Dope Esports, if they end up getting a chicken dinner, they could end up qualifying to main event.
And honestly, the way they've been playing, the way they've been waiting for those final zones to actually start making a move, we're seeing them later and later into those games. It's not impossible. Yes, they're being a bit too passive, but with 39 elims and 18 placement points, they've got those elims on their back. That one more game, they could actually clutch it.
I think they're in a situation where there's actually maybe just 1 spot remaining. I'm going to be honest, because we're looking at 6th place team. It's 2-7-2-1 aggressors. These teams always get consistent eliminations. I think we might just have 1 placement in top 7 that might change after this match.
And for other teams, from 13 all the way down to 16, I feel like it's going to be a little bit impossible for even, I mean, 16th place for sure, definitely impossible.
A little bit impossible.
For the other teams, it's pretty much just a toss-up. They are going to be playing that spoiler role. Teams that are currently fighting for those points, they need to watch out, Max.
I think that we're going to be looking at some of these teams, if they want to make it, we're going to need to see a double-digit elimination chicken dinner. That's going to be their one lifeline to make it to the main event. But outside of that, yeah, as I just said, 1 spot remaining. That's why I really think the kind of setup is going to be for this final match. And the pressure's going to be there. And I did mention the hot drops, hot troops, you know, shout out to you. could be something really that could be a major issue because teams at the bottom, again, have nothing to lose. It's really something that you've got to be careful about because it could be a main threat for your chances to go to the next stage.
It could end up being a plus, right?
Yes, it could be, and I think especially for somebody like DRG, who we know can be quite aggressive, right? They've got that background in them, but it's not been a great day for them. I feel like a hot drop could definitely be something that they will want to look towards if, you know, they really want to do something in this final match, because technically they are still in it to win it.
They are. I mean...
Or top 7 it, I suppose.
Yeah, but for this teams, as we're looking at the points there, it's just so close. It's going to come down to possibly that last moment. We have seen it over and over again. Just to remind you guys, 7th place, 66 points. 8th place, 63 points. If you are in that 7th place, if you're Sodics, I mean, I'm going to be so scared if for some reason I end up getting eliminated very early into the match.
Absolutely. It's something that's really, really going to be a problem for them mentally as well, of like, we don't want to see anyone ever.
I think that we've seen this a lot of time, and I kind of want to take it back to PMWC7 that we covered. Looking at reject, they had that one opportunity to go the entire way, go for a hard drop, or kind of just shut down a rotation of, at that point, Alpha 7. They don't go for it, and just the fate is just out of their control entirely. This is your time to reclaim that control and maybe go for a very desperate play to make things work out at the end. So I just hope that we're not going to see team then in 7th place like Exotics that's just going to do nothing and play super scared, because then you're given an opportunity for the teams just below you to get a massive game. Doesn't even need to be a win realistically, and they will overtake your spot in the main event.
We talked about the middle teams. We talked about the teams at the bottom. I mean, the Uzbekistan teams are currently just performing so well.
Down to
I want to
one
take a look
more
once
match.
again at that 7th to 8th place. I want to see how these teams have been performing throughout today, because I'm going to be surprised of how close it is. I mean, oh my goodness, you couldn't ask for anything closer than that. 17 and 17 eliminations, and everything else is almost identical.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, even down to the average survival, right? 1547 to 1748. There's not that much difference. This is why it's so neck and neck on those leaderboards.
I mean,
the big difference is those total points, Max.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, total points 33 compared to the 22 right now. Nepex have been playing comeback pretty heavily. And Nepex have shown their willingness to fight.
Yes.
I have to be honest, Niptura, I have not seen that kind of same mentality from Fenerbahce. They're usually just find a good spot, we chill. If we're lucky, the circle might come our way. But I need to see the same change of pace from K21 but happening for Fenerbahce, which is we need to take fights that actually not only rewards us with eliminations, but also gives us a lot of free real estate in the circle. Fenerbahce has not been that team for me yet. There's still one more game. We need to see it now. Like, really, that is their last chance for them to secure a spot in top 7.
We've got to take into consideration, too, the top teams, right? The teams that have already, in a way we're talking about, already make it to that main event. They could also end up playing that spoiler role. They could also end up seeing some of the other teams, like, for example, at the beginning of the day, if you maybe had a hot drop with them, you might want to try to make their life a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, it is a strategy we have seen before in games, in tournaments, and it is fairly reliable, I feel like. So it is definitely something to watch out for. We're going to be going into game very soon here, and only time will tell at this rate, right? Only time will tell.
Max, as we're going to be going here into the last match, give me some teams to watch, some teams to keep a close eye on. To remind you, though, Fenerbahce is in that 7th place. Nepex is in that 8th place. Any other teams?
Any other team right now that we're going to be... I kind of want to support still K21. I think that they've shown true willingness to be aggressive. That push onto the other squad on the edge on this last game was fantastic. If they do it again, maybe they can make it through, but so many teams are still in the conversation.
I want to go with Dope again. They're almost there.
All right. Well, I'm ready to find out which teams are going to be going to the main event. So let's send it to the man with the hype, John Allen and Blank.
We are going around the carousel for the last time, the last turn around the block here at the prelims for the PMGO. It is, of course, Miramar to close us down. Match 12, day 2. Everything on the line.
Like the
17 will
stream,
make it
if you
further,
haven't already,
and their legacy could be
hit that
born
like button, spam it.
This has been very exciting, an unbelievably exciting prelims. This point in time, get the popcorn
And
out,
thanks for
because
chilling,
it has
hanging
been
out.
cinema so far. We're going from the south side Partona all the way up towards Torre Armada. Incredible games, incredible matches, incredible individual skill. Ruzen taking away the show there on that last match. 7 elims solo, unheard of.
Crazy stuff, and you believed he could get that chicken dinner too. after that spray down onto Fenerbahce. Had a couple of nades in the pocket. I was ready for it. I was so ready, but unfortunately for Upgrade fans, fortunately for iCurd fans, they did hold their nerve and go the distance, but iCurd still out in the cold on the tables. Not out of arm's reach, but it is starting to get that way.
That it is. Team starting to get in towards the match for our final game of the day. Before we, not crown, but congratulate 7 teams. And we get a Western shift. Very hard shift as well.
I think Black Esports going to win this one.
Yeah, maybe, maybe. I think we've seen this so many times. I mean, I feel bad for these squads in prelims going through into the main event. Because if we start getting north circles, east circles, they will have played them. They'll only have experience here over on the western side. But they'll take that experience nonetheless here in the final game. Time to make some adjustments, make some new moves, learn from previous matches. It's all they could ask for, especially if you're going at this one more time to make that break into top 7.
Black Esports again, looting Monte Nuevo. Early, the options available to them. Now, I was talking with Max, and what his preferred situation for Black Esports in yesterday's match would be to take a split on south edge of Monte Nuevo and try and play that sort of area with a little bit of presence on the high ground.
Nope, should have pushed top 7.
And I think you did suggest that.
I did.
But unfortunately, they need a kill, a win.
So he is in
they need the kills and a win
and we'll see if they go
to have a chance
that
to
is
play
definitely
in
an
the
option for them.
Sometimes you've got to get a second opinion, so
it's
I
true.
Understand it.
Trust but verify.
Yeah, every time.
That's why teams are more than one analyst sometimes.
Luckily for a lot of our squads, it's just not a painful path.
Ooh, plenty of pain for Dope though, or rather not, because they do lose him to a knock here, and Fenerbahce the ones to pick it up. This is the bubble team, remember, Blank, with it all to play for. Getting that first knock is huge, but he is very isolated from his other players. They will need to come in and save the day.
Well, absolutely. This is a team on the edge, right? Fenerbahce's a team that wants to go further. They almost had an unbelievable finish where they could have 2v2'd iCurd if it wasn't for the fact that Ruzen was doing the choosing on who stays alive in that game.
Now the evacuation's there. Nobody there, mate. Back in the buggy you go. Head on out. It is just about disentanglement at this stage for Fenerbahce. Survival is far more important than risking a point.
Fenerbahce important for them.
It is down to the wire for Dope Esports.
Disengages. Any other time you might try and go for that. You might try
and
go
other
final
teams
push,
that's trying to push the top
coming up over towards Divergent.
7.
Dynamo looking for something dynamic, but it's not meant to be, as K21 will go through him.
One more foot in the grave there for Divergent's progress to be the 4th Uzbek team to qualify through these prelims. But their hopes are slipping away. However, they're not out of it just yet. They're still fighting the dog. Divergent want to take revenge over towards K21. Shroud putting pressure up. Lonely may not have spotted this. He's going broadside, and a lovely little rattle off from Shroud with the AKM at close range. Noisy repositions, and there's that off angle that you need from the team to play together. This is the resible outside option, but the rundown is potentially there as well from K21.
K21, Goran, Marco, Paya still up, but Goran struggling. Noisy in, Lonely's down.
Divergent need a big match here if they want to be in with a chance of pushing up towards the bubble, but it is slipping away from them. Their 3rd player goes down, so they are down to 2. Kook on the inside. No meds, really has to pop those stims to try and heal back over time. Goran
Dub have to win.
They are both putting that pressure
With at
on.
least
And they still have that off angle to
6
play around.
kills to have a chance.
Divergent, struggling. Likely to be going down. We'll find out in a bit when we bring up the overall leaderboards. But at the moment, Noisy, as well as Cuke, the last defenders up against K21. Black Esports, Luden Laws, Cedric to Aki Cyber. Noisy finds the first, jumps out the window, not much to lose.
With the DBS, the drop down from the window is there, and they will be able to turn things around. 4 elims, Blank. But 2 players, have they got the runway here?
The K21, they won't be joining us through in our top 7. Unfortunately, Divergent half HP.
Look at this central area on the circle. Around Montenuevo, everybody is jam-packed in there. That is absolutely nutso crowded right now. And Black Esports, again, they dropped there early, but this time around, they've taken 1 casualty, and Aussie is down as well. Meaning they're basically playing as 2, because Aussie has to go for a mad crawl back. I would be very surprised if he's able to recoalesce with the team. Dope trying to hop in the vehicle, get away from the spray from admin, and will be able to do so. He's just checking the ground around him. Aussie still crawling on his mission to Symphony.
It's Divergent for them, it would have to be a hell of a game from this point.
Yeah.
To leap over Fenerbahce at 67. For K21 going down in 14th. I think they put up a good fight. And you know what? They improved a lot towards the end of this prelims. So they can be proud of themselves for that. Black Esports getting torn to pieces off the distance by Aki Saibo, who've decided that randomly on the last match they're going to step up.
Fair enough. If you're going to do it before the end of the tournament, I say. Good news. However, for Black Esports, that's not the best news. They're on 73 points, Blank. They are not safe.
No, and considering how they played yesterday, we were kind of expecting a little bit more, but they were very much relying a lot on third parties. And today, they've just not been coming through for them. That kind of playstyle just does not step up 24/7. Circle moves hard over to the northwest.
Wow.
A lot of unplayable ground still in this one on that western side. But Go, extremely happy with how this one goes down. Hoping to fend off Upgrade, who's knocking on the door of first place.
But they are not knocking on the door of the circle right now, Blank. They are all the way down on the south side. Their closest player to this next zone is in Minister Valle. The rest of them closer to Los Leones than that.
So the bomb
they have got a long way to go
10
and through
points.
a minefield of teams as well.
And
The number of teams that grouped up towards Montenuevo early has forced so many into this south quadrant of this next circle. Go quality, and at the moment Fenerbahce, who are rolling into the middle as well, going to be holding this line. R8 backing it up. It is nigh on impenetrable to be able to get through from that south edge towards the northern throes of it.
Nepex currently pretty worried. Yet to move towards this circle. They're on that eastern side. They're also on the edge of qualification. Fenerbahce losing 1 player. Really not good at this stage of the game for Fenerbahce at all. You can see the circle super bottom heavy here, with most squads on that southeast side. Fenerbahce losing 1 though. This is the team that Nepex is chasing. 67 points currently. They're fairly central though, but I think it would be unlikely to get Merciless back upon his feet.
We were expecting the bubble between somewhere in 70 and 75. That gap is shrinking. It's looking more likely to be on the lower side of that. With Fenerbahce losing a player, their point scoring capability reduced. Nepex not quite in the position to get a huge game here, but could still get at least 5 quite comfortably if they find the right fights. So to that 70.
What the squad's hoping that Go is able to take down Fenerbahce at this point, because it would eliminate the possibility of a moving target on 7th place, allowing them to slowly close that gap right now, Nepex is very slowly closing the gap between them and the circle itself. Two players have just got to the edge of the blue, but there is still Mukesh as well as Rex far behind the South Ricardo. A long way to get into
If
this
Dope
one.
had played like how they played yesterday, they would have.
Stage 2. And they are moving into the south side of things as well, and
they
we've
would have
covered this
done
already. It is
really
chock-a-block
good.
down there.
Although they're not far off the
It's
points
going to be really tough to
that
see
they
what's
made
going on, but
yesterday,
if you want to keep track of everything
they
that's
needed
going
them more
on, the best way to do
consistent.
that is the vertical feed over on both TikTok and YouTube, PUBG Mobile Esports, and you can see not only the mainstream feed, but also the maps, the player cams, all of the tables as well, the scores live updated. You can see there at PUBG Mobile Esports on both YouTube and TikTok for all of your vertical streaming needs. Don't even need to turn your phone on its side. You can, of course, also have a dedicated map stream.
That you can. Our official map feed is available over at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube. Want to tune in, find exactly where your favorite team is on the map, what kind of rotates these teams are making, maybe learn a little bit for yourself. Go check out the map feed and that vertical feed of all the info that you might desire during a game like this. We got you covered. In the meantime, teams are trying to cover as much ground as possible to get towards the center side. KZE right backed up to the edge of that mountain.
That was Divergent losing another. They are now down to 1 and a low HP at that. Did he manage to make it into the middle? I'm not sure, but no, will go no further. Divergent fall. And at least one of 4 Uzbek teams not going to make it now. 13th place may slip lower depending on what Exotics can do. Action definitely not going to get the points to jump over it because they've been playing badly.
Unfortunate for Divergent, honestly, 52 points, not a terrible score to end on. I think either way, Uzbekistan fans can be very proud of what all these teams here have been able to achieve. Divergent had a blinder of a start over towards the qualifiers of a back-to-back chicken dinner, and they did their best here, but it just wasn't enough. Nepex finally in on the south side, just south of the 2 players from Black Esports who were harassed earlier by Aki Cyber, if you remember. Exotics up against Upgrade, who are dead center, looking to go up against GOAT, challenging for that first place spot.
In 1 minute, we'll get the next circle to decide which side of things we're going towards. GOAT quality with a massive split right now on a huge hill.
That's massive.
In the zone,
and they're gonna run
a lot of
into
space,
each other in a minute
a lot
now.
of presence being felt by the teams around them. Upgrade get the res, they stay as 4.
KZE, their action underneath them. And Ray Gods will find the shot. 56 points in 10th place. It's not impossible for KZE still. There are a lot of teams that can still make this. The chicken dinner, more than doable. KZE set themselves up in a position where if the circle continues to move over towards that western side, could be a banger of a game for them. We've got to wait and see. But now's the time to gamble. Honestly, now is the time to gamble on these circles.
Next circle is going to pop now as we get a replay of GOAT quality on the spray down. A hard south shift on this. This is good news for KZE.
Very good news for KZE. Again, a lot of this area so unplayable. Really difficult to work around with. You can imagine a lot of teams looking for real estate on that western side, and KZE got to be stalwart in holding. Shadow looking to get upside. Fair enough to him. They're looking to stay here. They're looking to plant roots.
Needing to make it work now. So many teams baying for blood, vying for the opportunity to jump up these tables. Fenerbahce still defend 7th with 67 points. They do have a player or 2.
Good shots.
Adding to the tally, and that's another one. As Dope lose a player, one of the teams chasing them. Every point that Fenerbahce earn is a point taken from the rest of the teams chasing them and diminishes the possibility that they get leapfrogged.
decent from Fenerbahce. Kind of eliminating a lot of those western angles as well from playing in this position. Looking to clear out as many teams as possible.
Yeah, it's gonna be rougher though. There are 3 players and
will
this
go down
need
first. And honestly, there
11
hasn't been
kills
too
now.
much life in T2K during the prelims. We've been poking them. We've been asking for something.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can bring it against R8 here. SK-Ton close. Nade over the top. The blue zone pushing, dodges the nade. The blue zone isn't going to be dodgeable there. And out wide he goes and confirms the flush. All right, SK-Ton taken down. R8 basically confirmed in at this stage, so no big deal for them. But for Train to Kill, a point could make the difference. However, they've now lost a second player. And there's 2 players still standing for them.
ID7. Over the top side, Love pretty low. Ija definitely out at this point. I think the T2K chasing is going to be an impossibility.
Oh,
they just don't have enough. Dope goes down in 9th place, 57 points. Nepex life gets a little bit easier. KZE chasing, but it's going to have to be a massive game from them. And they've set themselves up on that western side. They can only pray that that circle continues to push over towards them.
And the important factor about Dope going down beyond NA being eliminated from the PMGO is also that the points went to Black Esports. Black 3 elims here, already racked up. They are on 76 points. That could make a world of difference. Changing that scoreline from 73 to 76 could be the difference maker between 8th and 7th.
Right on the borderline here. KZE finding shots over towards Iker, clearing out their north side, but more importantly, picking up points potentially if they can confirm that flush. T2K love getting shot at by Fenerbahce. We'll have to hit the deck. But they're outside the zone here. Man, it's going to be rough.
Certainly is. Nobody really outstretching in terms of the elims just yet. Despite being down to 43 players alive, the long-range shots over towards Train to Kill. Next circle just about to pop in. And there we go. It goes up to the north, and it's Upgrade who get it again.
Almost a 400-meter shot coming through from Upgrade there, down towards Nepex. But again, like I said, it is such open ground between Upgrade and down towards the south here. Those shots are going to come through thick and fast, and for the 721 aggressors, Nepex moving through this area is like moving through razor blades. It's going to be an uncomfortable walk.
We're going to have a terrible time of it. We're now down to about 3 teams chasing Blank. Nepex the closest. KZE behind them a little bit further as we get a replay on the points earned here. You can see those are the 3 points that could make the difference for Black Esports. More points earned. KZE also on that chase, looking to try and put up their tally. You can see Iker as well with an outside chance, but they have lost a player. They're on that northwest side. I think they're in the worst spot to try and gather up the steam to jump up towards Fenerbahce.
Black Esports down to a single player now, 76 points. It looks still pretty good for them. But there is a world where Nepex, Fenerbahce's, the 721 aggressors all pass Black Esports in this game. And that's a worrisome thought for them, I imagine. R8 sat up just against Go QuadZ. Marth will go down. Ephius is knocked.
Ooh, takes a lot of damage from R8. Looking to try and take the challenge, but Panati is nasty with it on the DBS. That is R8 down, but with 88 points, it is super likely we see them. Black Esports have fallen. 76 is the only non-moving target now for the teams beneath them, but it's going to be a difficult climb. The 721 aggressors, they could be going down as well. 2 players have fallen, but is there an answer? Because Spidey can find these reses, and Butcher is a little bit off in the distance, could potentially hold this one down for them.
2 players on the floor there for action. Larita, as well as Gigante up front, trying to provide that information back across. Thinks he's in the smoke, but he's off towards the right-hand side. Spidey would like to keep his players up and alive. You don't want to lose them here, especially on 71 points. You aren't safe. Nice nade over the top. Will finish off the rest. That comes through from Butcher. The support is good. KZE have been holding off iCurt for quite a while. Ray Gods with the MG3 looking down over towards the rest of iCurt, and he is laying down the fire.
Got Cassie as well on the back line, has angles onto Alico, looking for the shots onto it and will make it work there. That is iCurt eliminated. They will not be able to climb, but KZE are 4 points closer to that bubble.
They desperately need it, but Upgrade is looking better and better for them by the minute. GOAT Quality, those 6 eliminations this game, doing fantastically well from that northeast side. The question is, when are they going to have to come on down? Is it going to be a tumble, or will be it a graceful slide? Fenerbahce coming in from that eastern side. Our team right on the line. 69 points right now.
Yeah.
The further up they go, the safer they will feel. But hounding their heels, 2 teams behind them, Nepex and KZE. GOAT a little bit split right now. 2 and 2. They've got high ground control.
KZE need to move in now. It's not the most fun of a cross over from this western side. There is a loot crate to play on, but you can't really have all 4 players on that one, to be honest with you. 721 aggressors coming in from that south side. Nepex scared, fearful to leave their position on the south. It's straight out into open ground. I think Nepex realizes that their days are numbered here in the prelims.
Fenerbahce with the assault over towards Ego is not going to go well. A simple Domak out in the open there. A spray down easy for him. Twix now with a nade cooking for Upgrade. Sorry, for GOAT Quality. With 7 elims on the match already, Blank. Getting a little bit greedy towards the top of the tables, and out he goes. Ephius wants the fight.
Nepex making a risky rotate there. Stepping on Lego bricks right now, because that has got to be uncomfortable.
Ego spotted. That's Zvezda from Aki Cyber, the third party across the way. 3 players now stand for GOAT Quality. The smoke to help his team. Savian there. The desk said they wanted to see more, but it's nobody on the top of the mountain there. With a shutdown, and Ephius now to challenge. Drops out wide, healing needed. Aki Cyber rolling in for the third party. Fenerbahce, our team on the bubble, have 4 elims, then they want more. Nobody trying to send wide, but he gets caught in the crossfire and will go down. Ephius are there, and Fenerbahce fall.
Fenerbahce out now.
I think they're safe.
In an awkward position
I think Fenerbahce is safe.
For Fenerbahce. Have they done enough? Upgrade, it's Ruzen once again at it. Breeton will find him with the DBS and take him out. Molodoi too, but Exotics finally put down. Upgrade will survive, albeit without Ruzen, which is unfortunate for them. KZE on this western side. This is the outside chance, alongside with Nepex moving over towards Aki Cyber.
Zvezda holding on the inside. Pump action down the corridor. Good for 1. Could find Precious. Low HP, but the cross with the DBS is covered. And Nepex stay alive. 2 elims, and they are still on the chase. Aki Cyber can breathe a little bit easier. Having Fenerbahce go down, they may be a little bit safer, but the 721 aggressors are still alive too.
For Nepex, one of the most, in fact, the
what
most
a
important game right now. It has been slow, it has been cautious, but it's now time to put the foot to the gas here. They need to speed up. If you're not wary of traffic stops or speed limits, this is the final chance.
Spray down from Upgrade, who are still in it, as are GOAT Quality, our 2 leaders who have been devastating in their performances so far.
What is this circle, dude?
Oh my goodness.
For KZE, there's actually a real chance if they can take down the 721 aggressors, because there's a ridge that sits alongside this road where you can play from. It's a great position to work with. Unfortunately, this is leaning off towards the eastern side. It is very awkward. For Upgrade, they have a slightly more difficult path ahead of them, because first of all, you've got to get rid of GOAT. You've got to get rid of Nepex if you want to continue playing out this game. Both teams desperate to hold on to this one, because they know that Upgrade is looking to chase them down. Nepex, they're here to survive.
KZE as well, trying to forge their channel. A bit of an outside chance, I think it's safe to say. The KZE and the 721 aggressors currently sit in the top 7. But they are not fully safe just yet, I don't think. I think they're just behind. We'll have to wait and see, though. Nepex and KZE could potentially push them out, but we'll have to fall first. 5 teams remain.
Ooh, this could be a nice nade.
3 chasers, 2 table toppers. Ray Gods doesn't connect with the nade, has to back off.
Molodoy! From that distance, through the smoke as well, consistently being a nuisance here.
Ooh,
KZE all in one location. The 721 aggressors looking to
They
put
should
them
follow
down.
that with the next nade.
And look at the shots coming through from Upgrade as well. They are peppering this hillside with lead. Kicking up the sand in the eyes of KZE. They are looking for this res, and they have slowed the 721 aggressors. And GOAT Quality going to put pressure onto Nepex all the while. They may go down here. It's all up to Rex now for the push on Nepex. They have got that backline of Domain, but he's isolated. Cannot refrag here in a way that he wants to, but Rex has it in hand. And Nepex may be able to charge over that bubble. Fenerbahce sweating bullets.
Nepex need to go further now, though. KZE struggling on the top line, and the 721 aggressors might have just put the one in done for KZE with that nade.
2 players alive here, Ray Gods and Shadow. They could get these reses, but the smokes need to be clever. They need to be cover, and they need to keep them safe from Upgrade. With GOAT out of the match, they could potentially try and take that first place spot with a chicken dinner.
KZE.
Yeah, they're gonna get the full use.
They are bruised, but they are dragging themselves tooth and nail to the finish line.
It's just true, but they can't peek over because the other teams are laying down shot.
Upgrade slowly out of position, pushed into the zone. Nepex still going with Domain and Rex.
The tenacity of these teams that we are bearing witness to is admirable.
Just place the nade on the other side of the corner, good.
Well, very well probably
Nice.
have done enough to secure one of those 7 spots. But the question is, who will join them? Will either KZE or Nepex be able to push Fenerbahce aside?
KZE with an unbelievable chase down, by the way. 721 aggressors taking damage. Nepex, it is Rex moving across the field. A dangerous proposition for him, but needed in the moment. The 721 aggressors desperately staying alive. Devan goes down to Ramses.
And with that, a click of the fingers, a KZE fall. It's Nepex in 2nd place. The chase is so close, Blank, but Upgrade may be able to close it down with a final chicken dinner here in the prelims in front of their home crowd. 3 players alive, but the center circle in control of Nepex.
Upgrade is really
if they
good.
get the chicken dinner,
They
I would
play
be
so
confident to say that
consistent.
they find that qualification spot. The question is, who do they push out?
Molodoy, smoke's going out. They get 3 players still up. Nepex might have just clinched this one. We will have to wait, but right now it is a 2v3 in open ground. Nepex cannot drop a single one of these shots out of character.
Nade in hand for 2 players from Upgrade. Launching long over towards the rock. Not quite going the distance
They
there.
need to keep tagging. They can't let them get this close.
They definitely can't. Molodoy as well. Now definitely in nade range here from Rex. Goes long. A sweep out wide in the buggy as well. You see him hit the floor. Maybe a sideswipe angle towards Rex.
No.
And there's the air burst from Molodoy. It's all up to Domain. And he will wilt under the pressure of Upgrade. Another chicken dinner today. And that is how you bring it back. A resurgence here. The bid for the 7th place team means nothing to this roster. They won first.
A back-to-back, a 2nd place, and finishing with the chicken. There's no other way to do it here for Upgrade, making the fans in the crowd happy and proud.
They won
Unbelievable performance, but the
back-to-back
question rests on
games.
everybody's mind.
A
Has
second,
Nepex done it?
then a win.
Was Fenerbahce's 4 elims enough to push them over that line? Did they keep a hold of it? Nepex, powerful into the final moments, able to stay in. You can see they, too, are waiting for that decision.
The coach calmed them down. Just letting them wait this one out, but Upgrade celebrating, and rightly so.
We've also had teams like R8 able to keep things going. Have Cyber been able to keep up the pace, because we saw a lot of teams actually do very well in those final moments. I imagine that they will have done blank. I think Cyber will have found it. Yeah, I can't tell from the faces of these players as well.
Cyber got hit with some massive malware today. Not entirely sure what happened to him. Virus in the system, apparently. KZE, though, I am blown away by them. They made a gamble, they did their best, but it was just not enough. Versus the 721 aggressors who just held them in an awkward position. Did he take himself out there by jumping out the vehicle? I think he might have done, broken an ankle at the end.
That is unfortunate. But you saw there the final blow went out to a nice coordinated final take from Upgrade. Here are the stats. A relatively low elim count for this team. Molodoi leading with 3. The rest of them, brilliant, stalwart teammates, but they get that chicken dinner, add it to the tally, will be going in towards those finals fairly soon. But it is still all up for debate. Where is that 7th place bubble? We'll have to wait for these overall tables. I'm itching to get back over to the desk blank.
Yeah, as am I. I mean, obviously, very, very good from this team. I mean, Upgrade has had just an unreal performance today, but just want to congratulate every single team that got to the prelims here, because everyone, you could tell, was putting in their all to the very bitter end. It was such a volatile mid-table as well, which was awesome.
Well, we're not going over to the desk just yet. You have to bide your time just a little bit longer, because we're heading over to the stage with Barney.
Thank you so much. What a phenomenal day it has been, and this crowd has been absolutely wild throughout. We are joined by 721 Aggressors' own Butcher. What a phenomenal performance. Consistency, I think, is the word that comes to mind when I think about your team. Now, you've made it to the main event. Try to describe how you and the team are feeling.
Main eventga yetib keldik. Siz va jamoangiz qanday hissiyot bilan?
Hissiyotlar juda yaxshi. Xudo xolasa main eventda yaxshi o'yin ko'rsatishga va'da beramiz.
He's feeling pretty good and he's willing to win in the main event.
Ready to win the main event. I like that confidence. Your team placed 5th, so you made it in quite comfortably. Now you've competed on this stage for the last 3 days. You've got 2 more days up here against some of the best teams in the world. I guess the question is, are you ready?
3 kundan beri shu yerda уже musobaqalashasizlar. Hali 2 kun bor. Mana shu 2 kunda уже zo'r katta kuchli jamoalar keladi va o'zingizni qanday hissiyot?
Katta jamoalar kelayotgani bizga katta o'pit bo'lyapti. Hissiyotlar yaxshi, yomon emas. Hayajon ozgina bo'ldi. Xudo xolasa yaxshi bo'ladi hammasi.
He has a bit nervousness, but the thing that big teams are competing with them is a great big experience for them. So that's it.
The experience is going to be absolutely amazing. We can't wait to see you guys over the main event. $500,000 up for grabs, and of course the PMGO trophy. But for now, let's head over to our analysts to break down what we just saw today.
We saw absolute greatness, especially on day 2. Upgrade being able to clutch up that 3rd win for the day, but it's going to come down to that 7th place. Was Fenerbahce able to do just enough? Was Nepex able to do just enough? And also, something to keep in mind is, did Go Quality do just enough to get that 1st place?
Right?
Because Upgrade 3 wins, it's going to be close.
Well, this is a masterpiece of the last game. So many storylines intertwining.
Show the
but mainly
tables.
we have to look at Nepex, right? That is the big
Show
focal point. Was
the
this last game enough,
tables.
Nictora, to push themselves over that line of Fenerbahce in top 7?
I honestly don't know, because they tried so hard, but so did so many other teams, right, Max? I mean, you had KZE giving it their all. I loved how they played that.
It was a good game.
It was. They played it so well, because they played it smart. They played it for the final few positions, right? They played for position, but they weren't afraid to get in and get their hands dirty at the same time, using that cliff that is that superior high ground down into better high ground, and then moving forward like that is really, really superb. So if they haven't made it, it is entirely not their fault.
One thing that I did not like, though, for a team that needed to be aggressive when the situation was there, Fenerbahce just not being aggressive, Max.
I'm frustrated because they should have been just definitely a lot more aggressive, especially in their position northeast. There were so many opportunities to third party, and I was waiting for it, but it just never happened.
It didn't happen. But you know what did happen? We're going to have 7 teams going to the main event. I'm ready. Hopefully everybody's ready at home. I know the crowd is ready to find out which teams are going to be going to the main event. So let's go for it, baby. Let's see which ones are going to be going to the main event of the 2025 PMG.
They did it!
Oh my goodness!
Let's go!
Oh, they crossed the finish line at the last hurdle in the very last game. And also, the strat from the mid game was so on point. They were playing insurance plays, playing aggressive, clearing the eastern side. So many aspects of the game were just covered by Nepex to make sure they just overtake Fenerbahce in that final game, Niptura. It was an absolute masterclass, and they are rewarded for it.
Absolutely. A real masterclass, as you said, right? They have been doing this for a while here. Oh, wait, hang on. I'll hold on.
3
points.
And look at the top 2, only 3 points.
GOAT does hold on to it by 3 points again.
By the way, 3 wins for first and second place each.
Insane.
Like, they are, this is top heavy on another level.
Yeah.
Like, that is madness.
That's crazy.
Talk to me about the momentum that these 2 teams are going to be carrying until tomorrow for the main event.
I mean, that is huge. GOAT has had that momentum since yesterday. For Upgrade, it's even bigger, I feel like, just because of the transition between day 1 and day 2. Now here with 3 wins out of 6 in day 1, they have got to be feeling so good for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to highlight R8, right? I think there's been one of the biggest changes of playstyle we've had, from being hyper passive in day 1 to just obliterating everyone in the lobby in the second day, jumping up in a top 4 scenario. As we go to the second page, we have a few upsets. I'm especially looking at T2K, who unfortunately were just not able to really kick themselves back into gear at any point here of the
You're thinking about T2K, you're thinking about Iker there with those 2 chicken dinners. They weren't even close, and KC ends up falling short about 6 points.
That's
what
so
it could have
sad.
been if they would have had just a good performance there on that first mirror mark.
Absolutely. If they hadn't gone out so early, they would have been there. And that is the heartbreak that comes into PUBG Mobile esports, because sometimes you do your best and it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Heartbreak.
Heartbreak, yes, heartbreak.
We're
so
emphasizing what you're saying
with
mimes.
You know who's not going to be heartbroken? The teams that qualify to the main event. Let's send that over to Barney on the stage.
What an incredible way to end the PUBG Mobile Global Open Prelims. Our 16 teams are now locked in for this weekend's main event. It's been a grueling 2 days for all of our teams, so I think it's only right that we share our appreciation for them by inviting our top 7 teams onto the stage to receive their tickets for the main event.
Qadrli do'stlar, 6 ta ayovsiz o'yin, 16 ta jamoa bor mahoratlarini namoyish etishga harakat qilishdi. Ammo bu sinovlardan faqatgina 7 ta jamoa keyingi bosqich PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 ning eng e'tiborli turnirida ishtirok etish yo'llanmasini qo'lga kiritadi. Keling, ularni birin-ketinlikda sahnaga taklif etsak.
First up, your winners of the 2025 PMGO Prelims, GOAT Quality.
Bor mahoratini ishga solib, yaqqol peshqadam bo'lgan GOAT Quality jamoasi.
Ego.
Qarsaklar bilan olqishlab turamiz. Qarsaklar eshitilmayapti.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. You can now leave the stage. Thank you. Oh, we forgot one. Thank you, guys. You may now leave the stage. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we can go. Off the stage, that way. Thank you so much. Right, next up, punching their ticket into the main event. Make some noise, go crazy for Upgrade.
Shout out to Upgrade though, for real. They play really good. They won 3 out of the 6 games and they finished second. I don't remember the other 2 placements, but that's really good to win like 3 out of 6 games and finish second in one. That's very impressive. They were 3 points off winning first overall in the prelims.
Thank you so much, guys. And with very impressive 2 days of competition, can they keep it going?
Is it 3
tomorrow?
points? Yeah, I think it's 3 points.
R8 Esports.
Kuchli uchlikda 3-chi o'rinni band etgan R8 Esports jamoasi.
Thank you, guys. You go. You can go. We'll see you tomorrow. Taking 4th place in our PMGO prelims, it is Aki Cyber.
Ajoyib o'yin namoyish etib, asosiy bosqich uchun yetarli natijaga erishgan Aki Cyber jamoasi.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Setting themselves up for the main event and taking 5th place, the 7-2-1 Aggressor.
Maqsadlari sari dadil qadam tashlay olgan Z721 Aggressor jamoasi.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Securing the 6th ticket to the main event, it is Black Esports.
Yodda qolarli lahzalarni bizga taqdim etgan Black Esports jamoasi. Olqishlab turamiz, azizlar.
Turkey. Istanbul.
Congratulations.
Not sure if I pronounce it right, but that is what it is.
And finally, with a chance to claim the PMGO trophy and, of course, the lion's share of $500,000. Give it up for Nepex Esports.
Nepex clutch.
Nepex Esports jamoasi.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much. You may now exit the stage. Incredible work. Congratulations once again to all 7 of our qualified teams through to the main event. We cannot wait to see what you all bring to the table because the hard work has only just begun. So for now, we're going to head over to our analysts to break everything down further and for a nice special surprise at the end of the show.
Qadrli do'stlar, mana shu jamoalar ertaga chinakam ma'noda qonli janglarda ishtirok etishadi. Hozir esa biz mamnuniyat ila so'zni yana tahlilchilarimizga beramiz. Qani marhamat.
Well, I'm excited to see what the main event is going to bring tomorrow. Now, for everybody watching, don't leave just yet. We got a little bit nice surprise for you. You guys remember, if you weren't watching PMGC, we had something called the Solo Masters, where Max and I got a chance to cast that before. Well, we're going to be bringing it back. And Natura, you're going to be casting it this time with us.
I am indeed. It's going to be great fun. I'm looking forward to how we're going to be doing this time around, because I did see it in PMGC. I was watching it for sure. And
we were rooting for somebody. We're not going to say, we're not biased, obviously.
Not biased, don't worry. No, huh?
What?
You know what bias for Nurbu?
Max wasn't. Max totally didn't.
Noble was
curse
crazy. He
him.
was going like the. He's like, oh damn,
That's
I might. I was moving too quick. Noble was too quick. Okay, but I want to see Noble level plays for the Solo Master tournament.
That was quicker than before. That gym, the gym sessions, they've been working out, but
100 calories right there, gone.
Yo, Susa over there at home blushing. But you know what, let's take a look a little bit more at the Solo Masters. That way you have an idea of what's going to be happening here. The prize pool is going to be a nice 2,500 for first place, 10,000 total.
Jeez, yes it is indeed. That's a whole heck of a lot of money for a few TDMs that's going to be taking place, but it's not as easy as the TDMs that you and I play, Max. I don't think so at all, because these are some massive, massive players that these teams are going to be going up against.
So it's going to be 1v1.
No sliding, M4 only, all that
Wait,
good
is it
stuff
now?
is going to be happening. And really, the movement is just so important when you go in these 1v1s, right? If you're able to just get that little bit of extra second to a second advantage just by moving, where you just don't get knocked down, you can come out on top of a lot of that fight. I would say that's the reason why Nolbul, back in PMGC 2024, was able to go so far in that tournament and almost win the whole thing, was because he was so quick that any kind of hip fire spray was just really struggling to get the knockdown onto Nolbul.
Well, you saw the prize pool. Let's see who's going to be participating here. And out of all these teams, which one stands out?
Playing.
Yeah, and Butcher.
Wait, Ramses is playing. I was not expecting Ramses to play. I was expecting our boy, you know?
Am I seeing this right? Is that Seal, the MVP of the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship Finals?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
I think your eyes do not deceive you here, Seven.
The era of IHC when they used to just focus on the limbs and say, what the hell is a placement point? Luckily enough, there's no placement points in TDM. Ooh,
yeah. One thing I am surprised about, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Looking at rejects. I thought it was gonna be somebody else playing besides Divine. I thought it was gonna be Reggie.
Yeah,
I was expecting that too. I was a little bit surprised.
I wonder why he didn't want to play
in his own right, though. So like, this should be a pretty even matchup here, I feel like.
Redox is going to stare in the camera and just scare everyone.
Reggie was like, you know what? I want to give other people a chance. I don't want to take all the money. We're probably going to end up trying to take the back-to-back PMGO championship, since they did end up winning it in Brazil last year. He's like, I'll take a break. Divine, take care of him.
Let him cook. It's fine, he'll work out.
Actually,
two other players for the new teams that just qualified in top 7 for the main event that are playing. We've got Precious playing and we've got Butcher, which we've seen already throughout these prelims, right? Are players that can stand on their own 2 feet really confidently when they are even in a solo situation, which is a good setup going into the Solo Masters tournament. So I'm actually quite excited for a lot of these Uzbekistan players to see how they can fare against clearly some of the best players in the world, Seven.
And just to remind people of the format as well, it is going to be 10 minutes. It is going to be the first one to 40 eliminations, or whoever has the most eliminations after those 10 minutes are up. And it is best of 1. So you better bring it, because you're not going to have a best of 3 like we saw in the show match the first day of PMGO. That's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
Only one take.
Only one take, and honestly, I would need a couple more than that. So they're already doing far better than I would, for sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, though. I really want to see how they compete. Some of our teams that have just been competing today, how they're going to compete against a lot of those more global teams, because that might give us just a little bit of a sneak peek on maybe how they fare against global teams. Obviously not in strategy, obviously not in macro, all of the important stuff, but at least head-to-head, gun-to-gun, it might be interesting.
Well, obviously not teams then, but solos.
Well, yeah, there's always
not the
that.
teams,
So
just
I was
Solo
right.
Master tournament.
I was right.
Maybe we'll get a chance at seeing what could possibly be those 1v1s. I think that's what you're hinting at.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay, so anyways, looking at some of the names, guys.
Probably.
You don't even know what you're hinting at.
Looking at some of the names, do we have anyone that we're like kind of supporting to win the whole Solo Masters tournament?
Okay, for everybody watching at home, the reason why I'm laughing is because usually I would be the one to ask that question.
Yes, he's throwing it right back at him.
I'm the host now.
Somebody, and you're lucky I don't have tape with me right now.
That's why I'm asking.
So you know what? While we're at it, while we ask this question, grab the Infinix GT Pro.
Oh, okay.
GT20 Pro.
Yeah. Let me search up the Infinix GT20 Pro real quick and see what's up.
We're gonna allow him to get distracted. Just watch the stream meanwhile. Do you have any favorites?
Ooh, immediately I'm looking towards the Rejects player. I'm looking at Divine. I'm also looking at Zeol. So yeah, those two in particular, really looking forward to them.
Okay, all right, right on. Oh, Max, you can give me that
You
back.
can come back.
What were you guys talking about?
No, don't worry about it.
Predictions without me?
No, predictions.
No.
What are those?
Oh, I was just checking. I was just checking.
Nah,
Okay, thank you.
we're just talking about
T20 Pro.
yeah, predictions.
I really, trust me, I want to test that phone so bad for PUBG. I mean, I'm on a good device. I'm playing on the S24 Ultra, but
we'll see what
I need to grab my.
is going to be looking
I need
like
to
in
play
a
on
bit.
that
We'll see what the
Infinite
matchup's going to
T20
be
Pro.
like because
and
that
see
was a
what
big thing in
it's
PMG
like.
here, right? Especially for the solo masters, it comes down to playing style. Sometimes some players tend to be a little bit more passive. Sometimes the other ones tend to be a little bit more aggressive.
It's true, yeah. I'm wanting to see maybe both of the teams maybe adjust to each other a little bit. You know, not too passive, not too, well, you know what? Full aggression, no passiveness. I want to see that come through. Maybe it's just like go on all out.
Just get ready. But wait, first, we're going to go to our break. But when we come back, we're going to be aggressive, baby.
Yo, this is insane. Mech, Godzilla. We're getting back a Godzilla collab. Sick. Sick, 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 sick.
We are back as the matches for the Solo Masters are going to be starting off shortly. We talked about earlier some of the players that are going to be playing, what's going to happen here and there. I mean, we're going to have Regnum Karya. Loxy is going to be playing. So you know what? Let's take a look at the bracket because I want to see who's going to be facing who. We'll get a better picture of what's going to be happening here. And as I was mentioning, Regnum Karya is going to be facing a player from Helium.
It's going to be an intense one, man. Like, from the get-go. Actually, Loxy, I know I'm not supposed to make predictions, but I don't care. I'm doing it.
Max, Neptura, wait. I'm just kidding.
No, Loxy is actually my pick for the entire thing. I think that he was absolutely cracked in last year's PMGC Grand Finals, and I think because of that, there's a chance he could go the entire way. But going up against Helium, we saw what they did right in the Uzbekistan Finals. Actually, I forgot which player they actually got for the side of Helium, but as a squad, entirely right, Neptura, they were absolutely cracked. And actually, it's Groza. So no teammate to revive this time, actually, Neptura. So chances are it might be a very close match between these two.
Alright, let me see my
Yeah,
pick.
I mean, I'm also looking at, of course, I said Divine, right? And you're right, Loxy is a beast when it comes to this sort of thing. So it is entirely possible he'll go all the way. But I'm also looking at maybe a little something from Igzy, perhaps from Nongshim Red Force, because we've seen some pretty cool stuff coming out of them.
You love your Korean players.
I do. I love how they play. I do. I'm sorry. I'm biased.
Divine is going to be playing against Ramses.
Yes.
On top of that, you got Seoul going up against Force from Mackie Cyber.
Also.
I'm actually quite surprised why Ramses was picked to do TDM because, like, Ryzen Boss is quite like the guy.
Yeah.
And Ramses is typically more of an off-angle scout player from what I witnessed in games. So that's an interesting decision, but TDM is a different ball game entirely from what you have in the BR mode. So like our expectations can just be taken, thrown out the front door, because it doesn't really matter.
One of the other matches that we are going to be having is going to be LGD, Blukun, and he's going to be going up against Napex Esports, none other than Precious. And that one I'm excited about because remember the clutch up that Precious had last time?
Yes.
That 1v3.
It was a big 1v3 as well. He knew how to maneuver his way around a house, so maybe he'll know how to maneuver his way around those crates as well in that TDM. So highly likely that he's going to have a very good, start to this.
I'm actually intrigued to see what the meta is going to be, for this, because we saw one thing, Seven, we were covering the Solo Master Tournament in PMGC last year, that was whoever was able to control the main central warehouse typically came out on top. The reason why that was the case is because you have only 4 main entry points into the warehouse, meaning if you control that and you are in the lead, you are waiting for them to arrive your way in a very predictable bottleneck situation. I want to see if there's going to be some people already catching on to that very quickly and looking to control the center of the map.
Something that we did see in the past too is, I mean, you do have level 3 scattered throughout the map, right? That kind of spawns in. If you get a chance to go for it, even though maybe one of the players is close by, maybe they'll go for it. But if you do get a chance to go for it, would you go for it?
I would go for it as long as I can kind of do the jump and grab and not go through the full animation, honestly, because that takes way too much time and isn't worth it. The other thing I want to see very quickly is nades, because a lot of these players are very good with their nades, and those do also spawn.
The player from Miracle Vibe,
by the way, so
the
like
one
when
is
you
all you
spawn,
need.
so that's what you need.
he's the MVP of
T3 helmet and do you get on top of the crates? The best time to get it is when you get an elimination. That is the best time to do it, but it doesn't matter because we are getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our 2 matches, our 2 first matches for the Solo Masters Tournament happening side by side. You're going to have Loxy versus Groza and Divine versus Ramses.
Excellent build-up coming in here. Really, really good stuff. And we're already seeing a little bit of eliminations coming on through here. Ramses has 1 point, and Divine is not really got any yet, actually. He's not letting him. Okay, never mind. He's got 2 now. There we go. Divine unable to get any of those points coming back to him. On the other side, of course, you do have Groza and Loxy, and there we go. That is going to be 0-2 on both sides.
By the way, just a little TLDR, quick little piece of information. This is not the Xavier playing on the right side. Ramses is actually playing for upgrade, just to make sure there's no confusion happening over on that side. But yeah, 0-2 happening currently. Divine able to get himself that nice elimination, getting his first point, able to close the gap just a little bit. Compared to that, Loxy, Groza, a lead has started to be created, but because it's solos, it's not 4v4, you have to keep in mind that the chances of going to the entire 40 eliminations is just not quite there, Nepturai.
Yeah, probably not in 10 minutes. That's not really feasible, I don't think, because the way it's going, certainly, it's going back and forth an awful lot. My goodness me. Oh, and he gets the drop shot. Wow, Ramses. Really good stuff there. But I'm looking at you funny, Max, because so far, Loxy's not done a thing, and you did pick him, so I'm wondering if you're just cursing.
Don't put me on the spot, please. Wow.
This quick?
Yeah, already. I'm
still
rough.
here, Max.
Yeah, hi.
I'm still gonna be checking to make sure you don't curse anybody else.
Just keeping me in check.
Yes.
Is that your job? It's like, I'm not casting, I'm just keeping Max in check.
I'm the voice that makes
evil
sure
eye.
Max doesn't curse people.
One really interesting strat we did see is when they do eliminate their enemy, they pick up a second M4, but they don't have to go to like a bad secondary weapon because you can't typically have 2 ARs, but if you can loot the M4, the rules are you can use the M4, so hey, you're following the rules.
Rules are rules.
Twice, technically. So it's actually a pretty good strategy. You can get that crate. If you have a full screen on Divine, go for the push, gets himself his 3rd one, and tying this game so far against Ramses.
It's actually really interesting how close it actually is, right? I don't think we expected it to be so neck and neck. I think we did expect that there would be some wins coming out on both sides, but to have it 3-3 like this is quite interesting.
Yeah, actually, I do feel like Divine has been playing a lot more towards that central position, and Ramsey's just waiting to get pushed a lot of the time. Divine playing iron sight. We see like people playing on the red dot, the iron sight. I don't know which one you prefer.
Red dot.
Red dot. I'm also a red dot. Enjoy my.
Okay, for me. But other people are very goated.
3-2-6 times scope.
3? Yeah, the 3 is awesome. I love the 3.
Yeah, I like 3
I like the 6
That's
as
my
well.
typical AR scope I go for.
6
Not
times
TDM
scope
though. I go red dot.
6 times scope, OP as well.
Yeah.
We love it.
8 times scope on my M4.
I would love that. Back in the day.
Back in the day.
I remember that.
I feel
OG
old
player
now.
over here.
What's happening? Anyways, back to Loxy and Groza. It seems like he did have a little sneaky restart for some reason. Not sure why, but it is back to 0-0. So we'll see that game unfold as onto the right side. We're now going to be almost at the halfway point. We're 5 minutes and 40 seconds away from the finish line of this game. And currently, it's 5-5. So an actual proper tie is happening between these two incredibly talented players.
I've really got to give it to Ramses. He is giving Divine a run for his money. And as we said, I mean, he's not Reggie, right? But he is a huge team player for his team, right? A global team at that. So really, really good stuff coming in from Ramses to be able to have this sort of lead.
Is definitely making it a little bit tougher to perform. Groza then, playing with the Holo, so he's trying to prove us wrong, apparently, and with a holographic.
And then
let's go, Groza.
Oh, there you have it. Hey,
let's go, Groza.
I mean, Seven, you're saying let's go Groza, but genuinely, he's got no teammates to revive. So it's like, wait, what am I supposed to do? I don't have to take care of my teammates. I can just focus on my gunplay.
And just to remind everybody, in case they didn't watch it right, that was one of the best players from the PMGO Open Qualifier Finals. So it's good to see him right here. I mean, it's going to, in a way, I know it's not related, but it's going to help him warm up for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier as well, right? It gives him a little bit of a chance to go head-to-head with some of these global players, global teams, and maybe bring that into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, just get those fingers warm. You know, get them trained up for tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Nice. A lot of verticality being used on these crates. Just jumping on down with the hip fire has been pretty successful so far. But sometimes I'm seeing some people, I saw especially, I think it was Groza, overstepping his welcome to the enemy spawn. When you get that knock, you might want to retreat, wait for them to respawn, lose that invincibility, which is quite impactful, and then you go for the re-engage.
I think the players just don't want to go for the level 3 because Divine had the perfect chance to go for that helmet, and he didn't want to. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to play it safe. I'm not going to want that 3-time. I'm just going to start pushing Ramsey. And Divine's definitely currently doing that, and he's able to pick up that Elam, tying it up at 7 apiece.
Oh, Loxy trying to run around the Rosie and get the HP back up, wait for the regen. He gets the regen, actually, to soak up a little bit more damage here. And he does get cornered inside of the building, and that is going to be an extra point going the way of Groza. 4-1, small lead is slowly being created.
On the other side, though, 7-8, we are still going, and my goodness me, 3.5 minutes on the clock. Not much time left here at all for Divine to actually get this lead going. And now is certainly not the time. 1 HP, round the barrel they go. And good on him, mate, there as we see Ramses clean up and get a 2-point lead now.
Yeah, the double M4 meta is OP. It's really going to be making it quite easier, especially if you're not able to quite hit the initial hip fire. Just swap on over, no need to reload, and you will be good to go.
Loxy's starting to make a bit of a comeback there. It was 3-0 at one point there towards Groza. It is 4-2. Just 2 LMs separating them, but I mean, you can see on the right side how close these things are going to be, as Divine does end up getting destroyed by none other than Ramses. Ramses trying to get the angle here. He's going to be able to get it. Being able to just pick a tiny bit. He's back to full health. Divine trying to see if he can just find a slip in the crack to maybe make that push a little bit closer.
Yeah, but 2-5 with 6.5 minutes to go. It's not that much time. Ooh. Even less time, 7-11, 2.5 minutes coming onto the board. And Divine, my boy, I supported you before this. Was I not supposed to? Because there's 3 elims left to go and not that much time to do it.
Is that your pick?
It was.
To win everything?
No.
Oh, just that match.
I just said I'm looking out for him.
Oh man, I got so hyped. She used that my boy. I was like, okay, that's her pick.
She's got like 20. My boy.
It's true. It's so
Every
true.
single player.
I feel like Jason was giving me a lot of crap initially because I was saying he was my boy and I had my boy in every region. I had 1 my boy per region. So it was like,
honestly, that's fair,
too
man.
many my boys. My boys is like singular.
Yeah, it's just
one
region,
with an S. Maybe?
Shout out to my boy, Paraboy.
My boy Katsune.
Paraboy is the boy.
Yeah, Paraboy is awesome.
You know who's truly the boy, even though he doesn't have that in his name? Ramses. Ramses right now, 13-7. Divine is just getting absolutely wrecked, making 14-7.
Wow,
double the points.
That's double the points. Yeah.
Oh, math.
And
that's always gonna come back.
Lethal. 1.5 minutes though on the clock. I don't like this.
I mean,
I love it for Ramses, but Divine's in trouble.
If you're Ramses, you just play it safe. You just stay in your own base, use the invisibility to your advantage, and you just let yourself get pushed by Divine every single time.
Yep. That seems to be what he's starting to do as well. 3-6 on the other side of the board. 5 minutes to go. Oh, Divine. There we go. We really got to focus on the right side of the screen here, honestly, because 1 minute left.
And I think with 1 minute left, it's easier to say that Ramses is going to be winning that one. So let's start focusing a little bit more here on the left one between Loxy and Groza, because there is 4 minutes left on that one. It is 4-6. This two are actually playing a lot more passive in comparison to what we saw earlier from Divine and Ramses, especially at this time in the match. And Loxy is pushing the action here. Is he going to be able to get him? Groza trying to find that angle. He's going to go for it. He's going to have to jump down. Loxy goes for it. He goes to 180, and he gets that elimination.
Loxy's playing so well. The moment he gets that elimination, he moves back because he knows Groza's going to respawn, and he can't win that fight. He's being so respectful and just cleaning up this angle every single time. Got to the right side, Divine versus Ramses. You only have 10 seconds left on the clock, 9-17. It doesn't matter. There's not enough time in the world for Ramses to be taken down by Divine.
5, 4, 3, 2,
1.
No, 2, 1, 0.
Hey! Congratulations.
Gee,
wait, hold on. Take me back to the other one, because the other match is still going on. I want to see what... Yes, Ramses. All right. Your team did really well. You were able to carry that momentum. But show me what's going on that other match. Because Groza and Loxy, they're really, really close.
Yes.
It is.
They are very
Ramses
close.
Thinking of who his next fixed him is going to be. And
Fixed him?
Fixed him.
Yes.
It's a new word.
I see.
I was trying to give a reason. No, I just messed up.
Yeah, you just messed up. It's all good. But tell you who's not messing up. It is going to be Loxy, because 6-6. He's even the scoreboard here.
It is pretty even Stevens between the two of them. Did you almost fall there?
Yes.
You're wearing heels, so I get it.
I am, yeah.
This is why I don't wear heels. Even though I'm short.
You are Steve. I mean, you have a box usually. Actually, you don't have a box this time.
You don't have a box. I'm robbed. Wait, no, I'm not robbed. That's good.
I'm a video game and a movie character now, Steve.
I am Steve. Steve.
I am. Oh, no, he's not here.
Yeah, it's not.
I am. Look at this.
Yeah,
look at Loxy and Groza. They're just like, boys, please,
yo,
do not end up time, because we're going to have to replay it again, and then it's going to come down. If I remember correctly, if the format is right, is whoever ends up getting that first elimination. Right now, Groza trying to get a little bit closer. I think Loxy ended up deciding, you know what? If I end up pushing, Groza is just going to out-angle me. So I'm just going to try to out-angle him by staying in my zone. Right now, Groza having very low HP, having to back up. Loxy needs to push that action. He's trying to, but it's a little bit too late, because Groza is now going to be at full HP again. And he's going to have a bit of an advantage, but not enough, as Loxy is able to find that angle there and hit the headshot.
good center control here, but unfortunately for him, Loxy able to peek over that window. It's a really good spot, and yeah, right after the elimination, that is the peak opportunity for you to go and get that tier 3 helmet, and now those headshots not going to give you too big a headache. Still a headache, but just not as bad as it usually would be, as Loxy just retreating back to the spawn location, waiting for Groza to go for the push. That's an interesting strat as he peeks over
that level
the
3-7
and going for, actually trying to peek through the logs. That's kind of a sneaky angle.
That is sneaky. I've done that before. It's very good.
I played these games before.
I have. Oh, and he's coming in. He's dodging and weaving, dodging and weaving. But you can see him through the logs, right? But yeah, they are definitely playing cat and mouse here. Running around, ring around the rosies, but make it lethal. Come in here as Groza's just trying to get any sort of angle, but Loxy too good.
The log's too good. Ah, there you go. I was like, how long is this going to, this one is going to take? Well, Loxy does take the dub on that engagement. 8-6, a small lead has been created, and only 1 minute left actually on the clock. A 2-point lead can be overtaken, but when you start to get to 30 seconds, that's going to be real hard to close that gap. Another one on the board. And Groza, he needs to play hyper aggressive if he wants to wrap this one up. I actually think Loxy should play passive.
Come on, Groza, push.
No, he is actively pushing the center.
With a name like Groza.
He really, really is. But no,
Yeah,
wait, he's decided to go back. He's heard you in spirit.
Good job, Loxy!
And he is actually going to go back and just time this out. He's in the lead right now. He's good to go.
Yeah,
and it's 20 seconds. I mean, he's not going to even get those 3 elims in 20 seconds.
He's playing around the OP logs again.
OP.
He's going to be his key to victory as he pre-fires the right side. Jump shot coming off through from Groza. Nicely done. But unfortunately for him, only 12 seconds left. And that is meaning, that is going to mean then that Loxy will be our second winner here for the Solo Masters tournament. And we'll be moving on to the next stage.
Loxy being able to readjust there. He was down at the beginning. He was able to bring it back at the end. Ultimately, cool, calm, and collected. And guess what? Max is able to keep his curse unalive.
His curse away at bay.
Yes.
Not here.
Far, far away from the PMGO Uzbekistan 2025, which I like.
Except for T2K, they were evicted. But
that's true.
Because I know who you picked to win the main event, and I'm not gonna say it out loud because I don't want to spoil it. So make sure you tune in tomorrow to the first day of the main event, because you might end up finding out who this man decided to pick.
Not good.
It's a great pick. What you mean? It's a great pick.
No.
It's just not good that he picked.
What he said, that's what I meant. Yeah, it's a great pick. Not good for them at all.
I'm trying to, like,
I'm sorry,
clean up my reputation, and no one's going to let it down.
No.
It's been years of this, Max.
Yeah.
One event is not gonna just all of a sudden flush away those 3 years. Or we're just gonna be watching some highlights here from the matches that we just saw.
He always cursed that he wants you to them to win.
Stop it! I saw it.
You'll be surprised how many messages I receive of people being happy that I ended up covering your mouth with tape yesterday when you wanted to pick a team to win.
That was a good strat.
It was a good strat. It was good.
We might have to bring the tape back next
We might have to, especially when everything is at stake tomorrow. But PSA chat, let's stop bullying Max together. Together we can do this, right? You know, he's a good lad, really. He just, sometimes he does curse teams. And
he's a good lad.
But you know what? It's fine.
But
I'm still going to be bullying.
Well, 7, yeah, that's right.
It's the curse. It's the curse. And you can see there some of the highlights between Loxy and Groza. Loxy, that's what I was saying. I mean, the score was definitely not in his favor. He decided to switch up his strategy. He ended up working out for him. The next ones that we're going to be seeing is 4 Miracle Vibes versus Seoul versus Aki Cyber versus Force, LGT BlueCon versus Nepex, Esports Precious. That one, not gonna lie, I'm really hyped. I don't know why to see what Precious is going to be able to do.
Absolutely, because we've seen him time and time again clutch it out, not against 1, not against 2, but against 3 different players, all in the same team. So, you know, really, really very good. Yes, I'm getting distracted by their antics, honestly. It's been a long day with these two, but you know what? I'm also very excited. How about you, Max?
Yes.
Cool.
No, realistically, it's a cool match. I mean, talk about for the playoff Nepex here, Precious. I think that he's going to definitely have a good time this time around. I actually want to see how BlueCon is going to play.
Me too.
Never seen him really play in like this kind of TDM format. So how is he going to really perform? Are we going to see some Normal-like plays and just bobbing and weaving all over the place? That would be interesting. So I think that is my big question mark for these 2 upcoming matches.
Yeah, and then I'm just picturing and imagining people in the chat on YouTube saying, man, I really love Max, I love Neptura, I love 7. And then them also being trolls and saying if any of these players end up losing, okay, they're washed. That's it. Just Which happens. I love YouTube chat. So for
That's
everybody
so
really
true.
watching,
Yeah.
not just YouTube, I also see it on the vertical stream on TikTok
yes.
and the map stream. I see some of your guys' comments trying to be very analytical. Obviously, more than likely.
Where's the Infinite?
Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
I want to read the chat. See if they're nice to me. They're probably not.
They are. They say we love Max. Just don't pick a team.
Yeah.
They're not teams, they're solos.
They do like your shirt. Somebody was wondering where your blue shirt was.
My blue shirt?
Yes. I'm not sure which shirt they were, but like the OG blue shirt. And he was like,
The
I think
snake
you wore
one?
it yesterday, actually. The aqua one. Because that's in your profile picture, isn't it?
Maybe.
I think it's that one.
That's
But anyway,
a
he
weird
was
thing
like,
to read in chat.
hey, where's
Wait,
that?
what?
I'm like, I don't know. I'm not his
As
closet.
we are waiting for the second match to get started, let's have a little bit of fun here on the desk.
Yes.
If there is one player's jersey, I know you're going to love this question, Sniptera.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to get possibly your first champion jersey.
Really?
Maybe, I don't know.
I thought you had a gift
You go out-
ready.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bruh.
from where?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, nope. I was trying to find it under the...
That's your
no,
backpack
Yeah,
there.
sorry.
No,
It's your backpack, man.
Yeah.
You giving me your backpack?
Dennis hit the gift.
Dennis?
Yeah. Anyways, if there was one player that you would want to get a jersey from, who would it be? And why?
I think we all know this.
You would say Paraboy, come on.
No.
What?
Kitsune.
Oh.
Bruh,
Kitsune.
come on. Yeah, Kitsune. I have been such a fan of him and his play style and everything he
Nice.
does for years. No, stop it. Professional, stop it. No, shh. No, don't listen to him. Listen to me. As a coach, as a player, I love him. So there we go. Professional.
Okay,
No, you're
Max,
not.
I'll save yours. Okay, save yours for after this matches
enough.
because it'll give you a little bit of time to think about it.
Thank you, I need it.
I'm trying to think about it. I'm like, do I have his jersey already? I don't think I do. I have his phone number, which is.
You've got like
I mean,
25
that's-
Alpha 7 jerseys by now. You've got
Bruh.
every single
Yeah.
edition. I've
Who
got the
said my
spring,
favorite
winter,
player
summer.
is from Alpha. I love Alpha 7.
He does. If
we
you
don't
haven't
talk enough
noticed.
about them here because they're not here.
Did you get like the driver jacket jersey
absolutely
or not? Did you get
sucked
that?
at PMGC?
Did you get the driver jacket one? They had a really sick one at one point.
No.
No? That's a cool one.
They always let me borrow it, and I'm like, can I please keep it? I'm like, they're like, we're gonna get you a different one. But let's jump into the games here.
There we go. It's going to be Zyol versus Force onto the left side of your screen, and the right side is going to be Blukun versus Precious. Picks for these individual matches here, Niptura. Who do you have on the lookout for the left?
I mean, to be honest, I think we kind of have to go with Zyol. I mean, global MVP is kind of insane. We haven't seen too much from him since that win at PMGC, but I kind of feel like maybe he's got a little bit left in the tank. 1v1, I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to test something.
Okay.
I'm picking Zyol.
Okay.
Let's see how powerful I can truly be.
Okay, let's go.
We're gonna limit test it. As on the right side, Blukun versus Precious. Precious, we've seen a little bit. We had a little bit of an avant-bouche of what he can bring to the table in the French word, into the prelims. Blukun, I don't know what to expect. I don't know how good his fragging capabilities are going to be in the TDM format. So just for that sake alone, I like picking people who just don't know what to expect. So Blukun.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Precious.
Okay.
Is it because he's already up 2-0? 3-0?
3-0? No, I wasn't actually even looking at that. I was just remembering that epic 1v3. It haunts me, man. I see it all the time, rent-free.
I'm with you. I'm going to be agreeing with Neptura.
Man,
It's not a first. We have agreements before. Okay, calm down.
He's agreeing with Niptura.
Wow.
Writes an article.
Wow.
What? Never
Guys,
seen
clap in
before.
the chat.
So yeah, with Precious as well, I was really impressed at that 1v3, and I kind of want to see him continue to move on here on the Solo Masters.
Yeah, I
We
think
do
it would be
see
very cool.
Blukun then with the double M4 pickup already, so that is going to be then the meta. Like, meta is just like minute little things, but it does go a pretty damn long way. Blukun able to just barely survive versus Precious, making it now 2-3. The lead still just slowly slipping away, but he's able to close it back just a tad.
I like that Zyol is actually being very, very aggressive. Like, he is pushing this, giving those cover angles, and then just pushing. So far, not helping, but I like the aggression.
So far, that strategy not working, but
Ain't
keep
doing
it up.
but keep it up.
So far,
you
kind of
do
cringe.
you.
Not too good.
Now, I do like the variety we're seeing here with the M4s, but when the players are going to only be using that M4, some of them have scopes, some of them don't have scopes. We got a chance to talk about this in the past too, and I'm going to send it to you, Neptura, right here as the matches are going to continue on. 7 minutes left. You can see 2-5, 2-4. What attachments would you want to have on your weapon there?
my immediate loadout is always the vert grip.
Okay.
It's just the OP one. I hate the suppressor on the M4, so I'd go with a compressor or the flash hider. Don't really care. And of course the extended.
For TDM though, keep in mind.
For TDM?
Yeah, TDM.
Okay,
We're on TDM, baby.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah, still vert grip compressor. Done. And
Okay.
honestly, I still don't really care between flash hider and compressor.
No scope?
Red dot. That's it.
Oh.
Maybe 3 times, but normally red dot. Ooh. I normally hip fire anyway. I don't actually ADS that much.
Precious there with the 5 LM so far as
Very
well.
nice.
And Seoul, I mean, the strategy there is still not working. Max, I'm going to send it to you. What kind of setup would you have on the M4?
Exactly the same. Compressor, vert grip, and I'm going to go for the red dot.
Yep.
That is my go-to in-game. And I'm just going to commit to it as much as possible. So, yeah, that's a very basic answer now. He said exactly that, but like, in my opinion, it's the best.
It is.
But it depends on also how do you play. Do you play by just scoping in? Do you play by hip fire?
Yeah.
Like, that really does change the loadout you would typically go for in TDM.
Look right here, with that engagement that we just saw there from Precious and Bluecon, I feel like at times, whenever you're that close, they're not going to be scoping in. You see them most of the time just end up with that hip fire.
Exactly.
So I wonder if a laser maybe would help on this.
It could be, actually. I was thinking of that too, but it's just in general, I prefer to scope in. I feel like I'm more precise. But for these players, you said it yourself, PS7, hip fire is definitely a lot more prevalent in these engagements. So we'll see how it goes. 3-6 though currently. Bluecon losing a little bit. Actually, a 4-point behind Precious. Losing even more. And Force actually taking a double point lead against Ziol. So Ziol are kind of to maybe switch it up and being a little bit more aggressive.
I'm surprised that the domination we're seeing coming in here. I mean, maybe because one member of this, one member of this, you know, this fight has been playing 6 games. Maybe that's it. I don't know, but like,
actually,
there's
yeah,
a huge discrepancy between our global players and our not global players.
I mean, right now, the prelim teams looking to dominate some true OGs in the PUBG Mobile esports sphere. So Ziol, Bluecon, see a little bit of a step up. We are now hitting the 5-minute mark. We have the 50% mark of these 2 Soda Masters tournament matches. And here you go. Force able to get himself his second M4. Going to reload both of them. Regen slowly but surely back to 100% XP. Not going to go for that tier 3 vest. He's going to play a little bit safe because he knows the respawn has already happened, has kicked off. Waiting for Ziol to push on over. Does go for the spray down, and unfortunately Force will be losing his double M4 loadout.
Rip that guy, but he should be able to get it back fairly easily here as we see them 6-10, 5-8. The gap is closing for Bluecon and Precious here, right? So you are starting to see a little bit of a comeback coming in on that right side of your screen, but 6-10, pretty rough there, coming in 1 HP for both of them, but yeah, Ziol will clutch that one up there. So 7-10, still a little bit of a gap.
The turnaround is still here. Like there's still way more than enough time for these guys to initiate a comeback. I mean, 2 points for Bluecon, definitely feasible, and the side of Ziol, 4 eliminations needed to catch up, definitely also achievable in his current game. So I'm not really, I'm not too stressed out currently.
Yeah.
When we start getting to that 1 minute mark, that's when you really need to start getting a little bit more desperate if you want to go to the next stage.
How much of a gap would you be stressed out at?
At what time? At the 2 minute mark?
Alright, shot. Who's it in this on Force? Yikes.
2 minute mark. Yeah, I think that's solid.
2 minute mark. I would say 5 to 6 elimination. I'm like, ooh, I need to start being
See
aggressive.
my pick from 4MG.
1 minute, I would say 3 elims.
He's dominating.
No, I think
I picked him to win it overall. Because
your opponent is going to
in the
start
PMSO, in his region, he got the MVP, I think.
and have full control of that map.
Top fragger.
How about you, Neptura?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with Max here. It's like...
And his region is very
I think you're both
competitive,
right
so your
now, Wiz.
fragging
No, you got to pick one.
prowess have to be insane in order to
I just think that he's right in that 3
get that title.
elims at the 1 minute mark is you're done for. You're absolutely done for. I think it's got to be 3 elims at the 2 minute mark.
That's what I said.
No,
You know what, Neptura?
He said it.
I think we were both agreeing in this.
I think we both agreed and you picked sides. We both agree. I think 7's right.
She definitely picked both of us. But one thing that we need to focus on is that LGD BlueCon is currently making a bit of a comeback, ladies and gentlemen. It has come down to just one elimination. Precious, the lead that he had earlier on, it has narrowed down in a big, big way. By the way, just to give a little bit of props there to Force and Seal on the left side of your screen. They are still currently having a bit of a gap there, as Seal is not going to be able to bring it back. 2 minutes. This is what you were talking about earlier, Max. This is one Tura, without even realizing she was agreeing to the both of us, that this is the gap that I would be worried.
Yeah. I absolutely would. I mean,
you just grenaded yourself.
8:14 at 2 minutes, it's over, mate. But 10-9 at 2 minutes is not over.
They're just jumping at each other's throats. They're like, Banzai!
Yeah.
Send it!
Nani?
Original strats right now. We are able to perceive. How? Force, this is twice his survival, like 1 HP.
You just built different.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute 40, based on my rule I set earlier, and 7 agreed, and you agreed with 7. Force is winning this. First. And you said it, I did!
Chat, let us know.
It's been a long day. Oh my word. But yeah, I think that on the left side it's done. Force is going to be beating GYRO, which big surprise. Did not expect
Huge,
that.
yeah.
And Precious, BlueCon is still up in the air, so who's going to win it?
Yeah, that's hard to say. Precious could clutch it up, definitely, but it's so close that it really could go either way there. 11-9 now with a minute to go. Same here for Zeol and Force, I mean, but that gap is just significantly bigger.
Yeah, big gaps.
Big
and
gaps.
Zeol not going to be able to jump over that gap whatsoever. Though actually, now 1 minute left on both sides. Again, left side done. Force takes the dub. He's moving on forward. Good job. GG's well played. Looking on the right side, BlueCon, Precious. It could still turn around. 50 seconds is more than enough time to catch up and make it at least a tie. That third one might be a little bit tight, but we are seeing then BlueCon, he's playing it a bit more passive, playing it defensive. That jump shot was big. Takes a lot of damage. He is going to try and kick off that regen factor. And he's taking even more damage. He can't regen. He's just getting chased on down.
Seol needs to push the action here. It's going to be too late here for Seol. So you know what? Let's actually go and focus here on Precious. Precious, 1 elimination. It is going to be 20 seconds left. He needs to push that action. He needs to be careful, though. There you go. The invincibility from BlueCon goes away. It's going to come down here to the end. First one to strike is going to be Precious. BlueCon throwing a grenade. Precious is going to end up realizing that they need to make this push. You need to make this push, and you need to make it now. BlueCon trying to run away. He knows that he has the advantage. Is he going to be able to do just enough to make sure that he runs away? Precious on the hunt. Can he get him, Max?
No, he cannot. So close.
Well played.
Oh, 1 more second. Yeah. 1 more second, and it could have been a tie. Yeah. But the jump shot was just not early enough. And unfortunately, because of that, BlueCon will, not unfortunately, happily for BlueCon, he will be moving on with the other player on the left side. I forgot who it was that won it. I'm not going to lie.
Force.
I knew it. I knew that. It was a quiz. It was a test.
Sure. Do it that way.
I'm so hyped. I forgot. I was just focused on the right side match.
I hate that we hyped up Seol so much. First round.
I know.
So my test failed.
Yes. I mean, we kind of double cursed him though, a little bit, right?
Wait, didn't you pick Seol first and then you switch your pick, bro?
Me? No, I just picked Seol.
No, we picked Seol. We both did.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Get away from me. Can we switch back to this camera? I'm just kidding. Get me far away from there, because now I don't want to end up picking somebody from the main event. But nonetheless, I mean, we're starting to see different strategies here, right? They end up backing it up, especially there at the end from the LGD, from BlueCon. He did the perfect play. I would have done the exact same, except I probably would have just ended up getting caught running away, because I can't run fast enough because I got short legs.
That would be your downfall. Like, my character model is too short, okay? I need a different skin, but I can't change my... I got nerfed. I was born with it.
I got nerfed at birth.
It was patch 1.1. It was like nerf 7's high. Oh no, we got him.
Why?
Actually, you know who was truly OP these 2 matches? Well, that last game especially with BlueCon?
Cool.
The logs. Again.
The
people just running around the logs, man. And they're just taking a few shots through, but no, it's just buying you so much time because it's such a wide obstacle. Like, generally, on a serious note, it's a wide obstacle, meaning you can buy so much time to not only just avoid getting shot, but if you took damage, you can kick off that healing factor and maybe get back to 100% HP. So there is a lot of depth there that's a little bit under the surface that you need to be able to appreciate when you look at these Solos Master Sport.
I mean, we saw it there play at the end of that last match, right? With BlueCon as well. He was using those logs to his advantage, making sure that he got away. Ended up working out for him. We'll see if those logs are going to be coming into play in the next one. Now, As we get ready here for the third match, and by the way, we have 2 more, so stick here with us. I do have that question for you, Max. Which player? Jersey.
Oh, you haven't thought about it since, have you?
It doesn't have to be an active player right now. It could be a retired player.
Can I pick when the jersey is from? Like, pick from which particular event?
Of course.
Can add more depth. Okay,
that's
I'm
fun.
going to pick the jersey from top when he was on Stalwart, when he became PMGC MVP.
That's not bad.
There you go. That's the one. I want the sweat and everything.
All right.
And we
Okay,
lost him.
we got the weird factor
I'm
there.
going over this way, man. Help. Help me. He's weird.
I need it fresh.
You just found
No, God, he's even weirder. Help.
You just found out.
God.
No, generally, that would be cool. I would frame that. That would be so
sweat
cool.
will be cool.
No, the jersey. What are we on about? Well, no, okay, that was a meme. I was joking. I wasn't serious
He
about
wasn't
that.
joking.
He's serious.
I was
Definitely.
But that's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Yeah,
For
it's really
mine?
good.
Dang. Actually,
Alpha 7 PMWC, that would be a cool one.
Ooh.
I have it.
All right, show off. My God.
I didn't mean it like that. Oh, what a catch!
Ooh,
You got
it. And it's the same color.
Get back.
This paint. Alpha 7. No, I think it would have to be somebody from. I think it would probably have to be Paraboy's jersey.
It's not
From
that
which
big.
event? Like the first or second championship?
The second championship's gotta be, right?
That's the thing, right? I feel like the first year he performed so much better when they won the PMGC than the second year. But then the second year is what solidified them as like the legends that we know. The reason why we still talk about them, even when they really haven't, he hasn't been performing that well.
Been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long time. Still mission Purple. But yeah, I think it would be the second year.
I like that. Okay, good pick.
Yeah, let us know in the comments below for everybody currently watching. If you could pick a jersey, it's not a giveaway or anything, so don't hold us to it.
We'll check on the Vert stream, okay? We'll check
we're looking.
who you guys will be picking for your jersey.
Or follow Max on Instagram at what?
Maxman Casts.
Or follow Neptura on Instagram at what?
Neptura_network.
Or follow me at the 7WG on Instagram. Give us a follow.
Hey, 1,000 follows.
Yeah,
Congrats.
that's true.
Thank you all.
You did it.
I hit it today.
Everyone, unfollow now. Let's meet
Yeah,
it.
let's
Let's get it. Let's get her to 900.
Tomorrow, 500.
He's cursing my following now, man. What the heck?
Or maybe it's going to increase. It's going to go up 500.
Not because I said it's going to go
Maybe the
down,
reverse
it's going to go
curse.
up. That's why I don't invest in stocks, because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Like, but I don't know.
Yeah. No comment.
I don't know. That was a weird tangent.
It's okay. It's all right.
fine.
Don't worry about it. It's cool. We're just waiting for the next TDM to get started
All right,
here.
great.
So
No
for
worries.
everybody
Thanks
watching
for
at home,
lurking.
thanks for
I'll
waiting
see
with
you
us.
guys
Thanks
now.
for hanging out with us
We're
here
chilling.
as we are experiencing the Solo Masters. And I'm intrigued, though. I mean, so far, we have had, remind me, who has won the first 2 matches?
Match 1?
Yep.
We had Loxy versus Groza.
Yep.
It was. And we had Divine versus one player from Upgrade. It was Ramses.
Yep.
And, well, you want all of them?
No, who won?
Oh, who won? Okay,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
that's... Okay.
This is what I have to work with, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, here you go.
I have them
I don't have the
circled,
results.
7. I
Okay.
have them
All right.
circled.
She's a better analyst than me.
Okay.
She does a...
From the get-go, Neptura.
Yes, we had the first match. Loxy won that first one.
Thank you.
In match number 2, it was actually Force from Upgrade. So there you go. Yeah, very nice.
Force from
And
Upgrade.
then 3rd and 4th?
It was Ramses.
It was Ramses from Upgrade here.
Oh, I
You
did
want
my
it?
research. Look
I
at
had a
me.
circle.
Hey, at least I got halfway through, bro. You answered the wrong question.
At
What
least
do
I
you
know
want
who was
about?
playing.
All right, well, whatever, man.
How about the other matches?
Oh,
that
yeah.
just happened?
It's a long day, guys.
You took so long that now the other match started. So let's go over to Enigma Galaxy Redhawks against none other than Ozzy from Black Esports. And Redhawks, I swear, man, if you don't win this,
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna have to do the only French word that
got
I
the
know
sword
that I
off.
cannot say on live.
Yeah.
You got the sword off as a shotgun. That's scary.
Hey, Redux coming in hot over here.
He's gonna regen. He gets the regen just around the corner. That's big.
crazy.
And he gets the
What?
He gets the point.
With a
With
pistol?
a pistol, too. He didn't have enough time to reload
Say
it,
that
so he
again?
switched it over.
With a pistol?
What the? Nah, that was not the same. The first one was
It
like,
was.
what the pistol?
It was guttural. Yeah. You can't replicate that.
It's fine.
Yeah.
He can't say, oh, the sword off. Is he gonna get the?
Oh.
You're gonna get 2 shots on that.
Nar.
Actually hits one, puts him extremely low. Might make Ozzy rethink it. Very low ammo on the M4. Because of that, Redox does win the fight. The sword off actually it's not a bad idea. When you're in those like situations where you are pushed back, you have low HP, your clip of M4 is just completely empty, that might be able to just turn the tides, and we saw it happen just here.
Yeah, except, you know what? In the hands of the right player, you're absolutely right, Max. I think
these guys are, the right players.
Yeah, I was going to say not for me, but it's like no one cares. It's these guys that are on display here, and they are the ones with all the skills. We are also seeing Igzy. I think that's the right way to pronounce it. XZY.
She's roasting herself.
XZY from Nongshim Reinforce coming in here up against Butcher.
I
mean, again, talk about a big name from the last couple of days.
I think I played at even
top fragger of day one of the prelims.
Neptor was in it as a player.
Actually, this is one
I'm trying to remember. She's a part of the VIP program as well.
Why?
Not too sure why that was the pick. I would love to know exactly the background thought process as to why they were qualified for the Solo Master Tournament. Well, not qualified, why they were picked for the Solo Master Tournament. But Butcher does make a lot of goddamn sense. 2-2, Redox Aussie now going to have a 3-2 point lead. Going over to our man, Redox. No, actually, no, sorry, Aussie, as he is now going to be pushing his way forward. And I keep talking about it here in Neptura, the central warehouse control is very important. And here Aussie's just camping that door to make sure he can get the initial shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And Redox doesn't have that much recourse except just full-on push, which makes it very, very open. As you can see, yeah, very easy for Aussie to just take him on down there. New strat, I think Redox is going to have to adopt fairly soon here. On the other side of the board, though, 1-2, they're taking this one very slow.
Yeah, it is definitely pretty slow. Only 3 eliminations in what is that 1 minute 20 seconds. Definitely making sure they take not too big a risk when they do encounter their opponent. Aussie though, going for a big spray down, going to be swapping over to his second M4, but Redox knows best and is going to be pushing himself back with the sword off once again and really trying to get that initial shot to get so much damage done with the shotgun. But here you go, swapping on over again to the shotgun once more, not going to be able to hit that shot. Again, you only have 2 pellets you can shoot, so that reload animation is so slow, meaning Redox, that option is pretty much out of play entirely. Jumping on top of the crate, how is Redox still alive?
Who knows at this point? He's a magic man, that's for sure. Is he gonna go on down?
Win it?
He actually brings Aussie down instead. That's crazy. And oh my goodness me. Just enough time to get that full re-health going on up there and able to just take that win.
This is what they talk about. This is what they're talking about when they hear someone says a sweat fest.
No camera.
No camera. I mean, I feel like he did enjoy
you said it with
camera.
the accent though.
Oh, really?
No camera.
No camera.
One thing I did notice on the other fight between XZY and Butcher was how XZY was one of the first players that I have seen being able to go for that actual level 3 helmet. He went for it and he was able to do it in a way where he was able to cancel the animation, picked it up quickly and backed away. I wonder if he's going to do it again.
Yep.
Ooh,
look at that.
Lovely.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Animation cancel too. He just gets up, instantly jumps off, so you can cancel the animation and gets back undercover behind those concrete blocks.
Really, really nice.
Butcher, that's a pretty damn good play.
Yeah, it's nice. He's got that tactic down. He's been practicing, that's for sure. Definitely looking like he's done that a time or two. Aussie does go down there. We are starting to see a tiny bit of a gap on the left side here. Redox and Aussie. Aussie is starting to take control here a little bit. 5.5 minutes in. And or rather left, and we are at a gap of 4 to 6.
Ooh. Yes, 7? I was just impressed by the little pistol action there. I thought he was going to be able to get it as XZY is going to be making the push. He's currently down 2 eliminations. Meanwhile, Butcher trying to get the angle, but he's not going to be able to. And for XZY, that's going to be even perfect because he's going to make that gap a little bit closer. Moving on to Redox versus Aussie. This fight, Redox, I mean, currently at a disadvantage. Currently down 3 eliminations. Trying to see if he can spot him. And the thing is that Redox keeps going for this shotgun shot. It ends up working out for them right there. And with some of these players, it comes down to timing. If for some reason Redox gets on a streak here, he might be able to bring this back. Not only just carry the momentum, but also know the timing between switching to the shotgun and then switching back to the M4.
Yeah, I do like that Redox came in with a strat here with the sawn off. I think he's definitely been working out for some of his eliminations, but he's still not quite able to create himself a lead. Here you go, taking a lot of initial damage from Aussie. Swapping on over to the handgun. Is he going to be able to get that elimination with the pistol? A lot of damage. Swapping on over to the last few bullets in his M4, and it will give him his 8th point in this match. And actually, still pretty close. I do like the fact, actually, I want to say that we had a little bit of a delay for XZY and Butcher's map, because now we can appreciate the left side finish and then go on over to the right side to enjoy his second finish. So it's a small little detail, but I do enjoy it.
Yes, it's quite nice. It is nice indeed. Ooh, Butcher, though. Oh, hang on. I thought he was going to take it 1 HP on the side of XZY, but somehow evades it. What the heck? Trying to go under that crate, but ain't no way. And there goes the regen. You're right. So now it is back up to full health versus full health. And honestly, XZY is the one who needs this this point.
Ooh, nice
and he's gonna get it.
Yeah, XY does get that point. Did I say regenning instead of regenerating?
Yeah, you said regenning.
I did. I invented a word in the English lexicon version.
Wow, somebody, whoever runs the dictionary, call this man ASAP.
Hit me up. Yep.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Why? I got a lot of great words.
Yeah.
Like redoxing is when you stare down a camera. That's a verb. I'm redoxing the camera right now.
Definition, look at the camera, say, no camera.
No camera.
You got the accent nailed down, actually.
Thanks, bro. That's what happens when I spend so much time with the players.
Oh, that was a disgusting spray from Redox.
Disgusting.
What?
Huh? Nothing.
That was the main thing. Disgusting.
Disgusting. Anyway, ooh, just like that. I love how Butcher is actually like baiting that push because he knows he's going to take that accuracy and just run with it. So really nice from them. But under 3 minutes now for the fight of Redux versus Ozzy, and 6-12, man. Redux, my guy, we know how good you can be, and I'm not sure what's going on here.
My boy, my guy, we've got so many. My man.
My bro.
My dude.
I can't say my homie.
Why?
Because I'm a girl. I don't think that works.
What?
Right? I don't think that works.
It does. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it's valid.
I wouldn't know.
He's my homie. I'll tell you that.
There you go.
I have been given permission by myself to say my homie. Aussie, it keeps on looking to get these nice angles. Like the pre-fires from Aussie are really smart. He gets these angles where he can hide as much as possible from his 3D model. Take as little damage from Redox.
Yeah.
And just knows how Redox is maneuvering his way around this map of
He
Warehouse.
really knows how to play this. He really, really does. And Redox just doesn't have a comeback for it. 2 minutes and counting now, and 6:14 is getting pretty stacked.
Yeah, it is getting pretty damn stacked, actually. Yeah, 1 minute and 45 seconds left. And I think that with the amount of time left, I said about it earlier, 2 minutes, 5 to 6 points is kind of the limit for a comeback. We're way over that, so I think we are done for the left side match. But who knows, maybe a last-ditch effort is going to be making things possible for Redox, and he does get an extra point. He needs to get a lot more, so he needs to keep on pushing. He needs to pretty much just spawn elimination just through every single time. Kind of like what Loxy did earlier.
Absolutely, yeah. He needs to just full send it again and again and again. No beating around the bush, but it does seem like Ozzy's taking him for a little bit of a ride, right? He knows what's at stake here. He knows he's got a bit of a gap, but he doesn't want it to get any closer than that, especially when there's still 1 minute and 9 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Ozzy is just trying to buy as much time as possible, forces him back into that building and gets another elimination. Swaps on over to the dub win 4. He's just flexing. He's just trying to see, can I get as many eliminations? Can I get 20? Can I break the record? I don't even know what the record is actually from GYRO, but
I would have to go back and check.
It might be like 20-something. That seems quite achievable for this kind of a format with 10 minutes total.
What I'm picturing right now is Parth and Roman in the back.
Redox!
Oh my god, Redox.
Isn't that an automatic win?
Yeah.
You punch your opponent, you move on.
Jump punch as well. He got him mid-air with that. Yeah, really, really nice.
They're just going for clips now.
Yeah, honestly, why not? Why not? That's definitely going to do numbers on Instagram. I'll like it. Post it, man. Post it.
I'd follow.
I'd follow. Absolutely. 100%.
I'll share on the story.
Yeah, why not?
Redox slowed down. He knows it's done. He's like, I go for some trick shots. I'm just going to parkour my way on top of the roof. Jumping on down. Doesn't even win it. And Aussie able to get 16. Oh, the BM. The bad man is all real. Aussie.
Wow.
16 points, and we'll be moving to the next stage of the Solo Masters Tournament.
One thing that Redox is going to definitely be saying here is, no camera. Because you ended up losing. But we'll see. It's just a Solo Masters. He's still going to be able to go to the main event and get a chance at winning that tournament. The tournament and the prize pool that we're all looking for, that championship, being able to hold that trophy as well as Contra Rec Force. XZY is looking like he's not going to be able to make it because Butcher just has such an advantage right now.
Sure does. 6-14 is not really looking all that good for XCY, right? Especially with 41 seconds on the clock. But man, that was a quick little jump shot going on down. And immediately with the nade, again, what we keep talking about, Max and Seven, is that kind of spawn camping now that you got to do. Once you get that really nicely done with the Scorpion as well, once you get that elimination, you got to go all the way in and not do it while he's invincible. Gosh darn it.
Yep, he was a little bit too aggressive on that push. So it's fine, only 15 seconds left, meaning that then Butcher will be moving forward. And really, from what we've seen from a lot of these players, I think we are going to be seeing an interesting clash of meta. I think the sword off especially has been shown to be useful. Redox unfortunately was not able to move forward, but some people might be like, no, that was actually quite an interesting weapon loadout. Maybe it could be used in our future Solos Master tournament. But congratulations to Butcher as he moves on to the next stage.
Absolutely, really good stuff from both of these teams, man. I mean, what on earth are they doing that they can just dominate against some of these global teams?
Oh, look at that. You wrote the name of the players on
And
your
she circled the one that
Listen,
won.
I have something to say for myself. The reason I didn't catch the last two games is because I hadn't circled them yet. So it's like, oh, that's the only ones. You know what? I have an excuse.
Excuses.
I'm right.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from the match between Redox and none other than the other player, which I can't remember right now because I'm completely brain farting. Oh, yeah, that's right, Aussie.
Yeah.
The one that won.
Yeah, the one that won, yeah. A pretty good way to remember him by, right? The one that won, and he will be going over to that next round. But some really cool clips coming in from both of these fights here. I really have enjoyed this round.
Which one would you prefer, like, in your loadout? Because clearly there's a meta around the secondary weapons, sword off, or the Scorpion.
Scorpion, 100%. I hate shotguns.
Don't ask me that.
Sawed off or otherwise.
But, okay, I'm asking you that question then.
Hey, Seven.
Now I'm intrigued. Why do you not want to answer?
I mean, if I really had to pick, I would pick the Scorpion. Because for me to try to hit a shot with my
100%, bro.
Yeah. If you hit it and you did a bit of damage, that's a one-tap.
If is like a 1% chance for me. Like even
in your hands, but they're like...
Yeah, we're not talking about that. You asked about us, bro.
I would potato trying to go from the shotgun to the actual M4, and I'll end up switching it, and it will just be out with the fist.
But shotgun, right, as secondary, but on the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
What you did
Windows.
there. It is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest.
True. Does it make up for my skills?
And in the heat of the moment, only the fastest and most powerful survive.
And vertical stream.
Yeah.
You can't do that at the same time. Don't try. We'll get 2 devices. That's also good. That's good strat. If you have a lazy eye, you can just do 2 at the same time. That might be helpful.
I mean, yeah, if you want to go for it. Or if you don't have a lazy eye, guess what? You'll probably end up with a lazy eye.
Half the time, it's a lot of training. Ask the Pennywise actor. You know, he knows how to do it properly on command. He's pretty good.
I'm not going to try.
Sure, yeah, I thought about it as well, actually.
You know what? This wind, it stays stuck like that.
You know what? Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
What?
Give us a solo shot real quick.
Oh, no.
You're going to translate that?
All of us are going to give it a chance.
No, absolutely not.
All right.
Okay,
here we
I'm
go.
watching.
I want you to rate my lazy eye, okay? From me, then we're going to go to Neptura, and then we're going to go to Max, all right?
Okay.
I don't think I can do it. I'm just crossing my eyes. All right, go over to Neptura.
Okay, all right. I haven't done this in a while. Okay.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. What? Oh,
You're closing your eyes.
Yeah. Don't try this at home, by the way.
I don't know if I did
Quick little disclaimer for everybody at home. Don't try this.
Don't try it, yeah.
It's not
This
safe.
is professional.
Professionals only. Okay.
Oh, that's actually... Yo!
Not bad. That's not bad.
Okay, you can take it away. People are going to start just closing the stream.
Can I have 2 Infinix devices? Am I?
No, you already have one. Stop being so greedy.
Yeah, but I want a second one.
No.
I have a lazy eye. I'm entitled to it.
For goodness sake. What's going on?
Maybe.
Map stream, vert stream. Actually, I don't need to because there's already a map stream on the vert stream.
Okay.
Wow.
And a leaderboard.
So right.
Wow, that's
so
true.
Right.
You do get to see a lot of stats. Honestly, the vertical stream, as much as we hype it up as we need to, because we need to, I'm enjoying it. Like, when we pull it up, like, it's cool to see all the stats that do end up being there. Not only the map stream, you can also see the leaderboard too. And you don't have to, like, hold the device sideways.
Yeah,
just like
so
comfortable
awkward,
for
man.
fingers. You can
Because
hold
if you're trying to
vertical.
type or something, like going horizontal and typing is so actually pretty awkward. I like doing vertical.
Well, as much as you guys enjoyed us here being absolute doofuses on the screen for you, let's go into the match between none other than GOAT quality versus the Xavier Levi's.
Yes, indeed.
Ego,
actually.
I was actually thinking for GOAT, if you're going to have EFIs playing. But no, they went for Ego. They actually stepped up big time at the end of today.
Yep.
So maybe because he's like hot, he's in the moment, he's feeling himself. He was picked instead. So I think that could be a really interesting pickup. And so far, he's off through that first elimination.
Yeah, but... Huh?
Oh, I was hoping Ego would just go for that 3-time right there. He knew he was going to have some buffer.
Yeah. But, I mean, Diego is no stranger to those people, right? I mean, Influence Rage Diego, we've heard about him for a while now. His representation, his reputation precedes him.
Chugga 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 remix.
Solos Masters Tournament.
Beatbox Max.
There you go.
Oh.
Nice. Epic.
Epic sauce.
God. Epic sauce.
Actually, Seven, question for you, right? Because
Yes.
Influence Rage, looking at that region, looking at some of the players, Diego has been a player that I feel like has been stepping up. He's up there, you know, maybe not your S+ tier players, but he's
one of my favorite players
up there. Do you think in Solos Masters he could be the one to take it in this matchup?
I mean, right now he currently does have the lead. It comes down to the thing that we're seeing, though, is that these players, in a way, are coming in cold, right? As much as you like to warm up, even if you end up warming up, you're going up against teams that already have 2-3 days under their belt.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a big of a gap. So if he can overcome that, I mean, I can definitely see it. Right now, he's doing just that. He does have a lead against the team that ended up, against one of the players that ended up being first place from prelims.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing to think about is that some of these teams are actually, the pro players rather, are actually having come in for the later show, right? So maybe they haven't been here as long. They're a little bit jet lagged. They're a little bit fatigué, if you want to use the French word. A little tired for those who don't know what that means.
Why would you want to use the French word?
What,
Yeah,
fatigué?
what?
It's a familyism. We always say fatigué. Sorry, that's my bad. Oh, it's French. I live in France. I'm going to use it, but whatever.
She's French.
I am French.
Confirm?
Yeah, a little bit. Oui, oui.
No, no.
Oui, oui. Okay.
Merci beaucoup. Okay.
Okay.
Mark, let's see what he's going to be able to do, as he is currently one of the players that, as I was mentioning, he does have some reps under his belt. He is probably not going to be jet like he's probably going to be ready to go. But Levi's from the Xavier, I mean, for the longest time, this has been one of Max's favorite teams. But right now, it's not your favorite player playing, Max. It's not your boy.
It's not. Yeah. He's also added to his name.
Yeah, he has. Ooh, nice.
With like 7 Ys.
Yeah.
PMGO league stage, I did that in front of him. I was like, my friend Max.
I was like, he did the thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was on the interview.
You did it during the interview.
He just looked at me.
He was like, that's not my name.
He looked at me so lost, and then the explanation came about it. He's like, oh, that's so funny.
He's like, oh, that's kind of crazy. I don't like that. Don't stop it, please.
Yeah. And you said no, never. But
I said it with that accent specifically.
yeah, that accent. I know you. I know you too well, man. I can do your accent. But Diego, finally. Okay, what does that mean? I was gonna say finally we've got a pro player who's actually dominating over one of our prelim teams here.
It's outside of Loxy, then it wasn't.
Yeah.
The newcomers dominating.
And that was close as well. I mean, 7-1 is nowhere near what we've seen so far.
Yeah. 7-1. Diego.
6 minutes left too.
Flexing.
Yeah.
I was going to say in the battlegrounds. In the warehouse.
I have to respect, though, from Diego that he's still pushing the action here, even though he is currently ahead. He's not wanting to change anything, even if sometimes he gets eliminated like that. I'm hoping that that kind of continues, unless, obviously, it gets super, super close. But I feel like sometimes the players tend to maybe change their strat, and it changes their whole mentality, too, throughout that match. And then you see some of the stuff kind of like backfire, like how we saw earlier in the first couple games.
Ego just got actually the tier 3 helmet, I think it was, over those concrete blocks. Able to just get back up, deny the animation, but still it doesn't matter. Diego will take him down, so that means that tier 3 helmet is going to be lost to the ether. Disappeared.
Yes, indeed. Levi's and Marth, though, head-to-head here, 4v4. I can't quite see the clock from here. What does that say? 6 minutes 52?
Yeah.
So still quite a bit of time for them, but that head-to-head is more consistent with what we've been seeing in the previous matches. 9-2, though. I mean, that is something else.
That is a scary lead. Actually, we're at the 5-minute mark. Just a few more eliminations for Diego at the pace it's currently going, because actually 11 elims in
Push
half of
that,
the
send
timer
it.
is quite low. It
You're
is
leading.
not having that many
Send it,
amount of
Diego.
counters if it maintains itself until the very end
Yo.
of the game. Now an 8 elimination difference.
Diego on a
I
warp
think
line.
Diego is already solidifying himself
He's
a
destroying
spot
his,
to the next stage.
he's
If he just
destroying
plays his cards
Ego.
right, which is avoid as many interactions as possible until the end of your match.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Ego. He's gonna be on the more desperate side though, right? He's trying to get those elims very nicely played. But I will say, he doesn't quite have the angles that Butcher does. Remember in the last game, Butcher was just going insane with those angles, really, really, really tight. And this time around, for this different player, for Ego, he's just a little bit looser with the angles that he's wrapping around, and that's just leaving Diego open to getting those elims.
I'm a little bit sad. We were seeing a lot of nades being used and a few flashbangs here and there. They just gave up on using utility altogether. Yeah. I think it's because the movement is just such a big issue. They're just moving all over the place, making it really hard to cook and throw the nade accurately to get that elimination. So I think they just gave up altogether, because the players on each side of this map that are playing against each other are just so damn good that nades are going to be having a minimal impact.
Absolutely. 13-3 though versus 6-6. It's kind of crazy.
It's kind of mad.
Kind of insane. Kind of crazy how he's able to almost get Ego there with a teeny tiny little spray, but not quite. He was just peeking out a little too much for him. So that's going to be Ego taking one. Does he take a second? Because the gap is closing ever so slightly, right? 13-4 now on your left side of the screen, but 3 minutes to go. Is that enough?
I'm not going to lie in that, but I've tuned out of the left side match.
I see.
I'm like, okay, it's done and dusted. Diego, GG's.
They're past that gap you were talking about earlier, Max. They're past the gap that, okay, if they get to this situation, it's not going to be reachable. And Diego's continuing to get those eliminations as well. So, yeah, I think I'm with you. Meanwhile, Marth, though, is truly getting the lead. And remember, it was tied at one point in the last just 1 minute. This man has been able to turn it around and now has a 4 elimination lead. Wow. And he's just getting the angles, Marth. Oh, my goodness, what are you doing?
I actually kind of like that Marth is playing, because you have Idan, Prestige on the team, and Skaton are, I would say, are vastly way more experienced when it comes to playing out in such a novel esports as a whole. And I want to see Marth prove himself, right? And doing it through TDM and maybe winning a title there would be a good way to boost him up a little bit more and be like, oh, actually, I'm kind of feeling myself. I'm going to be doing so well in the next stage. So we'll see. Yeah, I kind of like that pick. This is definitely not the one you might expect, but I feel like it can make a lot of sense storyline-wise. 2 minutes onto the left side for Diego and Ego, as you do have then a 12-point difference between the two of them. Levi's Marth, that lead has started to be creeping upwards in favor of Marth. Does get way more control of that central warehouse.
Sure does. 7-12. That gap continues to grow, though. We are seeing Marth pick it up ever so slightly. Well, more than ever so slightly. He's picking it up a lot, man. And we have, what is that, 3 minutes on the clock there? It's not that long as he picks up another elimination. Marth is just on another. He's woken up halfway through. He's gone, oh, hang on, wait a minute. I can do better than this, and I'm going to take my lead.
Was that the hollow as well that I saw Marth?
Cringe.
Diego's playing hollow too.
What? He's currently winning.
Yeah, but with a hollow.
Beautiful.
Bad.
Keep it up, Marth. I don't know why I'm doing this voice.
I kind of don't want to say this, but the players that have been dominating so far in all the matches I've seen had hollow.
Really?
Yes.
Dang it.
Last 2 matches.
It's
this
like
one,
it's a
Diego.
great scope.
I don't like saying you're right, so no, it's just...
you saw it wrong, I'm sure.
Yeah. Actually, no, it was an ATEX scope they were playing.
Oh, was that?
So right.
Was that? Oh, wait, hold on. The producers, Roman and Part, are telling me that you are correct. The scope was used. They were dominating.
Thank you.
Therefore, the scope is amazing. Confirmed. Start using the scope.
Crazy, I didn't hear them.
I'm right and I'm wrong at the same time. I don't know. I'm conflicted.
You're right.
Same.
And wrong at the same time.
I don't like that. Man, that's actually a record, right?
Yeah.
With the Diego, 20 eliminations. That's the highest we've seen so far. He's trying to punch. Also, Ego trying to get a little bit of an extra flex elimination, but it's not going to happen. 15 seconds left. Can he get a 21st elimination? Oh, Diego with a hollow. An amazing scope that I love so much. It's my favorite. And he's almost going to get it, and he does get his 21st elimination. GG, well played.
Very nice. 10-15 as well. I mean, not Seal. Levi's has picked that up a little bit, right? Closed that gap, but it is... we'll wait to see. It might be enough, but I think that the time's pretty close. In the meantime, it is going to be Diego to win that against Goat Ego there. A big GG's heading their way indeed. As we have Diego go into the next round.
He didn't even break a sweat, man. He was like, business as usual. But something that happened, meanwhile, during that fight, guess what? Levi's is starting to get a streak here. And it's only 3 eliminations that separating Marth and himself. And he's currently having a bit of an advantage here. Marth getting shot once again. Levi's, though, pushing the action, but Marth telling him, calm down. 1 minute left. I'm going to make sure I start creating this gap a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I said 1 minute, 3 eliminations to come back as possible. We're at 4 right now needed. We're going to need to see something very, very special if Levi's wants to make himself the winner of this match. And actually going to be reducing it to 3. Still 43 seconds on the clock. It's still maybe possible for Levi's, but he needs to be hyper aggressive. And Martha right now is playing ring around the rosy, around these containers, around this train, and trying to buy as much time as possible.
Sure is, but again, Marth knows that he's about to win, right? He knows that what he needs to do is just wait and chill and wait some more. So he's just gonna hide away here. Gets that sneak shot. My goodness me. Time is up. 15 seconds on that clock. There's no way he's gonna be able to get another elimination. And yeah, Marth not even gonna let him have one more point.
I might have to end stream
That was
soon.
a dagger right there, I felt like, for me.
Yes,
Marth being able to get that one, make it 17. He said, you know what, 7, I'll make it 7 right there for you. Why not? We'll go for it. You can see Marth right there with the win. We do end up finishing all those 8 matches, which, honestly, some surprises. Not gonna lie. I was not expecting Marth to win.
Yeah.
Even though I went and fist bump, I was like, good luck, bro. I thought Levi was going to be bringing it, but I think it just comes down to what we're saying. Some of these players coming right off the matches, they're just feeling like they're ready to go, and it worked out for them.
If anything, right, it shows that every single player in this tournament, of course, we've just seen a very small sample size of these players, but anyone, even those who maybe struggle in the tournament itself, are incredibly talented when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esport and, of course, playing in these solo Masters tournaments. So anyone has a chance, and this time around, Levi's was just not able to be the one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but you know what? It's fine.
He said the thing.
He said the thing. But look, here we go as we are watching now who is going to be going over to the next stages. It is going to be Regnum Karya. It is going to be Upgrade. It is going to be AK, LGD, Black, T721, Influence Rage, and R8 going to that next round.
Now bring it back from the top and tell me the player names, because I know you were circling. I know you have them written down. Go for it.
I don't. You do.
No, you.
He was pointing at you.
Yeah. Gosh darn it.
I'm unprofessional. I don't write the player names.
Yeah, you do. Ready, set, go.
Okay, we have Loxy, we have Force, we have... Okay, who was it? Ramses, thank you. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, there we go.
Totally not getting help from the producer.
Hearing it too much now in my head. We had Ozzy Butcher, Diego, and also Marth coming on in there. So very nice indeed there. Blue Kun as well.
Yeah, who's the player on Upgrade?
Who's the player on Upgrade?
Yeah. This is a quiz. No, it's Ramses. This is 3 times. This is 3 times. Okay, 4th time. You get a joker. Who's the player on Upgrade?
Force.
No.
There was Force from someone. I'm not crazy.
That's 4 times. It's Ramses. Can I get a solo shot on me, please? Can I get a
You gotta stay still.
Can I get a solo shot, please?
Wait, you gotta stand up.
What's
There
happening?
you go. They gotta make sure they get the 4 hitting frame.
It's Ramsey! He's on Upgrade, it's not Force! Okay, last chance. Who's the player on Upgrade?
You can't hear it because these mics are awesome, but trust me, we're clever. Upgrade. But nonetheless, hopefully you guys enjoyed the solo masters here. The first day, we will be back. We'll end up crowning the champion. My name is the 7WG, alongside Maxman, alongside
Ramses.
Ramses?
Yeah. That's me now.
From Upgrade, I heard.
Let's send it over to the stage.
Congratulations to our solo Masters players who remain in the tournament. And with that, our 2025 PMGO Prelims have come to an end. Our final 16 teams are now locked in for the competition. There we go, the microphone is now on in the arena. But you know what, speaking of tomorrow, reality is going to set in as $500,000 is now on the line. And of course, the stunning PMGO trophy.
Qadrli teletomoshabinlar, kun dasturidan o'rin olgan yakkalik bahslarga ham birgalikda guvoh bo'ldik. Bir o'yinchi, yagona maqsad va unutilmas namoyish. Ammo janglar shu yerda yakunlanmaydi. Ertaga asosiy bosqich boshlanadi. Birinchi kun shu yerda eng kuchli jamoalar bir-birlariga qarshi jang olib borishadi.
Thank you so much once again for all the players, production and the talent for all of your hard work. We will see you back here tomorrow for the main event.
Xuddi shu vaqtda, shu maskanda siz bilan PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 ning asosiy bosqichida birgalikda ko'rishamiz. Hozircha esa xayr!
Infinite GT20 Pro. We're heading out. Yo, I need to get. I won't stop set. I know for sure, probably before the year end, I'll get a hold of that device and see what's it like. Esports are playing PUBG overall. See what the esports players are playing on and how's it doing. I mean, it's the best, obviously, for PUBG and especially esports because that's what they play on. So that's it for now. Thanks for watching. I'm hopping off, a bit tired, been streaming for 5+ hours, so that's it for now. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Wait, I have practice tomorrow, so it might be let me see, probably Sunday morning, but that's it for now. Hope you all enjoy, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Peace.